This young entrepreneur is ready to start her first business. But how, and above all, where? An entrepreneur she knows recommends Liechtenstein as a business location. Thanks to its customs treaty with Switzerland and membership of the EEA, this principality in the heart of Europe enjoys dual market access to both Switzerland and the European Economic Area. At www.liechtenstein-business.li, the young entrepreneur finds extensive information and advice on founding a company and running a business, as well as on Liechtenstein as a location for business and work. Covering 160 square kilometers, the country is a diversified economic area, and many of the more than 5,100 resident companies are connected internationally. It promotes a culture of free market enterprise while fostering innovation through public and, above all, private institutions. The political and legal situation is stable, economic policies are liberal, and the currency of the Swiss franc is sound. The public sector is characterized by prudent financial policies and considerable capital strength. The public spending ratio is one of the lowest in the world. Liechtenstein has robust government reserves of nearly 2 billion Swiss francs. It has zero national debt. Companies benefit from moderate corporate taxation and a simple tax system. But more than anything, Liechtenstein has an impressively lean administration, short decision-making processes, and expert contact individuals. The Central Business Service at the Office of Economic Affairs advises and accompanies the young entrepreneur as she starts her company. The process takes only a few days, is inexpensive, and the incorporation checklist is helpful. The young entrepreneur selects the most suitable legal company form out of 16 options. Then she chooses a company name and submits the required incorporation documents. In a next step, she prepares the documents for entry in the commercial register and obtains the approval. Now she can start operating her business. The Central Business Service at the Office of Economic Affairs networks the young entrepreneur with partners and market operators. A qualified regional workforce supports the company as it grows.
Seven things you have to know about Liechtenstein. Where is Liechtenstein? Located in the heart of Europe, and thanks to the customs union with Switzerland and membership in the EEA, it has parallel marketability in the two economic regions, an advantage for Liechtenstein businesses which sell a large proportion of their products abroad. The most important export countries are Switzerland, Germany, and the USA. Liechtenstein is a constitutional hereditary monarchy based upon democratic parliamentary principles. Sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. State power is exercised by the prince and by the people. The prince has the right of veto when new laws are passed. The people can also depose the prince, though, a curious form of government, yet one that simultaneously guarantees stability. Liechtenstein is an employment miracle with more jobs than it has inhabitants, which is why over 55% of the workforce commutes daily from neighbouring countries to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a country full of companies. For every 8 inhabitants, there is one active company. The corporate density is one of the highest in the world. By the way, in Liechtenstein, we love counting everything by head of population. Liechtenstein is a strong financial centre, but Liechtenstein is also a proper industrialised nation. The second sector accounts for almost 45% of Liechtenstein's gross output. Services account for around 54%. fastening systems, vehicle construction, dental products, connectors, heating and air conditioning solutions, surface technology, foodstuffs, and much more is produced in Liechtenstein and easily exported. Liechtenstein was the first country in the world to implement a set of rules on the token economy. The so-called Blockchain Act creates legal certainty and the preconditions for an innovative boost in this field. In the meantime, even the famous Liechtenstein stamps are issued with blockchain technology. Liechtenstein stands for outstanding performances, including in the world of sport. If one considers the number of Olympic winter sports medals won in relation to the size of the population, Liechtenstein has won the most Olympic medals. It has a total of 10 medals, all in the discipline of alpine skiing.
Joined by my co-host Ian Simpson. He'll be managing the stage downstairs for more interesting content all on cryptocurrencies, tokens, blockchain technology, what we've come all the way here for. All right, right now, Bitcoin is standing at 86,000 Swiss francs, which is 93,000 euros and 108,000 US dollars. That gives you a sense of where Bitcoin is at, but also where the global economy is at with that foreign exchange. And if you bought Bitcoin around this time last year, well, you're pretty much where you started. If you bought it perhaps earlier in the year, during the all-time highs, I'm sorry, you may have lost some money. But if you are a holder, if you got those diamond hands, you're sitting pretty and you're here to learn more, so let's get into it. All right, first of all, Ian, would you like to tell us a bit about what's happening downstairs?
Yes, we have some great content coming up here on the main stage with Christine as host, but it's a pleasure for me to be back here hosting on stage 2 in the so-called Keller Theater on level 2 downstairs. You might think that stage 2 is smaller, more intimate, and therefore less interesting. That is not the case. We have a great lineup of content downstairs from MiCA, which is everybody's favorite topic, regulation, to market insights from our friends at Bitcoin Swiss, to the crossover between AI and crypto, DeFi, and digital assets, as well as security, and not just cybersecurity or securitization, but also personal security. If you have as much Bitcoin as Michael Saylor, and you unfortunately do not use the services of someone like Bitcoin Swiss or Bank Frick, but you carry it around in your pocket on your ledger or Trezor, you might be interested in the in-depth workshop on countering kidnapping, which will be taking place at 2:50 this afternoon. That's just one highlight of the content on stage 2. Look forward to seeing you down there.
Can I just get a raise of hands? Are you new to crypto here? Oh, okay.
Old timers.
We have, yeah. So do we have quite a few veterans here? Maybe you've been here since 2017-ish, that era. Raise of hands. Or before, okay. Or medium term, you've been here, 2020 in the crypto space. Okay, so actually quite a few veterans here. So we have diamond hands. Just to get the crowd revved up, can I get a Bitcoin?
Woo!
1, 2, 3, Bitcoin! Excellent. Can I get it? When I say HODL, you say Bitcoin. HODL!
Bitcoin!
HODL!
Bitcoin!
Okay, and just for those who are new here, HODL was a term coined by a man who went on an old Bitcoin messaging forum, and despite Bitcoin's precipitous fall, he went on there and he told folks he's going to hold Bitcoin, and he did it with such passion that he misspelled hold with H-O-D-L because he was quite drunk. But it's been a passionate cry for the crypto space ever since. And another one would be LFG. And so without further ado, we'd like to get this party started. And let's, can I get an LFG from the crowd?
LFG!
All right, let's fucking go. Okay, I'm going to introduce to you our president of the Crypto County Country Association, who is the reason why we're all here today for this token summit in Liechtenstein. I'll begin with a funny story. I first met Thomas at a scuba diving trip in Barbados. We were on the back of this truck on a dirt road, and I was scared, holding on to the railing, and he was just, hands out in the air, ready for the adventure. He went scuba diving. He had the latest gadgets, the cameras, the HD photos of all the fish, and he was racing through the water, getting everything. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, this is too much for me. But it gives you a sense of the pioneers in the crypto space. They love the gadgets, they love the technology, and that's why they're all into the latest in financial innovation. They're also completely psychotic, and that's what you need to live through the volatility, the ups and downs in the crypto industry. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to Thomas Nagele. He's a lawyer of Nagele Law, president of the CCA, also co-founder of the House of Blockchain in Liechtenstein.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ian. And let me start with what does CCA actually stand for. When we created the CCA, the association, in 2017, we thought, oh, the Crypto Valley, they have the Crypto Valley Association, and we need to have something obviously way better in Liechtenstein. That's why we call it Crypto Country Association. Over the years, we evolved, and now we are the CCA, the Trustless Technologies Association. Let me start with, dear members, friends, colleagues, and viewers from YouTube, because we do have 2 live channels for stage 1 and stage 2. You can also view the content later if you want to. If you miss on stage 1 what happens on stage 2, or the other way around, you can actually watch also in parallel. My name is Thomas Nagele, as introduced by Christine, and it's a pleasure to start today's conversation. On behalf of our board, because I might add a little bit, it was not only done by me, lucky me, it was a huge team executing on this token summit, and that's why on behalf of the board of the CCA and our members, thank you for joining us today. First, I want to have a sincere acknowledgement to the Prime Minister of Liechtenstein, Brigitte Haas. Although she can't be with us today, she has kindly recorded a video message we will see later. But I want to say thank you, Prime Minister. We are grateful for your support. Your engagement underscores how important digital innovation has become for our country and our region. Because we started already in 2016 with a work group to think about how to regulate and support our industry. It's also a special honor for me to welcome Peter Kerstens. After all of these years, when I talked to Peter and tried to get him in my home country, we talked in Korea about it, in Belgium about it, and finally now he's here, Peter Kerstens from the European Commission. He will actually hold the keynote later. And he was one of the key architects of Mika and Dora. Don't forget about Dora, it's Mika and Dora. And if you have a minute later and you will find him, ask him all the questions you want. What is an art, what is not an art, for example. So all of the recent topics, he is the person to talk to. Peter, your work has helped actually to define the first really comprehensive framework for our industry and also to bring awareness to cyber resilience topics. And today's Token Summit is about blockchain, obviously, AI, and cyber. I also want to say thank you to our almost 50 experts who are actually speakers at today's conference. They come from across the world. Thank you for traveling here and lending us your experience. The diversity of voices gathered today reflects the reality of our field. Blockchain, AI, and cybersecurity are no longer no longer separate conversations. They are converging into one. Our warm welcome as well to our distinguished guests, obviously, every attendee also in the live stream, partners and attendees. Many of you are returning, and because we can see that. And some of you are the first time here. And let me tell you, thank you for coming and for your dedication and the countless hours to the board spending on this organizing such a huge conference here in Liechtenstein. It's all voluntary work. I have to address that. Your commitment to responsible innovation is the backbone to our community. This year's theme, AI and cyber, couldn't be more timely. As tokenized markets scale and digital infrastructure becomes more intelligent, the stakes rise. We're navigating extraordinary opportunity, and we're doing so in a world where trust based on regulation and supervision is combined with trustless solutions based on code and tech. Throughout the day, you'll hear about practical zero-trust approaches, the reality of AI-enabled operations, on-chain finance, RWA, and how compliance can be engineered rather than just bolted on. Because compliance was always one of the key things Liechtenstein was focusing on from day one when it comes to our industry. You also see that Europe's regulatory clarity, when paired with entrepreneurial energy, can be a competitive advantage rather than a constraint. As the CCA, our role is to help that translation happen between innovation and regulation, between vision and implementation. So if you're new to the CCA, welcome. And if you value what we do, advocacy, education, industry standards, and a vibrant professional network organizing conferences, please consider joining us. We're stronger, smarter, and faster when more of you participate in working groups, share field lessons, and co-create best practices. I also want to recognize the teams that make days like this look effortless. Our organizers, volunteers, production crew, partners, and sponsors. Thank you for turning a complex program into a hopefully seamless experience. We had some issues with ticketing in the beginning, but there has to be room for improvement for next year. Special thanks goes to our platinum partner, Bank Frick, for the continued support, and to the government of Liechtenstein for the patronage. Finally, a word about the place. Liechtenstein has earned a reputation for stability, clarity, pragmatism. That DNA really, truly matters. It allows us to explore the frontier without losing sight of first principles. Consumer protection, market integrity, operational resilience, and the long game of competitiveness. With the minds in this room, and with the frameworks taking shape in Europe, we have a real opportunity to build digital markets that are not only innovative, but trusted and durable. So let's make today count. Challenge ideas, share what's working, be honest about what isn't, because there actually you learn the most. And leave with the beginnings of solutions that will still hold a year from now. With that, it's my pleasure to officially open the CCA Token Summit 2025, AI and Cyber Edition. And now, please enjoy the Prime Minister's video and then stay with us for Peter Kerstens. Thank you and have an inspiring summit.
All right, thank you so much, Thomas. Another little story I want to share about Thomas is the first time I went to his office at the House of Blockchain. It's also an incredible office with the latest coffee machines and little tech gadgets, and a tome of a PhD, his thesis, which was really a reference point for the Blockchain Act in Liechtenstein, as well as MiCA. He is certainly someone who has been in the crypto industry and an incredible ambassador to Liechtenstein. So with that, we are honored to be joined today via a very special video message by a key figure in the global financial innovation and a strong champion of the digital asset space. Please join me in welcoming the Prime Minister of the Principality of Liechtenstein, Brigitte Haas. Prime Minister Haas took office this year as the first woman to lead Liechtensteiner government. She's also the Minister of General Government Affairs and Finance, bringing decades of experience in the financial and business sectors to her role. Under her government, Liechtenstein continues to be a forward-thinking in its approach to the token economy. The Principality has long been recognized as a crypto-friendly jurisdiction, taking a pioneering role globally with the Comprehensive Blockchain Act. Liechtenstein's clear, robust, and enabling regulatory framework, which provides legal clarity for the entire life cycle of tokens from issuance to transfer, is a blueprint for responsible innovation worldwide, coupled with its unique access to both the European Economic Area as well as Swiss markets. This tiny nation is punching above its weight, solidifying its relevance as a stable and sophisticated hub for digital assets. It is clear that the future of finance is a priority for the Prime Minister, and we are now delighted to hear this special message on the path forward for blockchain and the tokenization of assets. So please direct your attention to the screen for a special address from Her Excellency, Prime Minister Brigitte Haas.
Ladies and gentlemen, innovators, policymakers, and visionaries from around the world. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to this year's Token Summit in Liechtenstein, a country where innovation and trust go hand in hand. This year's Token Summit explores how artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and blockchain are transforming industries, redefining trust, and creating new opportunities. These technologies lie at the heart of a broader challenge: how to remain open and interconnected, yet resilient and self-determined in shaping our digital future. Liechtenstein's experience shows that competitiveness is not a matter of size, but of trust. After all, Liechtenstein's success is the success of its entrepreneurs. We constantly seek to strike the right balance between economic freedom, risk-based supervision, and legal certainty, because innovation flourishes where frameworks are smart, stable, and predictable. In Liechtenstein, legal certainty is not a constraint, but an asset. We believe that regulation, when well designed, is a catalyst for innovation. Global competitiveness depends on international regulatory convergence. Building frameworks that are coherent, proportionate, and interoperable across jurisdictions. In this context, regulation should not be viewed as a purpose in itself, but as an instrument to promote stability and competitiveness. Liechtenstein is committed to regulatory approaches that emphasize proportionality, efficiency, and coherence, not only at the national level, but also within the broader European framework. This is how Europe can remain both competitive and sovereign in the digital age. As blockchain, AI, and cybersecurity converge, they are transforming how we create, verify, and protect value. These technologies must be developed in ways that preserve transparency, accountability, and human agency so that intelligence and automation strengthen rather than replace trust. Tokenization is redefining how rights, assets, and values are represented and exchanged, and will increasingly underpin the way our economies function. Liechtenstein's civil law framework ensures that these digital representations have real-world legal clarity, providing the missing link between the digital and the real economy. In doing so, it turns innovation into trust, and trust into competitiveness. In a world of growing interdependence, resilience has become a new form of sovereignty. Secure and trusted digital infrastructures are the foundation of both strategic autonomy and global cooperation. Cybersecurity is not only a technical issue, it is central to economic stability and public trust. As we commence this summit, I invite all participants, policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, and innovators to engage in open and constructive dialogue. May this summit serve as an inspiration to strengthen partnerships and shared standards that make our digital future both competitive and trustworthy. Welcome to Liechtenstein, where stability meets innovation and trust meets technology.
All right. Thank you, Prime Minister Haas. It's always a great sign when we have government officials coming to a crypto conference. It means that they are serious about innovation in the financial sector. And to kick things off, we have a keynote and a special talk on Europe's competitiveness and strategic autonomy in digital finance. Right now, we're standing in a world where it's very competitive. Asia is really taking over. We've got Dubai, we've got Singapore, really presenting themselves as the regulatory jurisdictions for crypto companies to come to that will be friendly and such. The United States is now declaring themselves to be, well, President Trump is declaring himself to be the Bitcoin president, and that the US will be the crypto capital of the world. We'll see if that will actually happen. But right now, Europe also wants to be a player in the game, and the rise of the digital asset economy, the pursuit of a digital euro, and the need for resilient sovereign infrastructure raises profound questions for this continent. How can Europe remain open for business, yet strategically independent in its financial technology? The stakes are nothing less than control over Europe's data, its value chains, and its future prosperity. We are incredibly privileged to kick off this discussion with a keynote from a man who is arguably the single most influential figure in shaping the current regulatory landscape in Europe. Our speaker has spearheaded the European Commission's FinTech Action Plan and Digital Finance Strategy, and his work forms the bedrock for digital assets across the continent. He's widely referred to as the architect of both MiCA, the Markets and Crypto Assets Regulation, and DORA, the Digital Operational Resilience Act. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to the advisor at the European Commission's Financial Sector, Digitalization and Cryptocurrency, Peter. We've got Peter Kurzlins.
Hello, good morning. I was asked to talk about Europe's strategic autonomy and competitiveness and how we're going to preserve this in the digital age. And before I get into that, I first have to thank Thomas here, but also Clara, who have persistently over the years asked me to come to Liechtenstein and to talk about digital assets. And my visit here is much overdue. The reason why it is much overdue is because while people refer to me as the architect of MiCA or the father of MiCA and DORA, And while I may have had something to do with MiCA's inception and its negotiations, architects need inspiration. We do not really, the ideas which we implement, the designs which we make, do not fall from the sky. We get inspiration. And one of the original sources of inspiration for European crypto policy and crypto regulation was Liechtenstein. And I think we have to, I think we have to give credit to this. And so in a way, my visit here today is a bit like a pilgrimage to the birthplace of crypto policy and crypto regulation. It was the vision that was held here in Liechtenstein that set things in motion at a time when serious policymakers, serious regulators wanted to have absolutely nothing to do with blockchains. Liechtenstein said, no, we can seize the opportunity, we can create a framework around this. And it was your vision that inspired us. Now, visions, if you are in government, if you're in a policymaker, visions are dangerous. A former chancellor of Germany said that if you work for government and you have a vision, you should go and see a doctor. I decided not to go and see a doctor, although maybe I should have. I decided to act on my vision to help Europe along in a blockchain-based future. A lot of the inspiration came from Liechtenstein, but also some other countries which were first out of the box, like, for example, Bermuda, but also Malta, were early on in crypto policy and crypto regulation. And while you can't necessarily transpose everything that was done here, for example, civil law matters on crypto, that does not necessarily translate from a country of, 40,000 people to a region, a multi-jurisdictional region like the European Union of 450 million people. A lot came from here. Yesterday, thinking about what I was going to say here, I read that Liechtenstein is the least visited country in Europe. I think this is entirely unjustified. And anyone in the worldwide crypto community should pay homage to the birthplace of crypto policy, and they should visit Liechtenstein. I think many of you would agree. It's going to get very busy if they all come. Now, enough about why I'm here. MiCA. Where are we and what are we going to do? MiCA was proposed in 2020, which about the same time you actually enacted the Blockchain Act here in Liechtenstein. So we proposed it then. We negotiated over it for almost 3 years. And it really has been in operation, the stablecoin parts, for just over a year, the parts on other crypto assets and on crypto asset service providers have been in operation since the beginning of this year. So we're now 10 months into that part, and that part, the crypto asset service providers, is the most important part of MiCA, in my view. And 10 months is not that long for European regulation. So it's still early days. We see member states coming up to speed with licensing of or providing MiCA licenses to companies in quite a few member states. Some member states haven't awarded any licenses yet. I was surprised to learn that Liechtenstein hasn't yet awarded any MiCA licenses, but I am comforted and confident that that will happen very, very soon, because really you can't move from being the first ones to being the last ones. So I would encourage the people, the colleagues here in Liechtenstein, to get on with things and to open up the opportunities that MiCA provide, including passporting throughout the European Union, to make that available to the companies that are licensed here. So we are 10 months into MiCA application, and to those of you who hope that I would be talking about a MiCA 2, let me disappoint you. I am not going to talk about a MiCA 2. Why not? Why should we have a MiCA 2? Should we have a MiCA 2 to relitigate MiCA 1, to deconstruct what we've built, to go after the past debate? Or should we have a MiCA 2 to fill in the missing gaps, what we haven't done yet, what isn't working? I don't know. MiCA is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Wherever I go all over the world, people come and talk to me about defects in MiCA. And I always have to say, I know, I've heard this before, I know very well where the defects of MiCA sit. But despite the fact that it has defects, it is much better than having no MiCA at all. And perfection is not of this world. It is the result of a political compromise between different perspectives on crypto assets and blockchains. And I believe that MiCA, the way it currently is, and DORA, by the way, the Digital Operational Resilience Act, are as good as it gets when it comes to policy making and regulation. And it is pretty good, because to date, and I'm going to touch wood because I'm superstitious, Europe has been spared of major crypto excesses and major crypto hacks. Now, that may have something to do with the fact that Europeans, by and large, are much more level-headed than people in the Americas and that people in Asia. That may have something to do with it. But also because we have more robust policy and regulatory frameworks. And I like to believe, maybe I'm kidding myself, but I like to believe that our policy and regulatory frameworks contribute to this stability, to preventing these excesses. That said, MiCA is not complete. It doesn't cover everything. It, for example, does not cover crypto lending. It does not really cover NFTs, although I can have a very lengthy discussion as to how NFTs are mostly covered and rather than not covered. MiCA does not cover staking, although it covers staking in a way, but that's a very technical discussion, which I'm happy to bore you on at some other time. And MiCA does not cover decentralized finance. But is this a problem? What is the problem with these issues? Is there a problem with crypto lending? Is there a problem with NFTs? Is there a problem with staking? Is there a problem with DeFi that merits regulatory intervention, that commands regulatory intervention? I am not convinced, or I am not convinced at this stage. And that's why we are not working on a MiCA 2, despite the fact that some people want a MiCA 2, because those that are shouting the loudest for a MiCA 2 actually want to reopen the negotiations, want to reopen MiCA, not to move forward, but to move backward. And all of us who wish the blockchain ecosystem the very best should not provide those that want to deconstruct MiCA the opportunity to do so. And maybe we should also provide the rest of the world an opportunity to catch up. We see big movements in the Middle East, in Asia, in the United States. I was there last week. They are very, very self-congratulatory about their ability to adopt a stablecoin bill, which I think is a very big achievement. But the stablecoin bill they've adopted in the United States, genius, big ceremonies, big celebrations, everything, is just one title of MiCA. It's actually almost a carbon copy of MiCA Title IV for the technicians. MiCA is much, much broader. So we need to let the rest of the world to catch up a bit. But that does not mean that we in Europe should be complacent. It's not because we are ahead in developing the regulatory framework that we can rest and just take a break. So what is really next for us? How are we going to work on our strategic autonomy and our competitiveness in Europe? I believe and many at the European Commission believe, although you wouldn't necessarily say so, that blockchain is truly, and distributed ledgers are truly transformational technology. I refuse to believe that stablecoins are it, that they are the killer application, the destiny of blockchain, the final frontier, that all of this blockchain puha is all about creating stablecoins. There are people who believe that, but I just do not believe that. I also refuse to believe that distributed ledger technology is all about Bitcoin or ETH or Solana or Cardano or any of the altcoins. These things are important, they're fascinating, but they are, in the global world, just currently about 3.7 to 4 trillion US dollars. Now that's a lot of money, but still, 3 to 4 trillion US dollars pales in comparison to the size of, for example, what people call real-world assets, financial assets, property, intellectual property, so real property, real estate, intellectual property, all financial assets, equity, bonds, derivatives, funds. If you add all of those together, you're not going to talk about 3 or 4 trillion dollars, but you're talking about dozens of trillions of dollars. I don't know what, it would be a humongous number. And most of those assets are currently locked up in paperwork and in centralized systems that complicate the movement and the transaction of these assets, because these systems in which these assets are documented and held in can't communicate with each other, and transacting between them is incredibly, incredibly burdensome. Now, this provides huge opportunities for companies that specialize in exploiting inefficiency. It also provides huge opportunities for lawyers who love to go on about writing long documents about how to safeguard yourself in these complications. But society at large loses out from this inefficiency. So, what I believe we should be doing is to seize the opportunity that's ahead of us, which is we are at the cusp of seeing a re-platformization of our financial and transactional infrastructure through blockchains and through distributed ledgers. And that is what really is cooking in the global policy community, and Europe cannot miss out. Because if Europe does miss out on this, we are at risk of becoming what I call a flyover zone between, on the one hand, the United States, where they are really working on replatforming financial market infrastructures, and the Middle East and Asia, where a similar movement is abound. Now, what is required to seize the opportunity of this replatforming based on distributed ledgers of financial infrastructures, financial assets? A number of things are required, and most of them are not in the hands of the European Commission at all, so we can't do much about it, but we are watching whether the conditions are being fulfilled. And I have, and I don't want to go too much over time, but there are 5 essential conditions that have to be met before we can see this replatformization of the transactional economy. First, the buy and the sell side have to be ready for it. They have to want to have tokenized assets. A couple of years ago, they did not want this. They said blockchain is not for us, but now it is the #1 topic I am solicited on. Everyone wants to move in tokenization, both on the buy side and the sell side, and the sell side will act if the buy side is interested. Secondly, financial market infrastructures need to be blockchain enabled. They need to be open to blockchain. They need to be open to permissionless chains in particular in order to facilitate this. And they need to be open for, I would say, resilience, but also for reach. To avoid friction, we need financial market infrastructures to build on distributed ledgers. The third is a very technical issue, but tokenized assets, tokenized financial assets, need to be recognized as collateral in financial investment, because an investor is not interested in buying an asset if he or she cannot use that asset as collateral for something else. That is how finance works. Why do people buy bonds? Well, maybe to have a little bit of interest, a little bit of yield, but also to use those bonds as collateral for other activity. Why do people buy real estate? To use it as collateral for other things, and so on. So tokenized assets have to be recognized as collateral, and this is not currently the case yet. Fourth, capital standards for banks. Banks, financial institutions that have exposures to tokenized assets cannot be punished through the capital requirements they are subject to for holding tokenized assets, because otherwise it's going to become prohibitively expensive for banks to be in the tokenized space. And finally, and extremely, extremely important, for the tokenized economy to develop, we need to have cash on ledger. Cash on ledger is essential to settle transactions. And I'm not talking about just a few 100 billion stable coins. Currently we have about 290 billion stable coins around. It's not insignificant, but it's by no stretch of the imagination sufficient to meet the liquidity needs of a token-based economy. We will need vast amounts of cash on ledger. The amounts have to be so big that no private issuers can actually provide that liquidity. No group of banks can provide that liquidity. Only central banks have the elasticity that is necessary to meet the needs of a tokenized economy. So cash on ledger is essential. Then there's also something that could be helpful, and that's where the European Commission might have some influence, and that is that we need to have a supportive regulatory framework that helps, that is adapted to the DLT environment, to the tokenized environment, and that's why we are working on our DLT pilot regime 2.0. We have one which isn't really working very well because it's too constrained, too conservative, and we're working on a proposal which my colleagues are going to kill me if they heard me saying so. I want to put rocket fuel into the DLT pilot regime so that we can really launch something big. It's not because I want to put rocket fuel into it that there will be rocket fuel into it. I'm doing my best. But I have political authorities who do not believe that it's good to play around with rocket fuel. And then there are two nice-to-haves. It would be nice if we or member states could adapt their civil and their property law and adapt it to the DLT environment. Whether it will happen in my lifetime, I don't know. And it would also be nice if tax policies and tax regimes would be adapted to the tokenized environment. I believe that in order to keep one's mental well-being, one is always best advised to stay away from tax policy and tax regulation. Therefore, I always stay away from tax policy. And so I am going to do absolutely nothing to help tax policy along for the digital age. So, after we have acted on tokenizing, on the tokenized economy, not the MiCA territory, but everything else, the tokenization of everything, I think it will be time to revisit MiCA. Hopefully that will be in a few years' time only. And then we can look at MiCA and see, does it still need updating? What are the lessons learned from MiCA, but also how other nations have dealt with it? And have they improved on it? Is there something we can copy from it? So that's where I would like to leave it at. We are not working on a MiCA 2. We are very much focused on the tokenization of everything else because it is essential, absolutely foundationally essential for the competitiveness and the autonomy of the European region and to avoid that we become a flyover zone. Because I do not want Europe to become a blockchain or distributed ledger technology flyover zone. Before I conclude, one last mention. although we're not working on a MiCA 2, there is a very big debate in the European Union about who should supervise crypto asset service providers. And there is momentum as part of the Capital Markets Union debate, or the Savings and Investment Union debate, to propose a number of operators to be put directly under the supervision of the European supervisory authorities. In this case, ESMA in Paris. And it is likely, although not yet decided, but likely that there will be a proposal pretty soon from the Commission that crypto asset service providers should also be considered for direct supervision at the European level. This will be a very big debate because some member states are very, very, very much in favor of this, and some member states are very, 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 very much against this. I have no idea where it will end up. It may be towards European supervision, it may stay where things are, but there will be a very big debate on the merits of centralized supervision. And global markets, European markets, would be more uniform if there would be centralized supervision. Whether they would be more innovative with centralized supervision, that remains to be seen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter Kirstens. Yes, we want to put rocket fuel into the token economy, especially in Europe. And for our next conversation, we will be talking about security tokens 2.0. When we think of securities, we think of bonds, stocks, real estate. How do we bring that to the digital age? With that conversation, I'll introduce you to Mauro Castigliani. He is of CM Ventures.
Hello, everyone. Happy to kick it off with Securities 2.0 and my team here on the stage. We make it fast, go in really fast. So we start with a short introduction and already go in the topic. What do you understand under the topic of Securities 2.0? What does it mean to you? Why do we even speak about it 2.0? Eftimia, you can start.
Sure. So first, let me introduce myself. So I'm Eftimia Kefalea. I'm working for Eurex Clearing. That's a clearinghouse, a central counterparty for Eurex Exchange. And I'm responsible there for derivatives clearing development. That includes also topics like what we are discussing today, innovation in the digital space. So what does it mean, securities 2.0? For us, it means, first of all, we have to rethink everything. We have to rethink everything around securities. So how securities are issued, are held, are settling in a system where we can integrate new technology like DLT, but always within a regulatory framework. And what is the challenge there is that we as a CCP, we are always looking at keeping the market safety and integrity and always being in a regulatory, very strict environment. So there we need to somehow integrate the new technology with the existing or developing a regulatory framework, because we need to ensure that innovation like tokenization can always coexist and can be embedded into the existing risk framework, but also the post-trading processes, and that's not so easy. So the key difference here, or let's say the main difference, is that we have a potential for more integrative workflows, and one thing is for sure, that the core principles like market safety, like legal certainty, and also systemic stability, these remain unchanged no matter what type of technology we are engaging with. And at Eurex, we think we are in the forefront of innovation, because we recently launched also a DLT facilitated service for collateral mobilization. So we have clients that use DLT to post collateral to the CCP already every day, and we have a full pipeline. So we are onboarding more and more clearing members.
Amazing. Dotun, go on.
Excellent, thank you. Great to meet you all. So Dotun Romini, I am the former Director of Emerging Technology and Head of Digital Assets Technology at the London Stock Exchange Group, which I suppose is a company that probably needs no introduction. As of August, I since transitioned to join Assetera, a regulated Austrian broker focusing on distribution of digital securities, and I'm sort of leading as CTO and CPO. In terms of Securities 2.0, I believe blockchain technology, being such a transformative technology, has a lot of potential to bring value to the capital market space. There are a lot of challenges, as has been mentioned, with respect to navigating the evolution of regulation to ensure that the value of the technology can be realized in that respect. But I think we're on the cusp of sort of that sort of wave of transition. I think there's a lot of tokenization happening in this space, and I think there's more to come in terms of sort of services that need to be scaled for this to really drive an adoption into the market.
Perfect, thank you very much. Armin?
Thank you very much. My name is Armin Schmid. I'm the CEO of Bitcoin Swiss Europe, here based in Liechtenstein, just about 300 meters away from here. We are in the process to apply for a MiCAR, a CASP license here in Liechtenstein. So we are getting there, not there yet, but definitely the space is open, and I'm very happy to be here on this panel. Thanks a lot for all the good introductions already. I keep it actually quite simple and quite short. For me, Securities 2.0 is simply related to digitally native. So we shouldn't really talk about somehow the inter-discussion between something else from the past. It has to be something totally new. It has to be trustless, definitely. And from my perspective, the code is the law. And everything has to be built around this. Why do we have to somehow link to existing old infrastructure? Let's make it new. Let's make sure that we have the trust delivered. And as I mentioned, the code is the law.
Thank you very much. Already very interesting statements, a little bit different perspectives. And Eftimi, I would like to start with you with the second question. You are from a Eurex central counterparty. Armin mentioned trustless, decentralized always comes in a lot. How do you see that? What are the main building blocks to enable a good and regulated and proper environment Securities 2.0 style? Will we lose central counterparties? Will all be decentralized? Where will we end that?
Well, I can share some experiences that we saw in the last, let's say, couple of years that we are really active in that space. I can tell you that the market goes where the CCP goes, at least in the institutional space. Why is that? Because CCPs can guarantee really certainty. And what we found out during our participation in the ECB exploratory work for, the wholesale digital currency project that they have. So what we did there, and we proved to the industry and the regulators being in the room, was that at the CCP level, you can seamlessly migrate flows from both traditional but also, the DLT space. And we could do that by applying the same risk management framework and by giving also regulatory compliance and legal certainty to our clients. So you can imagine that that's, let's say, the key and the door opener for the institutional space to come and join us. So, I mean, in this DLT service that we recently launched, the service existed since years, but it's now the momentum that people just join and want to be part of this ecosystem because there is the security of a CCP in that. So we need regulatory clarity in Europe. Further on, the DLT pilot regime and MiCAR, they don't even mention the word CCPs there. So there needs to be some new regulation that gives regulatory clarity to the institutional space. And we need to come up with solutions that solve existing problems. Because in a bank, getting IT budget just to build a new system, just to have a new one, that's almost impossible. We all know that. So you have to bring value and solve a problem if you want to succeed there. Yeah. And we believe the collateral space is an area where there is a lot of, let's say, potential by using this new type of technologies.
So I'd like to open a little bit the discussion here, that we not just end up with statements. So, but Dr. Armin, how do you see that? What's your view on that?
Yeah, no. So certainly, I think our purview is very much looking at wholesale markets as well as sort of the more retail and sort of non-wholesale space. I think generally, when it comes to wholesale markets, there's a lot of incumbency. Large institutions are the ones dominating these spaces. very systemically important market. It has to be slow moving, right? They sort of big tech ethos of move fast and break things really doesn't work within this sort of ecosystem, and therefore there is a need for slow, methodical progress, really taking into consideration risks in every facet, both structural and market. But I think when we move out of that space, I think this is where we're seeing at least the sort of grassroots of a lot more innovation. We are engaging with parties that are tokenizing all sorts of interesting asset classes on the alternative side, from reinsurance products to even cattle. We've had conversations with projects that are looking at this. And certainly I think Mia's comments around sort of the value of collateralization is an interesting one. So certainly within the wholesale space, whereby expanding collateral mobility and collateral efficiency is very, very valuable for a lot of these large institutions. Even outside of the wholesale markets, there is an opportunity and a real need and a sort of demand for scaling the opportunities to provide collateralization for maybe alternative assets. If we look at, for example, some of the work that BlackRock did with the Build Fund, they took a traditional instrument and effectively introduced that to the sort of new crypto and Web3 market. Why is that valuable? This is a space generally where assets that are traded are largely very volatile. It's useful to have safe harbor instruments where you can effectively back out your investments into to be able to hedge and manage your risk. Generally, that's done with stable coins, of which obviously many are unregulated in various jurisdictions, and there isn't a lot of trust, and there's a lot of risk attached to some of these issues. We saw obviously the failure of Terra Luna a couple of years ago. And so this is where I think assets like money market funds, which not only can provide sort of safety in providing a very stable safe harbor instrument, but actually provide an intrinsic yield, can be very, very interesting for sort of these new markets. And certainly we're seeing demand for other more traditional assets coming into this new space.
Interesting. And Armin, in your direction there, with Bitcoin Swiss being more focused on the end client, so therefore we now have two really big institutional views here. How do you see that? Will, at the end, everything change but still be the same, that the big institutionals have the power, or will we end up in this securities 2.0 direction in, yes, I will buy my securities via Kraken, Bybit or whatever, and retail will win the game and institutionals will lose a lot. How do you see that?
Yeah, look, Bitcoin Swiss is obviously a company which is very much working with institutionals already today. Retail is not really our DNA anymore.
But still the end client more than the big banks.
Yes, but I think a lot has been already shared. So what I definitely want to add is the usability and the user experience. I can give you an analogy. I used to work for eBay, and a couple of years ago, Steve Jobs came up with a nice device called iPhone, and we then really had the challenge to slim down the online experience to a mobile device, which was actually quite much, a lot smaller than the one you have today. And we had about the opportunity to use about 5% of the functionality, and it worked. And this was somehow the building block for also then redefining somehow the online experience. And the same goes exactly into this direction, because I think we just have to make the usability, together with all the ingredients we have talked about, in a much simpler way. So the users from the end customer's perspective, they don't really have to do a PhD to get this used afterwards. And therefore, I'm a big fan actually of simplicity and usability in this case as well, which is not yet the case.
Mm-hmm. An additional question, Dotun, in your direction, because you moved on from the big institutional entity to now something more agile, more modern. How do you see the traditional market participants in this environment? We have exchanges out there like Bybit, Kraken, OKX, and all of them. They made billions with crypto. They have unlimited pockets, and they now applied for MiCA licenses. They apply for MiFID license. They could even build CCPs or whatever. How do you see that? Will the market change, or what will happen there?
Yeah, no, I think some of the trends we're certainly observing is one of, as you mentioned, a lot of the larger, more established and more mature players within the sort of crypto and Web3 space are looking for opportunities to grow their businesses, looking for opportunities to expand into new products. And certainly tokenization and digital security seems to be sort of the big frontier that a lot of these sort of organizations are targeting. There's a lot of activity in the space with respect to, obviously, consolidation around tokenization platforms, products and services. We're seeing, again, a sort of widespread of different types of asset classes that are exploring tokenization and the various value propositions with respect to that. I mean, my position on this has always been, when you look at the value of tokenization, you really need to sort of take a step back and understand who are you actually competing with. We see a lot of players in this space that sort of position themselves vis-a-vis, let's say, other tokenizing platforms, when actually the reality is when you're digitizing traditional assets, you're really competing with the status quo. And my philosophy with that has always been, within the world of the status quo, if you're issuing an asset, providing dealing services, distribution through OTC, brokering, whatever those services are, there is no technology impediment to be able to build that business. Whereas within this new world, we've sort of brought in the contrivances of digital custody and sort of platform onboarding and all of these other considerations that now need to be brought into the fore. So we're sort of in this space now where there is this transition of assets are being digitized, and then sort of most players are sort of hitting this question of, and what now? What's next? How do we make this really valuable and interesting? How do we scale utility consumption for these assets and therefore increase the value vis-a-vis their traditional counterparts? And so for me, it's all about differentiation. How do we make these assets more accessible? How do we scale new markets for existing instruments? How do we provide new business propositions with respect to sort of more traditional asset models? And certainly that's where I think a lot of the exploration is going. But more importantly, there is this promise of, if we tokenize, we'll scale and build liquidity. Well, in my perspective, you need to get assets out there into the hands of investors before you can even talk about secondary liquidity. So distribution is the big frontier that we're sort of seeing. We're having conversations, it's resonating well, and that's really where we're sort of positioning our flag as a key proposition in terms of driving that value and growth of adoption of these technologies into the market.
A very good point, and FTME in that direction, especially directed to you and the company you work for. Is it really a benefit to tokenize existing systems? It works. I can perfectly trade via Eurex, get everything out of it, even in traditional exchanges, even if it's +2. I do not care. I can sell it 10 minutes later. It's just a problem for the banks or not, but it works. Isn't it just risk we bring in here? Why should we tokenize things that are already tradable and have liquidity?
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We have a very well-organized and efficient ecosystem. So we are clearing more than 200 billion in average every day, euros. So why do we need tokenization? But there is indeed inefficiencies in that space as well, because imagine that everyone keeps its assets, may be digital or traditional assets, somewhere else. There are the CSDs, the central security depositories, the ICSDs, there are the global custodians, banks, everywhere. And you cannot have, as a CCP, a connection to everywhere. You have to, you have also regulatory requirements where you can connect to and so on. And your clients are distributed all over the space. So you have a huge fragmentation in terms of custody. And then you have to start, moving assets from one custody place to the other. This is very inefficient. It costs money. You have sometimes also settlement, let's say, failures. You cannot deliver, you get fines, penalties, and so on. So it's a big story and very inefficient. And if you tokenize things and you just bring everyone on the same ledger, under the same framework, then you can just leave the assets where they are. That's what we are also doing in the space of collateral. You just leave the assets where they are. You keep your custody relationship with your bank, your custodian, and so on. And nevertheless, you can post those assets to an exchange, to a CCP, and so on, for delivering your obligations. So we think it's a very efficient way. And that's why we believe there is also space and room for that. And to your point earlier, around new entrants, what we see in the market currently is everyone is building its own silo. So we have these fintechs, the new entrants, they're building their own silo. But they don't talk to each other. So what this new type of technology promises to enable interoperability, everything is compliant and so on, but that's not what we see currently. So that's what we miss. So we believe the journey is going to be more in the direction of convergence. So there will be consolidation, there will be consolidation, and the ones that are going to survive are the ones that will make it to get their foot in the institutional space, because that's where the big business is,
Very interesting, especially the last quotes you brought in, because that would have exactly been the point I would have pointed to Armin. How do you see that? Because every bigger institutional group that is now working on it works on their own chain. SWIFT announced 3 weeks ago at Cybos, we built our SWIFT 2.0 on Ethereum copy. The next one comes, yes, we build our own Ethereum copy that is not connected with each other. do you see that as a problem, or how do you see that developing, especially with the deep knowledge you have on the blockchain side?
Well, that's indeed one of the big issues we have currently in the space, because you just work in your isolation and you don't really work on interoperability. And I think Securities 2.0 is definitely also something about interoperability between the systems. This is, for me, not there yet, and the question is, what kind of technology is going to be the winning one going forward? So let's see, a couple of years ahead of now, we will see who is going to be the winning ecosystem. But I think it is key that the interoperability works.
If I may jump into that point, actually. So, I mean, again, coming back to the distribution points, for us, we see this as sort of a major challenge right now for a lot of players. And certainly one of the big challenges for distribution is exactly this point around you have assets that are deployed to a wide variety of different protocols, many of whom leveraging different token standards, but it's not just about token standards. We think about, these assets ultimately, they're not bearer instruments, they are securities. So we also need to think about lifecycle events, such as coupon and dividend payment, such as redemptions. And so there's a whole host of problems where you're seeing lots and lots of variations in different aspects of the market around how these things are coming together. We have cash legs in terms of stable coins and a variety of different chains, lots of engagements and sort of activities in the CBDC space with no real alignment or conversations happening around how do we bring these into sort of common infrastructure fabric. So I think these are questions that certainly need to be answered. My philosophy on this is really one of what we need are sort of coordination standards to really bring a lot of these ecosystems and technologies together. There are solutions out there that can try to provide sort of base level and fairly granular interoperability between different technologies, but I think it's at the activity level that focus needs to come together. And I see the analogy of that very, very similar to what we've seen in the sort of evolution of the traditional space with respect to sort of trade execution, lifecycle management. FIX sort of emerged as a coordination standard around how can we have a common way of interacting between brokers and member firms and exchanges. And certainly we see sort of similar in the sort of pre-trade and post-trade space with ISO 222. And I think DLT needs something very similar that basically sort of casts across the entire web, that runs cross-chain, cross-asset, and is very much activity and asset-focused as opposed to technology-focused.
Very, very good points. And also in that direction, also, the question is like, it will build, it will take time, but therefore, what will be there first? Will there be asset classes that are not available on Eurex and other central counterparts today, or how do you see that? Will it be existing things, or will it be things that need liquidity, do not have it now? What do you see there as really working first and in a scale?
Yeah. So certainly, during my time at the LSEG, we spent a lot of time looking at opportunities in, let's say, again, the sort of wholesale space where sort of LSEG's bread and butter and where we play. And I think what was very clear is whilst there are opportunities on the post-trade side around solving for various sort of structural inefficiencies with the technology, it is very much around the edges because there's a lot of incumbent technology that is, as we've already discussed, fairly efficient. Where we saw the most opportunity was certainly on the private market side. Okay. It's a space that's very fragmented. There's moderate to no liquidity for many of these assets, and the market itself is sort of inherently fragmented. There's no sort of structural normalization around how assets are formed and issued. And so it creates a really interesting opportunity for one to come in and sort of scale services to bring ultimately a technology that's very good at establishing assets discreetly where they can have their own sort of structural uniqueness, but at the same time interact commonly through things like token standards. So certainly that's where we've seen a lot of growth and development.
Oh, amazing.
And from our perspective, I mean, this new type of technology, distributed ledger technology, still needs to prove itself, right? So it's not a one-tool-fits-all technology. We all know it's a slow database, so I would never engage with this type of technology, for example, if I'm a high-frequency trader. Yeah, it doesn't fit. Yeah, so you cannot just say that's the solution to all our problems. There are very good use cases where we are already applying and we are continuing to apply those things. So, I mean, I don't know, I don't need, let's say, DLT for instant settlement. I have it today. So there are very good use cases, but I just don't want to overpromise here that, you know, in 5 or 10 years, everything is going to run on DLT and there is no traditional infrastructure anymore. I believe that's more of a transition. So it's a journey that collectively us as a financial industry are already into. So it's a transition phase, and I believe that we will live for a long period of time in a hybrid world where both ecosystems are going to work together. And the more the time passes, the more that two ecosystems come together until we find an equilibrium.
Exactly. Yeah. And to now end the panel, because we're running out of time, I would like to have from every one of you a last quote. Where do you see Securities 2.0 in 10 years? Armin, you can start.
Look, in the end, we have talked about interoperability. Let's build an existing law. Let's build an existing infrastructure. I think it can't really just done new. I think that's one, too. It has to be, and I think that's for me the most important one, digital native. Stop talking about digital twin. Why do we need a digital twin? We need digital native things from end to end. Be it the EID that you know, KYC is somehow there, the auditability is there. You also have somehow compliance built in as well. So an end-to-end experience from a digital native perspective is for me the most important element, building on existing building blocks.
Thank you. Dr.
Absolutely agree with Owen's point. I think we've certainly seen in the market a lot of evolution of tokenizing assets through derivative structures. And so I think sort of getting to that place of being able to natively digitize securities on chain is going to be vital. In some cases, that will require regulatory and policy change and amendments to facilitate that evolution, but I think it's coming. And I think beyond that, just being able to scale services in a fairly ubiquitous way to solve for digitizing and managing those assets on chain, providing access ubiquitously, and scaling services and driving innovation. I think that's really going to be a sort of focal point of evolution.
Perfect. Thank you, Maria. Eftimia, the last word to you.
I fully agree with everyone here. So why do we need digital twins? Yeah, I fully agree. But in order to go to let's say, pure native, digital native space, we need also others to come with us. It's first of all regulators. Yeah, we need to educate the regulators. That's not something that one institution can do standalone. That's a collective industry duty to educate regulators and get them where they need to be, first of all. And then secondly, we need also tools like, central banks accepting those types of assets. We're not there yet. So this is all the things that I need as an institutional player here and an FMI in a traditional financial ecosystem, yeah, to be able to offer what I offer today also in the future.
Perfect.
So, but I'm optimistic we'll get there.
That's definitely a great last statement. Thank you very much. Thank you to the audience. We close the panel and I hand over to Christine. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mauro. Exciting conversation on Securities 2.0. A lot of fragmentation, still kind of the same challenges I was hearing back in 2017, but there has to be a lot of regulatory challenges ahead that need to be overcome and a lot of potential with the global liquidity that could be unlocked with the transparency, democratic access with security tokens. All right. Our next conversation will focus on stablecoins, which has a market cap today of about 317 billion. Yes, 300 billion in market cap. And so the potential here to unlock value in, most of that is in US dollars, but other currencies like the Swiss franc, frankly, and the euro, there's so much opportunity in there, and we have a discussion on that with our next panelists that we're excited to dive into. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to our panel's moderator, Ben Rausch of Jelly Labs AG. This is stablecoins to real-time payments.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, everybody, for staying here. We have a great panel today. I think it's a topic that everybody's talking about. It's probably one of the hottest topics of this cycle. It's stablecoins, and I have a great panelist with me with a wide variety of knowledge from layer one to stablecoin issuers. And we're going to talk a little bit about what's up with stablecoins, what's going on, what to expect, and what's the big thing. We actually have a fifth seat there, but the person should be joining in virtually. I'm not sure if this is going to work. Maybe the people tell me. If not, then we do it the way it's intended. But with that said, there we go. Ben is there as well. Can you hear us, Ben?
But we can't hear you.
we see the mouth moving, but...
Yeah, I think you can hear me.
We can hear you now. Yes. Perfect, perfect. Cool. Okay, guys, we have around 25 minutes, so I think without any further ado, let's get it rolling and start with a round of introductions. So guys, Luis, maybe you kick it off and tell a little bit about yourself and what you're doing.
All right. So yeah, first of all, happy to be back in Liechtenstein. I was living here, did my bachelor's back in the days. Now I'm with Allunity. We are the first BaFin-regulated euro stablecoin in Europe. So we just started two and a half months ago with a euro stablecoin, but more or less the long-term goal of Allunity is to build more or less a payment network out of Europe, and more or less the global SEPA instant. What I mean by that is you have a euro stable, or like you have SEPA in Europe, which is working well. But the euro is not globally accessible, and that's what we want to achieve with our euro stablecoin, that you can use the euros for payments and settlement globally.
Nice. Hi, everyone. I'm Johannes. I am the managing director of the Frankencoin Association. Frankencoin is the largest Swiss franc stablecoin, and one of the only ones is another one, based here in Liechtenstein. And basically, what we believe is that the Swiss franc has this very, very big role as a store of value in traditional markets, and it should also play this role in DeFi, and that's really what we're building for. We've built a fully decentralized stablecoin. It's super liquid. It's integrated across many places in crypto, and it's just here to stay and to be this alternative. For people who maybe want to be less volatility in Bitcoin and don't trust the dollar as much. That's where Frankencoin comes in.
Thank you, Hannes. Good morning, all. My name is Miloš Winter-Bogdanović. I'm CEO and Head of Compliance of the Moon Technology, which is a Paymonade branded business based out of Liechtenstein. We are a standard exchange service provider focusing on on-off ramp. Back to you, Ben.
Hello, everyone. Here's Ben. I'm from BNB Chain. It's one of the leading layer 1 blockchain networks where we provide a broad coverage of stablecoins for our retail users and institutional user base. I'm mostly involved in the RWA space, but I also have some touching points with the stablecoins, given that most of those are kind of like RWA based anyway. I'm glad to join the conversation.
Thank you guys for the intro. I think let's kick it off with the first question. For me, it's a very interesting one because stablecoins are so big now that you easily lose sight of the sheer amount of stablecoins there are. So my question would be, what are stablecoins and how do they differ between each other? Because there's so many, and they're the good and the bad ones, I would say. So maybe you can enlighten myself and the audience a bit about that. Maybe Luis, you kick it off.
I mean, the main thing is that there are different stablecoins for different use cases. As you guys building more or less a decentralized stablecoin, there are different use cases than, for example, for us, we are fully fiat-backed stablecoin. So our stablecoin is always 101. So €1 in the bank, in the reserve account is €1 on the blockchain. And so we are fully regulated and can be more or less seen as a bank rate stablecoin that can be used by financial institutions for all kind of fully regulated business. So when tokenized or assets getting tokenized, you use us as we are fully regulated, and you have the security also from the risk side of things, and also like for corporate payments where you need a reliant stablecoin, which is more or less backed in the same currency as you would pay also in for example, in Europe, we are SEPA. It's nice if you have the same currency, also like on a global scale, so you can send it around the world and pay in euro globally.
Now, let me actually, get back to that, because this point you just said, that you need the fully regulated stablecoin, you need a stablecoin that is compliant, right, with all the rules and regulations, which are two different things. So the Frankencoin is fully compliant with all the rules and regulations. However, it's not a regulated stablecoin, it doesn't have a license.
Exactly.
But it can still be used by any of the players because it is fully compliant.
If they accept it, yes.
Yeah, but that is not a prerequisite, is it? It's more I'm not sure how I put that. Something, where I think it's a maybe a stamp of trust, you could say, where if you come from the old world and you basically want to have your euro on a bank account, so you trust the bank in the end, but then you want to use this new technology. That's where that comes in. I see it a bit differently as an issuer, or not, we're not an issuer, right? As someone who's working on a decentralized project, which is kind of the other side of the spectrum, from especially, you guys are probably the most regulated ones because you are both MiCA and BaFin regulated.
Yeah, as I said, like I think it's trust in the end, and definition of trust is different, exactly. Especially in the crypto world. I mean, yes, on DeFi protocols, you want to use also a DeFi stablecoin and not a fully regulated Euro stablecoin. So for us, it's also, we don't really focus on the crypto side of things. We focus really that you have a payment method in the real world.
Milos, as an on and off ramp provider,
well, for
what
us,
is your take on that?
It depends really what's behind, what it's backed by, and in our business model, we primarily handle basically fiat-backed stablecoins that are regulated, and there are various reasons for that. Basically, they're regulated reserve structures, attestations, redemption mechanisms, right? To just make it operationally reliable and acceptable under MiCA going forward, what we are aiming for. And just to maybe add something to your point, I mean, what we see that partly collateralize one or algorithmic stable coins, they are innovative for sure, no dispute about that. But from our perspective, from compliance and client risk perspective, we basically just kind of like, they're not there to offer standards that our payment partners and regulators would accept.
But isn't that a kind of a self-referencing argument? You're not using it because the regulators don't understand, don't accept it, the regulators don't accept it, don't understand it because it's not a standard. So you're not using it because it's not a standard, but the standard is not made, you know what I mean? So it wouldn't like, what would need to happen for this to work? Because the difference is with decentralized stablecoins, you know, you said they're not there yet from the operational perspective. You know, agree liquidity, backing, but this is something, it's an engineering problem, right? Like, so what backing would you need, or what kind of reserve requirements would you need for it to be accepted? And I just discount the argument of because the regulator doesn't accept it, the regulator doesn't understand, is not an argument for me. I'm just, you know, I'm like shooting on both sides because you're kind of relying on a non-argument. It's this self, chicken and egg. Like, oh no, our existing partners don't like it because they don't understand it. Well, that's not an argument. That's like, okay, but then what needs to happen for it to work? How do you
for the business model we run, it needs to be absolutely EU regulated, and that's.
But it's the same fucking argument.
But
again.
it is. But that is what we can. I mean, that is what I can tell you. It's not basically what I wish for, because what I wish for is not relevant. It's more about what we can, in which environment we can operate.
I think what's clear, and what I hear is there's always this decentralized, centralized argument, and especially when it comes to stablecoins. Obviously, we've seen a big move towards centralization with like some big issuers, and all Unities is joining the game there. And I mean, I'm building DeFi protocols, so I know the pain. But it is what it is. I think stablecoins have different roles within crypto, and I think there's a place for each of them to a certain extent. I think maybe we use this moment to segue a little bit into one of the topics of this panel is like real-time payments. Sure. And look a little bit into this and see where the value of stablecoin comes in, and then maybe even ask the question if only stablecoins are suited for that, because there are other things that can be used for payments. I mean, Bitcoin some people say was intended as a payment system, but there are also things like tokenized treasuries or money market funds that could be used for that. So what's your opinion on this? And maybe we start with the virtual seat because he has been quiet for quite some time. Ben, what was your take on that?
So I can speak for the infrastructure part, right? And the infrastructure part both has advantages and disadvantages when it comes to this. We don't control the stablecoins, which is also part of why we don't control them. We cannot stop them. So there is a big adoption of stablecoins. We have at the moment about 14 billion of stablecoins issued on BNB chain. And when I say BNB chain, I mean the BSC layer 1. We also have a layer 2 and a decentralized data storage solution. There's also been a recent announcement by our venture capital arm, Easy Labs, which invested into Better Payment Network to enable basically cross-border payments easier. What's our concern and what's most important to us is that everybody has the best payment infrastructure that they desire, right? that goes both for really, really highly regulated and let's say countries with the best traditional finance infrastructure, but also those that don't have this best rails implemented yet. So for example, with Better Payment Network, we just got now really good coverage over the Mexican peso, also in Nigeria and so on, also MiCA regulated Euro stablecoin, Euro I. And yeah, I mean, at the moment, there's still big dominance of USDT and USDC on BNB chain, but a recently new stablecoin got introduced, USD1, issued by World Liberty Financial, which we're kind of adopting more and more, I would say. So yeah, infrastructure-wise, for us, it's just important that the infrastructure runs, that everybody can use it, and that everybody has access to those type of payment type of solutions, right, with the use of stablecoins. If you ask me personally, you know, stablecoin, probably the #1 stablecoin is Bitcoin at the end of the day. But for day-to-day usage, fiat stablecoins or really, really high quality stablecoins are really, really something that the people are used to. Yeah, we've seen adoption, you know, from the bottom up for the past 10 years. I believe the past 1 year, maybe 2 years, we see now the disruption from top down, where the institutions are becoming increasingly interested in this. And right now we're living in a moment where we see those two worlds kind of like coming to a common consensus. What exactly this consensus is going to look like in 1 year or 2 years from now, we probably don't know yet, but I believe we're at this moment right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I mean, I can totally agree regarding this thing about infrastructure. So in the end, and that's also regarding the question, yes, there are different kind of assets you can use for payments, as there are also like different infrastructure you can build on payments. What I mean by that is, if you, for example, as we often get asked, yeah, there's the digital euro coming from the ECB, and what is the difference to all Unity Euro? And there we always argue in the direction of there is a total, like the digital euro, it has use cases within Europe. But if you want to have like a global accessible euro, you need to be more or less on all public blockchains, because in the end, on public blockchains, the settlements are happening because you somehow need to connect all different local hubs globally. And that's why, from our perspective, there are now stablecoins. You can use the Euro stablecoin to connect Europe with Latin America, with Australia, etc. And the same has to happen also on their side. So we see, for example, that yeah, we are here in Europe, the Unity Euro, the fully regulated one. You have in the US, you have Circle. And that's like how you also have to build a agnostic system, so that you're also like interoperable with, for example, a DeFi-based stablecoin. And I mean, there are also like tokenized deposits, etc. But if you go into this direction, it's again only owned by banks. So only banks can interact with tokenized deposits. And this was, as you have now in the old world, you have also already like different kind of money. And the same is happening also now in the tokenized world, because in the tokenized world, when assets getting on-chain, the assets are on-chain, but you also have to be aware that the payment side of things, so that you solve the delivery versus payment issue, that the payment structure is also on-chain. And then it's always like, okay, how do I want to pay? If I want to pay with tokenized money market funds, maybe there are use cases, and otherwise there are stable coins.
I mean, I'm a big fan of this money of Lego idea, right? Where, and I can give you a very concrete example of something we've very recently built, where you don't need to worry about that, because you have, you know, on your side you might have your All Unity, you have a, you know, you're an on-ramp, you might not support All Unity Euro, but you might support the Circle Euro, or a URI, or whatever it might be. And you don't need to worry about that, because it's permissionless. You can have liquid markets in between, and as long as you have liquid markets, things just work. And I think the very, very good example is the partnership we recently did with Gnosis and Monerium by indirectly Montbellera, which is an off-ramp in Switzerland, where we were able within weeks to create a user experience in the end for Swiss users that would have direct access from their fiat bank account into Frankencoin, and on the other side to pay with Gnosis Pay, with a Visa card, they could pay anywhere in the world. And it's basically frictionless because it's all abstracted away. You don't have to worry about that. And that works. You know, in the old world, that would have been years and years of work and contracts and negotiations and stuff. But here we could say, okay, so we have, you know, the on-ramp, which goes from Swiss franc into Swiss franc stablecoins. And then we need a liquid market going from this into URE, which on the other side is accepted. And funnily enough, I had this conversation with some interesting people recently from the old world and looked at it and said, well, this is a really complicated process. And I said, yeah, you know why it is complicated in the back end? Because of the old world. Because the hard part is that there's different KYC standards for Switzerland and the EU. Like, the hell, right? So you need to do KYC twice in a sense. There's the visa side of things is super inefficient because, you know, there's different licenses in different countries. Which visa needs to go out, so you cannot actually issue the card in Switzerland, you have to issue it in Europe, and so on. So the whole decentralized part simplifies things and makes it even possible, but the complexity still is in there. So it's, and that's, you know, this is why I'm looking up so much to people like you, you know, building this interface, because it's just you deal with, I don't know, broken tech is probably the proper term for it. And talking, you know, coming back to your question, when you think about real-time payments, real-time payments is non-issue with anything on-chain because you have 10-second settlements if you do it on Ethereum. You have, you know, sub-second settlements in other layer 2s or, you know, things like Solana or whatever. The hard part is always in on-ramping, off-ramping, when the old world comes in. If you would get rid of that, we would not have to have this conversation because you could literally use, you know, if I want to pay with money market funds and you want to get paid in Bitcoin, it's not a problem.
No. Yeah, but this is like also the thing about why you need more or less than regulated stablecoins or trusted.
No, you don't. No,
because
I
in the end,
disagree, because if you make it, so the problem with the regulated stablecoins then is it becomes worse.
I don't think so.
Because then suddenly the regulator has some weird ideas about introducing, oh no, but you have to settle it through, I don't know, you know, T+2 because you also have to do this compliance check there, and you know what I mean?
Yes, but when you, for example, take it, I mean, where are corporates? Corporates are with the old banks. So, and they will never open a wallet infrastructure.
That's where I disagree.
They want to be like with their house banks. Like we're talking to the biggest corporates here in Europe, and they are like, we want to stay, for example, with Deutsche Bank. So now you have to build a bridge and build a stablecoin that can be also used, for example, by a Deutsche Bank.
Do you, or does the, I mean, if looking at the Swiss case.
I love that this conversation is getting a bit heated, and I think it's very interesting to listen to. But we have a few minutes left, and I would use the time to give everybody a final word about the topic.
Yeah.
So limit yourself to, I mean, you see the timer, it's like a minute each. Tell the people a little bit about what stablecoins mean for you, what is happening on your end, because we have such a variety of people from the industry, ranging from centralized stablecoins, decentralized stablecoins, on-ramp, off-ramp, and infrastructure providers. I think it's very interesting for the people to hear more about what to be expected and what the challenges you are facing at the moment. So maybe we do it the other way around. Ben, you wanna start with that?
Yep, definitely, because I can give an insight here maybe from the BNB Chain Foundation side of things, right? So what we differentiate mostly are natively issued stablecoins and bridged stablecoins, basically. So what we want to achieve is to have most of the stablecoins that are used on BNB Chain natively, right? So for example, USD1 is one example of this, and the bridged versions would be, for example, USDT is bridged from other ecosystems. This is from the foundation point of view. But when it comes to adoption point of view, which is more important, I would believe, is that we enable the best, finality, right? Finality of transactions. I believe BNB Chain is one of the best in providing this at the moment. And we want to enable everyone in the world to have access to financial services when it comes to, crypto asset, when it comes to tokenized asset, RWAs, whatever it is, right? And to choose themselves if they want to swap between tokenized gold, fractionalized tokenized gold, or a stable coin, or or whatever crypto asset basically there is, and this ranging from the most regulated to not regulate it that much when it comes to that they can afford it. What I mean by that is
Ben, we need to give the others a little bit of time as well.
Yeah, sorry.
Maybe if you jump to Milos now, because before we close, everybody should have a little bit of a...
Sure, I think from our perspective as an on-off-ramp service provider, basically what we've noticed now with the stable coins in general, that they've become regulated utility, especially with MiCA, that we aim to get granted here in Liechtenstein. Infrastructure has matured, so we also noticed that there's a lot of payment processors, banks, custodians that are willing basically to kind of like more connect rails and embrace stable coins, especially if compliance is guaranteed. And then on the other hand, the clients that are the end users, they're the ones who kind of like see stable coins often as kind of like a more faster settlement tools, if we can call them that, as an alternative to SEPA or whatever, like from the traditional finance you're not a big fan of. So in a nutshell, I think that regulation is never easy to deal with, but it's something that gives a bit of a certainty now in Europe at least, and infrastructure made stablecoins usable, and at the end of the day, like users just turned it into a viable alternative, right?
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, I have 20 seconds. I'll do quick. Actually, what you just said is a very nice sum up, and it's this: do we want to build a new system and make kind of the next generation of financial tech, or do we want to, take our little businesses and try to press them into a broken system? I'm a very much proponent of the first part, and it's what you just said was what is happening. What we see that banks are really kind of embracing this, saying, oh shit, this new stuff is actually more efficient, let's do that. And that stablecoins become something which are ubiquitous, which are integrated everywhere. And that's what the world we're really building for. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, totally agree. In the end, more or less what we have to do now, all as stablecoin issuers and infrastructures, to educate the real world about what infrastructure do you need and how you can integrate it in a way that you have the old world with the new world connected. And that's more or less also our purpose, to build the infrastructure around us, that euro is globally accessible.
I mean, spot landing. I mean, we just did it in time. Ben, also thanks for joining in virtually. Thanks everybody for being on the panel, and thanks everybody for listening.
Thank you,
have a wonderful token summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who knew that stablecoins could be so divisive and full of tension? Okay, we're having a networking break, but please be back at 11:05. Just want to remind folks that if you have a Princely pass, you are a VIP here. You can go to our VIP lounge up there. If you go upstairs, it's all the way to the left. Coffee for everyone. Thomas Nagele, the president of the CCA, is a coffee lover and has even made some of the coffees available to you. We'll continue the conversation at 11:05 p.m. a.m. back in this main stage. Thank you so much.
providing cherished respite for travelers and enduring alpine beauty to more than 38,000 citizens. The small Principality of Liechtenstein covers just 160 square kilometers, but boasts a storied history. The German-speaking principality sits tucked between the countries of Austria to the east and Switzerland to the west, and will reach a landmark year in 2019 when its citizens will celebrate the principality's 300th anniversary. Liechtenstein's formation stretches back to 1699, when Prince Johann Adam I purchased the lordship of Schellenberg. More than a decade later, in 1712, the prince bought the county of Vaduz. The two Alpine territories were merged by Emperor Charles VI in 1719 as the new Imperial Principality of Liechtenstein. Gaining its sovereignty in 1806 during the volatile Napoleonic Wars, the nation went on to become a member of the German Federation until 1866 and would maintain its independence in a Europe twice torn by World War. To cement its sovereignty, the Principality took a significant step and joined the Council of Europe in 1978, as well as the United Nations in 1990. The country's citizens also voted to become a member of the European Economic Area in 1995 to increase the Principality's economic reach. A customs union signed in 1923 with Switzerland enhanced the country's dynamic relationship with the Swiss. The country also uses the Swiss franc as its currency. With the signing of the Constitution of 1862, Liechtenstein obtained a parliament to represent its people. When a new constitution was signed in 1921, the small country transformed yet again into a constitutional monarchy on a democratic and parliamentary basis where Parliament would nominate members of the government and the prince would appoint them. Ever since, Liechtensteiners also have the possibility to vote directly on laws and other matters of public interest. Liechtenstein's past and present have been shaped by its partnerships with its neighbors, Austria and Switzerland. In fact, it was an Austrian emperor who put the two halves of Liechtenstein together in 1719. The relationships of the princes of Liechtenstein to the Habsburg family, for which they held important posts, such as advisors, diplomats, and military leaders, led to a customs union with Austria in 1852. This union ended the economic isolation and boosted the state finances and economic development of Liechtenstein. The customs union was dissolved in 1919 after the collapse of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire after World War I. Because of the European Economic Area, Liechtenstein and Austria are now once more connected with an open border. Liechtenstein is a compact yet compelling nation. Innovation, cooperation, and foresight have helped the country endure for 300 years throughout incredible upheavals in Europe and the world. Its citizens treasure their traditions and the princely family and welcome visitors interested in the rich history of their nation.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for rejoining us. I hope you enjoyed the coffee, had a nice break, networked with each other. Our next panel will be discussing something that is very trendy right now, the intersection of blockchain and artificial intelligence. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our moderator. It's Andre Galarner. He is of MME. So please welcome our next panel.
Great to be back here. Welcome everybody on the AI conversion panel, AI and blockchain. I have a great set of panelists here, which I'll let you introduce in a short minute. Actually, by the way, just remember it, I think it feels like the 35th time I've been traveling to Vaduz for this conference now. It's the first time I actually managed to be on this floor and not in the basement. So thank you, Thomas, for that. I still believe it's an admin mistake, but it's good to be up here. Yeah, AI, blockchain, conversions. I think we've seen over the last years two very transformative technologies developing in parallel. One being AI, kind of the compute engine of the digital world, allowing computation, decision-making, execution in an automated way, and then, of course, blockchain, accountability, traceability, a trust layer for compute and transactions. Now, we've seen in the last years these two technologies merging, and this panel today will discuss how are they merging, why is it important, what is going to be changing, and also a bit when. Now, we have Oliver, Yadislav, and Sergey on the panel. George, apologies. So please introduce yourself, all highly involved in blockchain and AI development.
All right, so I can start. Hi, I'm George. I spend most of my time in the Principality of Andorra, but today I'm switching microstates for a little while. I am the co-founder of Finicera Labs, and we are building BaseWhite, which is the data layer for humans and AI. Essentially, we're building a data catalog that groups all the structured data in the world and that AIs can access at inference time in order to provide trustable, auditable, and higher quality answers.
Hello, my name is Janislav Malahov. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. I'm the founder of Eternity Blockchain, which is kind of a dinosaur in the blockchain space, existing already since 2018. And today I'm here as the founder of superhero.com, which is a wallet and a social application where you can timestamp social posts or, generally speaking, information, and where you can tokenize trends and trade trends and a few more things. Yeah.
Thank you. Oliver?
Thank you. I'm Oliver Feldmeier. In my past, I built a regulated cryptocurrency exchange here in the region. And since 2 years, I'm focusing on this intersection of blockchain and AI. So basically, what we're doing at Griffin AI, it's teaching AI agents how to use blockchain technology. And with that, we build specific AI agents for DeFi, crypto finance, and so on.
Wonderful. So let's start with the very basics first, before we move into kind of the movement from bots to agents and now agents to agents, kind of look at the very basics first. So maybe my question to you, Oliver, why does AI need blockchain in the first place? So where do we need this accountability and traceability that blockchain allows, and where does AI not have that inherently?
Good point. There are so many different use cases that where really blockchain fits the bill for AI. And if I speak for AI agents, for example, AI agents, they need to have their own financial means. They need to be able to transact. They need to be able to invest. They need to be able to manage their own portfolio of related agents and so on. They need authentication. They need reputation systems. They need, what you mentioned, traceability of their on-chain transactions and history. And this is exactly where blockchain, like all those things we have built as an industry over the last years and really got to a production ready level. And this will be, AI agents will be the really big use case for blockchain technology in the years going forward.
Okay. So in terms of terminology, I mean, in blockchain, we always discuss about smart contracts, about wallets. Is there something like an AI wallet? Is it the same like an agent? Anyone?
Okay.
Yeah?
Go ahead, please.
An AI wallet, you mean like an agent which has access to a private key which can do transactions? For sure, there are such already now. Yeah. But what exactly is an AI wallet in case it's about a streamlined process of launching lots of agents, equipping them with completely separated private keys, which in case one gets hacked does not compromise the other ones. I'm not sure if this has been built. Like, there's probably a lot of stuff still which can be done or should be done.
Okay. Want to add something on that?
No, I mean, obviously, there are, just to complement this, right? I mean, there are wallets held by AI agents, which keys are held, right? And so that is one of the essential things that I think will be relevant in, for instance, what we're building, but also what a lot of people are building, the ability for agents to perform actions, right? And to perform actions on chain and to settle transactions and to make payments, right? And of course, you see this. You see a bunch of new protocols, X402 by Coinbase, the agent payments protocol as a superset of that, right? And so all of these things rely on agents with wallets being able to act on them.
Okay. So on one hand, I think one of the key difference what we've seen in AI bots or just bots in the past, which are fully algorithmically preset, then we have AI agents. We have two distinctions. One, they can reason, and then they can, if connected to blockchain, hold assets. And if you look at this AI agent world in a blockchain, on-chain environment, what are typical use cases you see currently happening already? And when you look a bit in the future, what are you going to see? What are we going to see?
So what I can speak to is what the agents we have built ourselves, and we see there is a clear movement away from those simple bots that have some kind of algorithmic trading strategies. They need a signal like the price moves beyond a certain moving average and then they buy. Those were the traditional bots and automation. But now using AI, natural language interfaces, large language models, we can actually not just automate a bot, but we can automate an entire investment team. So there are many bankers also here in the audience. Think of the typical banking setup where you have a product specialist, a client advisor, a risk manager, product specialists of different kinds, and they all work together to serve one client. And also the entire research domain and so on. And by using AI agents with large language models behind them, we can basically replicate those structures in multi-agent systems. So everybody, no matter what's your income, what's your wealth, can use those agent systems to interpret data, make investments decision, and manage their risk and their positions. And this is the big distinction from those former trading bots where you just automate a specific strategy. Now you can automate the entire investment team.
Okay, and then like a first reaction on my side is if you start automating entire investment teams, the decision-making process is being moved to the agent, and the execution is also with the agents holding all the assets. So who controls that, and how are those risks being mitigated? Anyone who can comment on that?
I mean, well, that's one of the challenges, right? I mean, to the extent that you make things smarter, you lose control over them, right? And so as you move from, algorithmic agents or bots, as we were talking about, you're getting less and less control is really the word, right, over the outcomes. And if you go with, actual general purpose reasoning agents, to the extent that you believe in, general purpose reasoning, but then it takes a leap of faith, right? I mean, you need to impose limits on things. But for instance, I mean, the example that we're toying with is, agents that can source data on any topic and use it to bet on poly markets. Right, and so without being predefined to take a specific strategy on a specific topic, this is a great outcome. Again, depending on your views on prediction markets, but it does mean that things can go very wrong very fast as well.
And can blockchain, I mean, before we talked about the kind of integration of blockchain into agents mainly as a transactional layer for digital assets, and could blockchain also be a mean to mitigate certain risks on the outcome level of what those agents decide on? Is that?
Yes, I mean, there are many ways you can actually use the AI to actually manage your risk. So you can specify certain liquidation thresholds. You can specify, if you have a landing position, you can specify certain actions if you're getting close to liquidation threshold. You can use AI to basically to monitor your transactions. Do the transactions that your wallet is executing fall in your typical user patterns or not? And if not, can you slow down the system? Can you introduce circuit breakers? So on the risk management side, I see lots of potential there. And Andreas, you mentioned before, I don't think everybody's ready to go into full automation and give everything to agents. I think at the current stage and the way we build agents, it's still always with the user the final decision to approve a transaction. Agents can propose and to suggest, and then they can, it's still up to the user to give approval. And on the other hand, on the risk mitigation side, we see more and more automation happening there, because here it's not about, here it's a way more deterministic system. So you can have very narrow path forwards and very narrow definitions what actions need to be taken under certain circumstances.
Okay, interesting. And I think one part is now we've talked a lot about agents replacing the former bots as we've known it, but another element is that agent can be connected to other agents. And so we have kind of a machine economy being developed, agent-to-agent communication, making decisions fully autonomous, independent, connected to the smart contracts. Where do you see that economy developing?
From my perspective, we need to timestamp everything what is of public importance. We need to timestamp it on blockchains so that AI can actually produce meaningful results. In case we don't use blockchains to timestamp the input of the AI will also not give great output. So for example, self-driving cars or airplanes or drones or the future of war will all need to be on chain essentially in order to have secure agents, their identities on chain, that they can transact value, that they can exchange cryptographically encrypted information peer-to-peer without intermediaries, without single point of failures, without that the system can go down, because it's absolutely critical to keep these systems up. So from my perspective, it's pretty obvious that without great blockchain support at the foundational level of computer science, we will not have AGI or very much use of the technology which we call also large language models, which depend on huge amounts of data.
And what kind of, to make it a bit more concrete for the audience, what kind of use cases in these machine economies or agent-to-agent economies do you actually see developing first and being used in a wider context?
I mentioned autonomous cars or generally vehicles, could be also flying vehicles, generally when you need to exchange lots of information which is critical in real time, you need to have a peer-to-peer cryptographic system, which is probably also going to be blockchain based.
Okay, so let's take the example of the self-driving cars. Which information will there be needed to exchange, and how does the transaction layer of blockchain play in?
For example, when they want to negotiate whether a car is allowed to overtake another car or not, they could come up with a price to pay to just drive ahead, to be faster than the other car, to make space on public road. This would be a great example of how these agents could communicate with each other. Whether you're gonna need for this use case an LLM is maybe not so needed, probably a better well-defined protocol. But for example, Yeah, when you do research about buying a car, such agents could be extremely helpful, which then access, for example, information or pay for information which is not accessible usually. Right now, there's so much gated information, so much siloed information. In case all this information would be easily accessible for agents with a blockchain payment interface, this would also improve everything.
Yeah. Can I just dissent a little
bit?
Please do. No, I think this is the long-term take, and I think it makes perfect sense, right? I mean, but to answer your question in the immediate term, I think it will mostly be boring things that already consist of interactions in the present day, right? So right now, cars don't yet talk to each other if they want to overtake. Obviously, that will allow for increased efficiency and a number of improvements in road safety as well. But where you will see this taking off first is things that already include, right now potentially person-to-person interaction, and that can be just offloaded to agents that do that interaction, and it really is the boring things.
So actually, before this panel, we had some email communication. It sounded that everybody was just copying their text into ChatGPT and replying. It's already happening, this of course hybrid human and machine to machine and human communication.
Yeah. Just to add here, it's if you design agents, there are different approaches you can take. You can try to design, and we see that in some coding agents, for example, like super monolithic agents, where one agent does everything end to end, and the other approach is that agents are built for value together. And in today's world, we are not there with AGI yet. So at some point, I just read a statistic, I believe GPT-5 now ranks 58% on a new AGI benchmark test, so it's still some while to go until we get to 100%, until AGI is better than we human at pretty much every task. So this will still take a bit of time. And during this time, I believe this multi-agent approach is at least the most pragmatic approach to building agent, meaning you don't have to build one super agent that does everything, but you build one agent for one specific use case. This might be one agent to produce really great videos, one agent to do really good investment research, one agent to write really good copy, one agent to prepare the best panel discussions that you could have at a conference. Now, those agents, they sometimes need another agent. So you have a great panel discussion agent, now you want to make a video out of it. So rather than this one agent learning video capabilities, it would be logical to collaborate with another agent built for the purpose of video production. So those are the areas where I see a commerce, an ecosystem of agent-to-agent interaction and exchange of value happening, where you really combine different agents to get the job done, much more than having just single narrow agents.
Okay. And that will basically then conclude that blockchain technology moving in, the key function of blockchain will be the payment layer between, or the transaction layer between those agents.
That's the core layer, how to make payments, but also it's the trust layer. Can you record past transactions? Do you see if this agent is real? Does he have good ratings? Does he do a good job? What is his transaction record? It will be the authentication layer. Can you use private key to authenticate messages so that your agent knows who the other counterpart really is? So there are many elements and many factors from ID, reputation, payments, trust layer that we have built that we can now apply to agents.
All right. I think in the end, I mean, it just helps, like, it doesn't make sense to apply existing coordination mechanisms that were built, over decades of human-to-human interaction to agents that are being deployed in a fundamentally decentralized manner, right? And so it's not just settlement, it's everything that requires, interaction and that requires coordination will benefit from doing that in a way that is disintermediary and that allows for, peer-to-peer, transparent, but still transparent relationships, yes.
Great, thanks a lot. I think time is almost over, so I take the liberty to ask one last question to all of you, just as a kind of a final statement, and that would be, what is what are the key obstacles you currently see from kind of that prevent this conversion of AI and blockchain fully happening? What needs to be, what kind of puzzle stone need to be put in place for that to actually happen in the coming years?
I mean, I don't know how spicy I should be here, but you know, I think the biggest problem is a social one, in the sense that, you know, in 2017 we were talking about, right? You know, you have the Wong Island Iced Tea company rebrand as the Wong Blockchain company in order to you know, forex their stock, right? And I do think that a lot of the shift or convergence between blockchain and AI is perceived as, you know, just chasing the easy money that moved from one side to the other, and a lot of it is true, to be honest. So I do think that, you know, we need to eventually find the needles in the haystack and, you know, reduce all of the noise, and that will be the thing that actually brings us to convergence. It's not a technical consideration. It's just, you know, reducing the noise around it.
Thank you.
The biggest obstacle for adoption?
Yeah.
Usability, or generally the user interfaces need to be probably also changed a lot. I mean, ChatGPT did break through with, let's say, this chat interface to have conversational interfaces with AI, but for software development, I think GitHub is not really the best, or generally the Web 2 needs to be completely replaced with a new cryptographic web, essentially. This is what is
Web 3.
Web 4. 3 or 4 or 5, a cryptographic web, let's call it like this.
Okay. Great, thank you. Oliver?
Yeah, I would kind of echo what was previously said. I think in the blockchain space, we have built great technology and we focus much on infrastructure. This is, for many years, what got funded. If you needed funds, well, you build infrastructure, then you got VC money. So lots of money and brain went into building infrastructure that we now have. What we are still lacking, this is the real use cases. So real use cases that brings everyday people to use blockchain technology, or agents to use blockchain technology. And that's, for us, the niche we focus on, building very specific agent in a specific domain so that we can get this use case right, and with that drive adoption. And this user adoption, for it to happen, we need to have the solutions that really solve human needs and requirements.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Oliver. Thank you all for the panel. Maybe one last question before we walk off stage to you, audience. Looking 5 years in the future, and please, looking 5 years in the future, which one of you believe that we're going to be completely used to agent kind of communication, agent to agents, markets where agents communicate and pay on-chain for compute and data services? Raise your hands, who will leave within 5 years? Yeah, that's more or less half. That's quite impressive. You share that optimism?
Yes, absolutely.
Probably, yes.
We can discuss the timeline. I'm a bit more optimistic, but...
Even more optimistic, okay. Wonderful. Thank you all for listening, for being here. Thank you for participating, and have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Andreas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Riveting conversation on artificial intelligence and blockchain. Thank you so much. In the future, I've been experimenting with a digital twin. You may not realize if you're talking to the actual me or the virtual me. Well, it's an interesting future we have. All right. Next, we have centralization versus subsidiarity in the MyCar era. So the principle of subsidiarity, the EU's constitutional backbone, dictates that decisions should be taken at the lowest possible level, favoring national competent authorities. The approach preserves local expertise, agility, and the innovation-friendly environment of jurisdictions like Liechtenstein. However, the counter-argument for centralization points to the risk of regulatory arbitrage or jurisdiction shopping. If national enforcement varies widely, firms may simply seek the lightest touch, potentially undermining investor protection and financial stability access across the single market. and calls for direct supervision by bodies like ESMA, for the largest firms are growing louder. For that conversation, I'm going to introduce you to your moderator. He is Erwin Volodymyr of the European Blockchain Council, and he's going to do a keynote with Mr. John Orchard of Offen.
Hi there, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We have a very interesting conversation in store. To my left is Mr. John Orchard of OMFIF. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I spend my life listening to arguments about versions of digital money. OMFIF is a central banking think tank originally, which is diversified into working out how the policy world responds to new versions of money, and it takes you from 1 minute talking about notes and coins being replaced to eventually the tokenization of everything.
It's a very fair assessment. So the broader topic of our discussion today is this general theme around centralization and subsidiarity. And you know, you and I had written about this recently in an OMFIF article, actually, where we're talking about kind of picking up on some of these, let's say, more meta-level themes on whether Europe risks becoming a flyover zone and what this means for kind of the local flavor versus this centralizing aspect of supervision. You just recently got back from the IMF fall meetings. What was the sentiment? Maybe we can start with stateside and then we'll kind of come back to Europe. What was the sentiment across the pond? Kind of how is the US approaching some of these issues, and what are the signals that this is sending potentially for us over in Europe?
The Genius Act has changed everything. So we've mentioned that earlier today, and everyone is watching very closely what the executive wants. The executive in Donald Trump and the team around him are really setting the agenda, we know that. The Genius Act, which is a stablecoin regulation, has changed everything everywhere in terms of versions of money. So before the Genius Act, MiCA was actually an incredibly progressive thing. So people regarded it as perhaps a bit restrictive, but at least it was clear, while the States was in a very complicated partisan wrangle about digital assets, with Democrat politicians in particular trying to prevent crypto firms, which they regarded as somehow a new version of evil capitalism to be thwarted. That's completely gone away. The Genius Act is moving at pace, so there are now companies setting up stable coins to be approved by the OCC. Circle and Tether have become crypto royalty in the meanwhile, and companies related to them like Coinbase have. The rest of the world is trying to work out how to respond, and it's perhaps going in an unusual direction. In Europe, the response is to speed up versions of public money. So the view of the European Central Bank and most European policymakers, perhaps even including Peter, we heard from him earlier, is that markets are going to need public money to settle in. The US view is that, at the moment anyway, you could use private money in the form of stablecoins to settle wholesale transactions. So the discussion at the IMF was on that, whether this bold experiment in private money in a tokenized form can take over capital markets as a wholesale instrument, or in fact Europe is curiously correct in moving faster than the Fed actually at creating public versions of money, certainly already at a wholesale level, in order to facilitate tokenization of European economy, notwithstanding a whole load of other problems we can come on to.
Yeah, and now, you know, you were mentioning kind of this concepts around public money, and you know, we had at least during the Biden administration kind of let's say some antagonism, some challenges between some of the state charters that were issuing, special purpose licenses for state-sponsored or state-chartered stablecoin issuers versus whatever was happening at the federal level or not happening at the federal level. So there's still some, or there was some antagonism between centralization and subsidiarity at the U.S. from the state to the federal level. But in Europe, we have a different situation, and there was a recent piece that came out from 3 European regulators, from Italy's CONSOB, from the Austrian FMA, and from France's AMF, where they were specifically calling for these tighter requirements for so-called significant CASPs. And we could make the argument maybe that centralization and subsidiarity is as old as Charlemagne, really. And it's a uniquely European issue that we've been wrangling with. But when we take it to the era of digital finance, what do you see as maybe the main drivers for this push towards centralization? Why are some NCAs themselves even calling for it? And is there an argument that we should preserve local flavor to arrive at this kind of competitive future and outlook that Peter was discussing earlier?
I would say the answer to that, to use Freud's language for dream analysis, there's manifest content and there's latent content. So the manifest content, the obvious content, is of course it makes sense to have pan-European supervision as part of the Capital Markets Union drive. So people typically talk, and Draghi talked last year in his report about Europe, about an incredibly fragmented capital market. Banking union is basically nowhere, and Capital Markets Union isn't either. The countries can't even agree on bankruptcy standards, as you know, or deposit insurance for the Eurozone. Usually is thanks to mostly German bank lobbying, actually. So there is an obvious prima facie case for pan-European regulation and supervision of things. Why these regulators are pushing for it, the suspicion is, I've heard on good authority, that certain member states, there's a big member state that speaks French, for example, which would like to gain control of MiCA and actually to have a restrictive interpretation, a Napoleonic, shall we say, interpretation of it, to prevent the kind of things that actually Peter and his team visionally wanted it to enable.
Okay. And you mentioned Draghi, you mentioned competitiveness. A big issue has been this kind of Franco-German entente, or at least at some point kind of butting heads over what a CMU should look like, now SIU. And recently Chancellor Merz came out with some comments where he may propose or may support the proposal of a single European stock exchange, kind of in line with this French proposal, but curiously omitting crypto from that part of the discussion, that bit of the discussion. This sort of, it doesn't necessarily dovetail with kind of that approach. Crypto's kind of left orthogonally. Do you think that perhaps if we're trying to say that something or some entity is a significant CASP, that we're not quite there yet in terms of establishing what the thresholds for that are? Because we have this in the significance regime for the arts and EMTs. We have no such equivalency for what a significant CASP is, and potentially this is why maybe Berlin is thinking, kind of leave this out of that discussion for now.
I'm hoping Chancellor Merz read our article, actually, Irving. So in the article, we set out the case why, even though superficially it makes sense to have a single supervisor for MiCA, MiCA didn't envisage that, and there is an argument, which I've also heard from the Commission, that since the need for innovation is urgent, Europe is being left behind now because of Genius, VARA in Dubai, some work in Hong Kong and elsewhere, that innovation is the order of the day, and you're more likely to get that if you have national competent authorities somewhat competing with one another to interpret the standards, albeit within a common set of agreed rules owned by the Commission. And actually what the Commission proposes, and it's quite an interesting theory, is that this system self-regulates, because if one jurisdiction really oversteps the mark, you would expect another jurisdiction to complain. If it's not really overstepping the mark, but it's testing the limits, they probably won't, because otherwise they'll invite a reciprocal complaint. So this is quite a slim slimly peopled system using the national regulators, essentially policing one another. And the Commission view at the moment from people I've spoken to is that you'll sooner get much quicker innovation in under the auspices of MiCA with that arrangement than if you hire 500 civil servants and attach them to ESMA in Paris and then ask them to control MiCA. And doing that would also require that MiCA is reopened, which has all the risks that Peter talked about earlier.
Yeah, to include things like staking and DAOs and DeFi, and we're still waiting on the Article 142 report in the meantime.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's also fair to say that a lot of member states have kind of taken the time to build up their expertise? Like, I mean, you know, there was this assessment of Malta's regime, but to their credit, Malta had a regime 5 years before MiCA, and there's other member states that have invested the time, the resources to staff and get the personnel on board and get them up to speed, not only with MiCA but with DORA, so the broader kind of constellation of the digital finance package. That this centralization tendency might undercut not only the efficiency gains that could have been reaped from these local jurisdictions, but in the end. It's kind of an overshoot to avoid the gold plating under MiFID that's just going to have these knock-on effects that are going to be kind of deleterious to the success of this industry?
Exactly. Well, you mentioned MiFID. That's a very good example. And you mentioned it in our article. That didn't quite work because it was gold-plated. And the fact is, there are cultural differences to money and innovation in different European jurisdictions. So we heard earlier that Liechtenstein was actually a early innovator. Obviously, it's not in the European Union, but is in the EEA, was an early innovator and has that culture. As you know, the Baltic states did similar. Malta, which I think felt patronized by the French intervention as well, whereas Ireland, for example, is quite conservative. We know the big member states, France and Germany, have complicated views. They're essentially conservative with pockets of innovation, including in their central banks. But wish to prevent also regulatory arbitrage by innovative activities at the fringe, even though that may be in Europe's interest.
You've written previously also on this, and it dovetails with our discussion, on this issues around multi-issuance and kind of the, you could say the premonitions coming from certain central banking institutions that this constitutes a systemic threat to monetary sovereignty, or that this could lead to run risk or other issues that are related to kind of the liquidity backstop of the digital asset space in Europe. And where do you think that discussion on multi-issuance fits into this broader concept around centralization and subsidiarity? Is it fair to say that those warning of these risks is premature, or that we as a market are in a situation where, because this is on-chain, it's 24/7, it's global, that some of the things we're talking about in terms of collateral eligibility and where that collateral should be posted might itself be missing the mark?
I think this is a really important question, and as you say, I wrote about this. Europe has a really difficult choice to make here. Peter mentioned earlier that Europe risks becoming a flyover zone if it doesn't get some of this right, despite being an early legislator with MiCA. Because if you don't have versions of money, of on-off ramps into tokenization, you can't go, it's just not going to take off on a wholesale basis. There are all sorts of other problems, including risk weights that we can come back to, but you are going to need digital money. There is not yet a big euro-denominated stablecoin, although we heard from one earlier that's trying to be one. We've got Forge from SG, and actually the regulations are quite restrictive and very bank-focused. So if there isn't a big euro-denominated stablecoin, how are you going to on-off ramp into the tokenized environment that we want to gain? You might well have to use what the European Council called a American oligopolistic entities such as Circle or Tether. So there is a view that says, why not allow the incumbent Americans that know what they're doing to issue in Europe, even if there's a risk that perhaps if there is a contagion event in the US, that's a financial stability risk for Europe, in order to facilitate the rest of tokenization? Or should Europe somehow keep them at the door while a euro-denominated stablecoin emerges as the on-off ramp? That's the tension. So I think from what I heard from the Commission, it's a complicated route. The Council doesn't want the Americans involved. that MiCA foresaw that it would be possible in order that you can facilitate the rest of tokenization.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on the Q&A on multi-issuance from the Commission in general, so hopefully we'll get some clarity on this soon. One final question to leave you with. If regulators keep pushing this issue of multi-issuance the way that they have and are coming out wholesale against it, does that risk just recreating the frictions we saw, which would have been enormous benefits for some under the Eurodollar system? Is this essentially just putting that same thing that Susan Strange would have argued, but just putting it on different rails?
I think that's a very good question. So the Eurodollar market, which eventually became the global bond market as we have it now, is essentially a money regime organized by the private sector outside the US to avoid withholding tax originally, but denominated in the American currency. And the risk is that you will simply, if you're too restrictive in Europe, drive Europe-denominated finance offshore in order to avoid the restrictive covenants. Whether that will be London, I don't know. London is experimenting. London is making a bit of a mess, actually, of working out how to regulate this space, and the Bank of England is zigzagging between wanting to stop stablecoins and trying to enable them, but is discussing, as you know, reciprocal arrangements with the US, where we would have reciprocal recognition of our digital assets regulation.
With Besant recently meeting with Reeves. And,
exactly. And if that takes off, I don't know if it will, but if it does, you may go back, as you say, to the Eurodollar situation, where London reinvents itself as a digital capital market, which people use because the private sector has organized it in a way that's useful outside of the perimeters of regulation. So there is that risk that if you end up with a very restrictive pan-European regulator that is essentially trying to reinforce things that member states didn't want from stable coins and other digital assets, that you do get Peter's flyover zone. That's the risk.
Well, John, thank you for your time. I think we've said all we can in the space that we were given. We'll be following the space closely, and hopefully we don't end up a flyover zone, and this continues to be a beacon of investment and progress, and Europe can kind of move forward with the digital assets industry as it grows.
I think so, and as I say, the public money is now moving at speed in Europe. The ECB is moving really quickly, which I didn't expect. Q3 next year, that you will have a version of wholesale CBDC for markets to settle in. That's a really big deal. The Fed can't do that. And if they solve the risk weight stuff, actually Europe might be the tortoise that wins the race because of that. Let's
Slow and steady.
Yeah.
Round of applause for John, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for that conversation, John. And Erwin, I was speaking with John backstage, and there really is a difference in the crypto startups, companies we have, and the public sector, and they're just on different wavelengths, and he truly is that bridge between them. So if you want to get into the public side, or if you want to talk to more crypto companies, and you want to find someone who can help you out, I think John is the one to talk to. All right, our next keynote dives into the emerging solution of ZDA's Zero Trust Distributed Applications. So the concept of Zero Trust is a major paradigm shift in cybersecurity. It throws out the old idea of a secure network perimeter and embraces the philosophy, never trust, always verify. This requires continuous authentication, least privilege access, and micro-segmentation for every single user and device, whether they're inside or outside the network. And when you apply this philosophy to decentralized systems, you get ZDAs, applications that extend cryptographic trust from the blockchain all the way through to the user interface and the business logic. And so our next speaker, Sam Hassan, will talk to us a bit about digital identity and the portability of that in the coming future.
Hey everyone. So before, wait for it. Yeah, so before we start, I wanted to kind of like to give an intro, a very quick intro about myself here. I come from a distributed system background. I'm leading the engineering team at Lightshift Capital. And before that, I worked at the core team at Chainlink Labs, where basically we collaborated with more than 30 protocols there in their first like few days, and like with the very early teams. And before that, I come from Google, where I worked at search infrastructure and Android operating system. So I'm here to introduce to you this novel idea, the novel research outcome that we produce at Lightshift. But before we get there, I think it makes sense to start from the beginning, start from like where blockchains started, and like as an industry, specifically from an engineering perspective, how long we came from the start. So the beginning is what I call like the monolithic era. And this is a time in the blockchain space where all the computation and all of the data was basically in the same layer. This is like the Bitcoin, the Ethereum, and Solana, and the Cardano of the words, where most of the execution happened on this single layer. And when I say execution here, it's data, computation, data availability, consensus, sequencing, everything is in the same place. And you could easily see why we ran into a lot of problems with this. Transactions were very slow, applications were very expensive to run, and it seemed like it's very, very hard to go from there to competing with the incumbents in the Web2 space, whether it's like the Visas or the MasterCards of the world on the financial sector, or if you think about it, like the big social media networks, the big applications on the retail, like the P2C applications. So we came together as an industry, and we tried to attack this problem, make the blockchains faster, make them cheaper, and we tried everything to get there. So one of the ways is to kind of like move the computation on top of the chain. And this kind of like resulted into a whole class of roll-up L2s, the optimisms and arbitrums and Bayes of the word. And they gave a quite refreshed look at like what a blockchain would look like. They're basically the first look at the first take on a modular blockchain, where the computation happens rolled up, and then like basically gets consolidated on a settlement layer. In this case, it's Ethereum. With that also came a lot of problems, right? Like you have the sequencing problem, basically detaching the sequencing from the base layer, but you also have a limitation on this mechanism that basically locks users out of their funds and locks users out of their of funds on the network for a very, very long time. So another way we attack this problem is like, let's move the computation to the side of the chain, and we call them side chains or parachains. And the idea here was to off-chain, like basically short computation for these applications into their own spaces. And it seemed like a very good idea, and again, it separated workloads, and it allowed applications to operate completely separately while still being connected by a main hub. This is the case for Polkadot, Cosmos, and early versions of Polygon. And this worked really well, but then we realized that with that model, we buy into kind of like owning, every application would own its own consensus, would own its own like validator network, and whether it's partially or completely would also own its own security assumptions, meaning that the base layer or the settlement layer doesn't really cover the full security assumption of the upstream application. So that's the second direction, and then the third direction is that we wanted to shift everything to math. And this is, or the incumbents in this piece are zk-sync, Starknet, and Scroll, where the idea here is let's build everything off the chain. Let's prove everything on-chain. Let's do all the computation in a very expensive way off-chain once, and then have that computation integrity checked and proved on a settlement layer. And again, this is one of the frontier research that the blockchain industry contributed to, and it allowed us to grow as an industry in a lot of different directions. But again, it comes with a cost, whether it's like the high proof cost of the chain, whether it's like the trust assumptions that a lot of these blockchains did not nail yet from a cryptography perspective. And then we also have the problem with data availability, where we have to retain the data of the applications completely detached from the blockchain and only make it available to users so they can make proofs of their data. There's a lot of limitation that comes with that. And again, those are just like 3 examples of ways to kind of like increase the throughput of a blockchain, make it cheaper, make it faster. A lot of like novel approaches happen as well. Like if you look at Solana, Alpenglow, or with like the novel partially ordered or quasi-ordered blockchains, whether it's Pod Network or Delta, who are trying basically to, again, the aim here is make it faster, make it cheaper. And I think this brought us in a place where blockchains are very quick and very cheap. Now we can get that to the magic number of like 10,000 TPS, transactions per second, and we also can do transactions in under 1 cent. And somehow we still manage to push that limit when it comes to application users. If you look at like something like a Hyperliquid or most like high frequency DEXs where they push through that limit very easily, or if you look at like any major launches that happen on chain and you see that we're pushing that limit and we're pushing these numbers. And even though there is a lot of research out there on how to make it even faster and even cheaper, we decided to kind of like take a step back and try to think more, what are we measuring here? What are the things that matter when it comes to building applications in a decentralized way? And in a way, like, what's the T? And I remember we had a call where we kind of like, someone asked the question, what's the T in there? And we realized that the whole premise here is we want to build applications that derive integrity and derive the trustless assumptions from a blockchain, but they don't necessarily need to live 100% on the blockchain. And this is what kind of like brought the idea of building zero-disk applications, or ZDAs. ZDAs are applications that live in this hybrid world, where part of the computation happens on-chain, most of the computations happens off-chain, and data custody happens in a decentralized way enabled by the blockchain. So the core components here are, basically there are 3 core components here. The first one is the blockchain itself. It's the main coordination hub for ZDAs. It's the place where applications coordinate the execution, but not necessarily run the computation itself. It's where the identity is derived, the universal identity across all of ZDAs are derived. And it's also where payments happen. So one of the big moats that we've been seeing and the whole financial industry is adopting at the moment is stablecoin and payments through blockchain. And this is a big strength of blockchains in general. The second component is decentralized data stores. And data in this scenario are blobs of data where you can basically use a decentralized network as a place for your database. Think database backing applications, but in a decentralized way. And then the third part is a computation framework that happens on the client side. When I say client here, I mean your browser or your phone, but it also means a server somewhere where it runs the computation on your behalf. And in a way that still maintains the integrity on the blockchain side. So these are like the 3 main components. What does basically make ZDAs great, giving like all of these powers together? I really believe that they bring more than the sum of like everything separately. One of the biggest unlocks with ZDAs is you get privacy by default. Privacy here doesn't mean that just your data is private and no one else can see it, but it means that you practically own your data. You own your data not just within the sphere of a specific application, but you own your data across all of the applications that you're using. Keys live with you, and you can, in a permissionless way, give companies or applications specific fine granular access to use your data in the way that you allow them to. And every access is audited. One of the things that is very common in Web2 industry today is having end-to-end encryption or having some sort of an encryption where you give third parties access to your data, and you have to, 1, trust that they are not using your data, or 2, give them loose access to the data, and basically you're using a functionality, but then they have a much wider scope of like basically running computation on top of your data. with ZDAs, you can have a very fine-tuned access control to your data, but you also have that access audited at all time. If any application or any party is touching on your application, you can, one, know that in a way that's completely verifiable, and you can always revoke the access, and it acts as like an audit trail. The second part is, even though we're pushing most of the computation off-chain, you're still getting the maximum utility of building decentralized application. Your application is still have the same permissionless, trustless properties of a blockchain, if a blockchain solidity or a dApp, without having to live on-chain. Take an example of like building a collaborative note-taking application. Most of the computation that goes towards authoring the documents, authoring the notes, collaborating with other peers on those notes, cursor positions, all of the small features, they don't need to touch on the blockchain. The blockchain is there to, one, guarantee identities, guarantee payments, and coordinating the actions of writing to the decentralized data source. Coordination here means within a network, imagine if everyone here in the room is on the same document, which is a very common practice if you're in a large corporation. Only one of us will need to touch the blockchain to actually write the document or write the updates. But at the same time, that person can't be malicious because of the blockchain guarantees. And there's blockchain guarantees in place that make sure that that person can be malicious in writing something that's not the result of the computation that happened off-chain. It comes with practically limitless interoperability. Building ZDAs within the standardized form of ZDAs, where an article is an article, a media form, like whether it's an image or a music, is a standardized, is in its own standardized form, mean that users can freely and permissionlessly move their data around all of the applications without having to do any manual migration. This changes the game in two main ways. The first one is it kind of eliminates the cold start problems for builders. Instead of being a builder who are kind of like you need to build toward migration path or building toward getting users on your platform, you just need to build the right thing, build the features that appeal to users, and from day one, users can onboard all of their preferences, all of their data to you. Imagine if someone is building the better music streaming platform or the better note-taking application. I love Obsidian, for example, but I'm way too invested in Notion that it's very, very hard for me to do the migration to Obsidian. Imagine a world where Obsidian comes up with the best features around the same standards, and from day one, because I like it, my data is immediately available there. Not only that, but I can also, on the same note, block access from my Notion alternative. And again, this is a good utility for users, but for builders, it fundamentally changes the game of what it means to be building an application in a blockchain or a decentralized manner. Because instead of having to worry about users onboarding on your application and bringing their data, you just need to focus on building the right thing. All of this doesn't come with trade-offs. Obviously, you're moving the computation off the chain, and you're moving the computation in a network that's, one, decentralized and peer-to-peer, but two, relies on consumer hardware. You relies on your PC and your laptop and your computer. So there always are risks for this, whether it's like Byzantine peers, where imagine in an org, someone can corrupt data intentionally and try to submit that corrupted data on-chain or on the decentralized data store. Eclipse attacks where someone would just prevent a specific person from publishing their updates. Or maybe the most challenging one is custody, which is always a problem in crypto. Because you own your keys and you own your data, that key is everything. And losing that key means losing access to your data. All of these are problems that we have solutions for. There is solutions in the wild, but we already have made a meaningful progress towards. But they basically come with a package when you try to detach computation of the blockchain. So we believe that ZDAs or hybrid executions in general are going to be a very big trend in the next couple of years. If you love this and you want to discuss it more, feel free to reach out, and I'm happy to have a discussion on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that conversation, Sam. ZDAs, the ideas of identity and portability are very, very current for our time, very fascinating. For now, we're going to take a break. It is lunchtime. We welcome you back here at 11:30 a.m. to continue the conversation. Until then, enjoy.
ぶまたそれだけを語らでもねく語りの過ぎてることがない希望星座を埋める動けない外敵叫び込んで強と好きそうななんでそこにいてどこかでさよならはせてゆけね花火や濡れる輪を花も風にも乗せながら会えない笑顔僕がく軽いものはされてこむるしのしむる
7 things you have to know about Liechtenstein. Where is Liechtenstein? Located in the heart of Europe, and thanks to the customs union with Switzerland and membership in the EEA, it has parallel marketability in the 2 economic regions, an advantage for Liechtenstein businesses which sell a large proportion of their products abroad. The most important export countries are Switzerland, Germany, and the USA. Liechtenstein is a constitutional hereditary monarchy based upon democratic parliamentary principles. Sounds complicated, but it's actually quite simple. State power is exercised by the prince and by the people. The prince has the right of veto when new laws are passed. The people can also depose the prince, though, a curious form of government, yet one that simultaneously guarantees stability. Liechtenstein is an employment miracle with more jobs than it has inhabitants, which is why over 55% of the workforce commutes daily from neighbouring countries to Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a country full of companies. For every 8 inhabitants, there is 1 active company. The corporate density is one of the highest in the world. By the way, in Liechtenstein, we love counting everything by head of population. Liechtenstein is a strong financial centre, but Liechtenstein is also a proper industrialised nation. The second sector accounts for almost 45% of Liechtenstein's gross output. Services account for around 54%. Fastening systems, vehicle construction, dental products, connectors, heating and air conditioning solutions, surface technology, foodstuffs, and much more is produced in Liechtenstein and easily exported. Liechtenstein was the first country in the world to implement a set of rules on the token economy. The so-called Blockchain Act creates legal certainty and the preconditions for an innovative boost in this field. In the meantime, even the famous Liechtenstein stamps are issued with blockchain technology. Liechtenstein stands for outstanding performances, including in the world of sport. If one considers the number of Olympic winter sports medals won in relation to the size of the population, Liechtenstein has won the most Olympic medals. It has a total of 10 medals, all in the discipline of alpine skiing.
All right, thank you so much for coming back for this riveting afternoon session. I hope you have the energy to see another afternoon of talks. Let's do the chant. When I say HODL, you say Bitcoin. HODL? HODL louder! HODL? Yay! We're going to start with our Token Summit talks this afternoon. First, we're going to start off with on-chain funds and real-world assets, legal wrappers, custody, and disclosure. So we're standing on the edge of a new paradigm here, where the world's most innovative governance models meets the world's fastest intelligence. We're moving beyond conceptual pilots, institutional capitals flowing into on-chain funds and tokenized real-world assets, or RWAs, from US treasuries to private equity But unlike native crypto, these assets come with a stack of off-chain legal baggage that cannot be ignored. Our experts are here to tackle the three pillars that govern this integration. First, legal wrappers. How do we use structures like special purpose vehicles, trusts, and fund agreements to give a blockchain token enforcement ownership rights over an asset in the physical world? Second, custody. Who holds the private keys for a fund's treasury? Who legally safeguards the off-chain real-world asset? And third, disclosure. How do we safely satisfy traditional investor protection rules like KYC, AML, and prospectus requirements while maintaining the transparency and efficiency of the blockchain? And so this is where code meets law. So please welcome our panel. It will be moderated by Alireza Siadat, who's from Deloitte, as well as 1inch, and he'll be guiding us through these interesting topics.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. It's fantastic to be here again, once again. Thank you to the organizers and everyone who made this possible. It's, I think, my 4th time being here. And it's always nice to be in Liechtenstein and in Vaduz to see like the, how was it Peter calling it, the birthplace of Mika?
The birthplace of crypto regulation.
Yeah, of crypto regulation in general. So I can just, agree to that. As I'm a German lawyer and I'm coming here quite often and a couple of projects. So before we go into the details, I say we do a quick round of introduction and we start ladies first. Marina, please, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for being the part of this panel, being the part of this summit. I'll present myself. I'm Marina Miushkovic. I'm working within Montenegro as a lawyer, and the main interest of mine so far will be the blockchain and how to expand it within the Montenegro. So lately I've been active in researching the legal wrappers, tokenization, what should be tokenized, what not, and what risk it allocates with itself.
Thank you.
I'll continue. Hello, everybody. My name is Jonas. I work for Binance. I look after the entity that manages the fiat on-off channels for Binance. Some global channels, but of course mostly focused on Europe. So my contribution here today will be mostly on how to get fiat money in and out so that you can buy real-world assets.
My name is Thomas Nägele. Besides being the president of the CCA, I'm also a lawyer. And I think the reason which I'm on this panel is because I wrote my PhD about tokenization. So that's obviously, for me, one of my main interests.
I'm Christian Labec. I'm co-founder of BlockSize, and we are one of the biggest decentralized Oracle node providers and validators. So whenever a new trend emerges in DeFi, we're the one to actually price the real-world asset sitting on chain as a data publisher.
Yes, and I'm Alireza. I'm the moderator of this lovely panel. I'm a German-based lawyer and partner at Deloitte. I was doing a couple of things in crypto. I was fortunate enough to do also projects with almost all of you, except for you, Marina, but maybe this is coming soon. And I would start with like looking into what does it really mean. I don't want to talk about buzzwords that much. I really want to talk about hands-on experience of you. And I would start with you, Thomas, first, because we did a nice project back in the days, and we tokenized some old-timer with some company together, and the company was coming from Germany, and they went to Liechtenstein to set up the wrapper, which is a Liechtenstein AG, to put the old-timer on their balance sheet, and then to tokenize that AG, and to offer it not just to the Liechtenstein investors, but to the whole European Economic Area through a prospectus, and then set up the whole ongoing trading platform in Germany. We did that project together. It is nothing confidential. You can look it up. So my first question goes to you, Thomas. Why would someone come to Liechtenstein and set up the tokenization of real-world assets? So what is so special about Liechtenstein? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the law you have in a token container model and what is needed to really to tokenize not just an old-timer, but you can tokenize money market funds, you can tokenize whatever you want. So explain a little bit about why Liechtenstein.
I think everybody who is in that room knows that Liechtenstein is a beautiful country, so that's enough reason to come here. But jokes aside, I think, and that Peter Kerstens referred to that in the morning when he said, MiCA is supervisory law, right? It's not solving the civil law issues you have to solve before you really allow tokenization to take off. You need to have a specific framework, or at least check what is necessary in your legal frameworks, especially property law, to allow for tokenization. We started that journey in 2016 in Liechtenstein and analyzed our framework and said, okay, it's more than just supervisory law. And as you perfectly mentioned, that example you just mentioned is basically securitization. You set up an entity, an AG, and then you issue the shares. That's the tokenization part. You issue the shares in the form of token, right? And that's what everybody now talks about when they think of RWA, so real-world assets on chain in most cases. But I think if you really want to foster innovation in that area and you want to have it way broader, the approach should be that you allow for direct tokenization of ownership, of IP rights, of almost any right. And we came up with that framework. That's what you said. This is the token container model. So in Liechtenstein, you cannot only tokenize the shares of your entity, you can also tokenize ownership rights for a physical object, for example, gold. And that is a very interesting question, because now in Europe we have these discussions around what is an art and what is not an asset reference token. And if you tokenize, for example, 1 gram of gold, so the specific bar of gold with a serial number, and an NFT is representing the ownership right, for me that's pretty clear, that's not an art, right? But MiCA only has a supervisory perspective on that, and you need to have the proper framework. And I think here you have it in force and in place with experience since 2020, which allows you to tokenize way more than just things you can actually do with putting it on a balance sheet. And I think that is where you really see in the future, maybe in 5, I had to learn to be patient, to be honest. I always said, like I said 5 years ago, in 5 years you will see that. Maybe it's 10 years, I don't know, maybe it's next year. But I think sooner or later, and you see a lot of other countries are now doing that. You see Qatar copy-pasting our model. You see other countries looking into that and already announcing it, that you need to have a tokenization framework. And I think that is the reason why you can do that in Europe with the supervisory part of MiCA, but the civil law you have only here at the moment.
I fully agree. I think MiCA, what we have is a regulation of the issuers and of the CAS, but not really the regulation of the tokenization itself. Yeah. And I think that's very important. And besides the regulation, a little bit more some hands-on knowledge, what do we need to put like off-chain data on-chain? So, I mean, I can tell you, yes, I tokenize diamonds, and you can see it on the blockchain, but what is needed and what did Liechtenstein do to solve this issue, to confirm that the data which is on-chain is really existing off-chain, yeah? Or the material. Yeah?
I'm very proud of everyone who is here after lunch, so I will not bore you. If you're interested in that topic, you can go to tokencontainermodel.com. I'm not trying to shill or whatever, but like that's my PhD, right? But what you have to do, to answer your question specifically, you have to have that link between the real-world asset and the token. And that link has to be a very strong one. If you have the token, you should be able to enforce it against anyone. So if you tokenize your mobile phone, and I am the token holder of the ownership token of that phone, I have to be able to ask a court directly to say, oh, Alireza, hand it over to Thomas. Thomas is the civil law owner. That is what you actually should have, because then you don't need intermediaries. You don't need an SPV in between. You don't need a custodian. It's directly connected to that. And that's the holy grail, right? That has to be solved. And we have a solution in Liechtenstein, which is in force for years now, but it's at the starting point, right? We have to learn from others, and hopefully we share more. And I would love to learn what you're doing in Montenegro or what other people are doing in other countries, because that's how you evolve, right? You have to learn from each other and bring that to the next level.
Yeah. Before we go on with the legal knowledge, going back to the Oracle, to confirming or validating the data. I mean, what we understand is, okay, whatever you see on blockchain, no one can really change it. It's immutable. But before it comes on the chain, someone needs to validate the information. And I think there's where you and your team is coming in. Explain to us a little bit why is it so important to validate information, why we need oracles like what your company is doing, And I mean, I see you for a long time. I think we know each other for 6, 7 years. And you're one of the first ones in this market. You were also in different markets, but especially in this validating of really important information. And so explain to us a little bit why it's so important to have a validator, Oracle, like what you're doing.
So what you were referring to is the so-called Oracle problem, okay? When you use a token on-chain and you want to use it as collateral, how does the platform knows what that token is worth? And it could be even Bitcoin, okay, sitting on-chain, or ETH, or wrapped ETH, okay? How do you know what that token is worth? Because it will, enforce liquidations, it will determine the loan to value, it will determine how much you can, borrow against that collateral, or it could be used as a reference rate for a perpetual future sitting on chain. And this is the Oracle problem that, those on-chain assets, they don't know what the price off-chain is. And now you could easily just, pick block size as one provider and say, you price that asset. But that's not very robust because, it's subject to manipulation. It could be, and you don't want to certainly rely on just, one market data provider. And this is why, Chainlink came up with the first Oracle in 2020. And they have a so-called decentralized Oracle network where, for example, the BTC-USDC pair is being priced by 32 validators. They all publish that specific price of Bitcoin against USDC. And then they use an aggregate price, okay, so that you can be sure that the price that will be used in this entire DeFi ecosystem, and we have billions, okay, of US dollars sitting there, so it's also a lot of responsibility, is accurate, that it cannot be manipulated, and that people can actually trust the DeFi ecosystem. So data, off-chain data, is the backbone for any on-chain DeFi activity. And this is what we price. We're just one of the Oracle nodes, okay? There are 31 other providers also providing a price, but it's essential for DeFi. And we've been privileged and lucky enough to see all of the trends coming and going since 2020. We've been one of the first Chainlink node operators. We've joined other Oracles, and I can walk you a little bit through the history and give insights what is very, very interesting right now, where we do see challenges and how they will be tackled. So when you remember back in 2021, synthetic stocks, okay, they've been a big thing. So what they legally were, I have no idea. Probably you know, or don't even know. Maybe a CFD, okay? It was just a token sitting on the blockchain that was priced with some data they got from NASDAQ, for example. So you could trade Apple on chain. But the price was solely determined, okay, by some sort of Oracle using the NASDAQ price. This is tricky. It's really tricky, I can tell you, to price off-chain stocks. Because one example is, how do you price that instrument when trading hours are closed? Okay? And for crypto, you want to have an aggregate price, in fact, across multiple venues, because liquidity is fragmented. For equities, in fact, you don't want to have an aggregated price or multiple trading venues. You want to have the price from the major trading venue, because this is where the liquidity sits. So the answer to the question, what is the fair and real price, is answered completely different, okay, compared to how you price crypto in fragmented liquidity markets. So this is one of the key challenges. Will trading hours be extended? Yes. Will you use other trading venues to determine the price? Tricky, because is this really where the liquidity sits, and is this an actual representation of the fair price? I think stocks are being explored pretty much right now, but 2021 was really, the hype, and this was where interest in tokenized stocks peaked. From a pricing perspective, I think until you have extended trading hours and really one venue that is capable of pricing stocks 24/7, it is tricky. Or you decide to fully and exclusively perform an IPO on-chain and have only on-chain trading venues and only prices on-chain, okay? Tricky. Then we had real estate, if you remember. Not so much.
Just one, Christian, I think for the audience that's very important. That's just to take that very small example. That's the whole difference between having a counterparty risk, because you have an issuer who then promises you to buy the stocks you want to have in a tokenized form. I completely have the full counterparty risk as the token holder there, or as you just said, if I have a fully digital IPO, the token is the share. And that's the whole difference of what I'm always saying, like, RWA is not RWA. Like there's a completely different story to it. And you're tackling it from the pricing perspective, right? Which is true because risk has to be priced in, right? And that's fair, but it's very crucial that you differentiate between, it comes to the nitty-gritty details. If you have a token representing, like is issued by a company who then buys the stock, or you have really the native token being the shareholder rights, right?
Yeah.
And you have to somehow price that in, and that's important.
Yeah. I mean, to just close on that thought, yeah, so equities will be still tricky. Some problems needs to be resolved. What is highly sought after at the moment is T-bills, okay, treasury bills, money market funds, because the rate is published once a day. Huge demand, high interest. This is really going through the roof. All of the oracles going into that space, and no surprise, commodities, right? So we've been asked to price uranium, for example, copper, all of those precious metals, and gold, of course, obviously. So this year we see two major, categories taking really off. That's T-bills, money market funds, and commodities. Stocks, not so much.
With this said, I'm looking over to you, Jonas. I mean, Binance is at the forefront of everything which happened with the blockchain, I would say. As one of the first and one of the biggest exchanges yet, but there's much more about it. I mean, I have seen that Binance was also the first one, like introducing Sharia-compliant products and stuff like that. What do you see when it comes to real-world assets, besides of T-bills, money market funds, and maybe old-timers? Is there something you see specifically? And also, the second part of my question, more related to what you're doing with payment and also the settlement of the payment. Do you think that putting, and this is the second reason why I think we're doing the real-world asset tokenization, do you think that the real-world asset tokenization and what is also now happening with DLT pilot regime on all of that, bringing more and more assets on-chain, is it going to solve the issue with atomic swaps like T+1 settlement, that you can connect the both assets with the smart contract and then you have delivery versus payment instant? Or do we need more to really, in the end of the day, to be able to pay, I don't know, our rent or pay someone? So maybe you go on both topics and explain a little bit from your perspective.
Yeah, so I'll start with the first one. Binance is the largest crypto exchange in the world. I think everybody here knows that. In terms of trading volume, we are now comparable to some of the large US exchanges. The market that is being created here is huge. It's a huge new market, and this huge new market is interesting for traditional finance. And I think I'll pick up from Christian, from what you said around where's the interest currently in the market, and money market funds and yield on your earnings is certainly one of the big major topics. Why is this so interesting for users in this crypto world? Because it's 24/7, it's instant, it's accessible, and it makes a financial instrument which previously wasn't accessible for everybody, very accessible to every investor around the world, 24/7 settlement, and if you trade it on a good exchange, then you can also cash it out 24/7 instant real time. So right now, we see the products, the real world asset products that we have on the exchange today are money market funds, and they are very, very successful. We've launched it about 6 months ago or something like this. It's giving good yield to people. It's a very, very interesting proposition, and it gives good accessibility. In general, today I see, and Thomas, I think this was the point that you made, today I see RWAs as a sort of representation of the TradFi worlds in the on-chain world. And I think this is where it's going to go much more native on-chain. I would have said 5 years too, but, but maybe 10 years. But the technology that we can do in this on-chain world is just so much better. It's 24/7 by birth. It's instant. It's global. This financial infrastructure is just so much better. There are so many more advantages. So I see it as currently sort of a wrapper of the TradFi world going into the on-chain world, and it's going to develop much more into a native on-chain ecosystem, hopefully also on the BNB chain. Yeah? And then in terms of what's important for people and what's important for users, and maybe I'll just finish on that thought quickly. I think for users, it's important to have an overall holistic idea and holistic good service. yes, you know, the idea is to trade tokenized stocks is great, but if you can't cash out your earnings, what's the point of it? Because the rent you still got to pay in euros, right? So it needs to be a sort of coherent ecosystem, and you need many, many different parts. Real-world asset is one. Certainly the fiat area that I work in or that I specialize in is one of the areas. And the whole exchange trading systems, another very different world. So it needs to be one ecosystem altogether.
Thank you, Jonas. Yeah, Marina, I'm very happy that you joined our panel. So you're going to be the last one of this panel to speak, but you also have the honor to close this panel. And I'm also happy that you also from the legal field and you are looking into the regulation of RWAs and you're advising some projects. So maybe you give us a little bit insight. What do you see, what is coming in a real-world assets tokenization, and what would you agree to Thomas saying that we need regulation on tokenization of real-world assets, or we don't need it, we just do whatever Mika is telling us to do?
We need more, not regulation, we need the property law framework.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will speak from the stance of Montenegro, as it's a small country, and I think we can do a parallel between the Montenegro and Liechtenstein. I started with the blockchain, and then I got inspired by the PhD book of Thomas, and it was actually what drove me to do a little bit more on the tokenization and what could be done from it within the Montenegro. But as we mentioned, I think every abstractive form that I came up to, it was like missing the regulation, actually, the lack of the proper regulation, the lack of the proper norms that kind of makes the markets also, because in Montenegro we had this gray area of within the crypto markets and everything, so I would say people were not that I would say driven to use it, to research it, to be the part of it, and to see the potential of it. But lately, we've been seeing how the world is going on and what the USA has brought with the changes and everything. And I see the Montenegro is kind of started to investigate how we can use tokenized assets, especially when we talked about the real estate, which is a bit more complex area, but especially that is what shows us that we need specific proper framework that can allow us to, well, transfer the rights and to investigate how the tokens can help us in that transactions. For example, what I've been researching lately was actually the risk that are associated with tokens and how the lawyers within the Montenegro, which are not really familiar with this, I would say, legal doctrine actually, how they can understand what is behind the logic and all of this. Is the token itself the right, or it contains certain right? And well, just researching the token container model and comparing with Mika and how Mika kind of makes the categories of the tokens, it allows us to see where are the gaps. Montenegro so far doesn't have its own regulation, and we are actually, I would say, within the legal system of Montenegro, trying to find the best way to allocate these risks, but to find a way how to make it without burdensome. You know, some regulation can be robust and make some strict rules that will, I would say, overcome innovation within Montenegro as such a small country. But when you have the parallel as Liechtenstein, something that gives you the adoption in the civil rights area, that, you know, moves the lawyers also and move lawyers thinking and how we can integrate it within the law. So lately, I think our mission was really how to tokenize real estate assets as something that is really a hot topic in Montenegro, being the touristic country, being the country that lives out the real estate industry, and how to compete on the global market. So basically to be represented not only in the Balkans, not only within our country, but to reach that global population and, well, be the one who, you know, set some game in all of this. But again, for all of that, what Thomas outlined before, we need a really specific regulation that will not obstruct that. And so far, I got challenged from many banks, actually, because they don't feel really comfortable within the new regulation. They're not familiar with it, so there is a gap in the education area also. We need the bankers, we need regulators and investors also that can follow and understand this. So basically, it's not only just tokens and like moving between the ledgers, it's really what it can encompass itself in total and also the potential of it. So basically, we are trying now to, in every project I've been part of, we are trying to find this balance to understand how we can, well, as I said, reach global market, but again, protect the Montenegrin infrastructure and protect the Montenegrin integrity with all of this. So hopefully, I think that sharing knowledge between the Liechtenstein and Montenegro would help to do that, but also let's be real and let's focus that there is some strict regulation that Mika brought up into us and that we are in the plan to join the EU. So there is like these two sides. We want to make the global market, but again, we want to be fully compliant and be aligned with the EU mission and EU principles. So I believe there is a lot there to, update, to discuss, and to work within the Montenegro legal system. But so far, we don't have that framework, and that's what kind of allows us to work more.
I can actually extend an invitation to you now on stage. Whenever you're ready with the Montenegro container model, you can actually present it here on stage as a keynote.
Thankfully.
Would be an honor.
Greatly appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Marina. So we are almost done with our panel. I would like to thank you, Marina, the gentleman. So as a takeaway, we need oracles for the information off-chain to on-chain and validate them. We need better or appropriate regulation also from the international and global perspective, and we need an end-to-end solution for the users, not just to be on-chain, but also to get cash out off-chain. Thank you all. Thank you for listening to us, and have a nice day.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, folks. Also want to call your attention to an incredible giveaway we have downstairs. It's an NFT art edition by Romero Brito. And what you want to do is you want to find these hearts and fill in your information, your name, last name, where you live, etc., your email, and enter it in a box by the second stage downstairs. And you'll get a chance to win one limited NFT art edition by Romero Brito, who's a famed NFT designer. And it's worth about 1,000 Swiss francs. There's also 4 prizes giving away an exclusive Swiss Liechtenstein stamp. So the Philately Liechtenstein has collaborated with Switzerland to create these special Swiss Liechtenstein stamps that are available via NFT. So it's tradition meets innovation. And you can win one of those also. All you have to do is fill out these little hearts with your information and enter in the draw. We'll have the draw on the main stage here at around 6 p.m. All right, so be sure to enter that while you can. One of the fun things you can do here at the Token Summit. Also, be sure to follow me on Twitter, or as some people call X right now, as Elon Musk calls X, but I think he's the only one who calls it that. Follow me on X or Twitter at Christine News. Send me questions you have. Maybe I'll answer them up here. It'll be fun. CHRISTINE News. Okay, so we're going to continue on with our program here. So our next panel is on secure autonomy when blockchain governance meets AI agents. So we're standing at the edge of a new paradigm, where the world's most innovative governance models meets the world's fastest growing intelligence. And this panel on secure autonomy when blockchain governance meets AI agents tackles the pivotal question of the decade. How do we build a safe, secure, and truly autonomous digital economy? Decentralized autonomous organizations, or DAOs, were designed to replace human intermediaries with trusted code. But with the rise of AI agents, we are moving beyond simple programmed logic to machines that can actually learn, adapt, and make high-stakes, real-time decisions on-chain. So the potential is revolutionary. AI agents can optimize DeFi treasuries, manage liquidity, and automate complex smart contract execution 24/7. But this new autonomy introduces profound risks. And critically, how do we establish accountability in a system where decisions are made by an intelligent entity without human intervention? What if an AI could hack these DeFi systems? That question and many more we're going to answer, or try to answer, with our next panel. Please welcome Bernard Thalhammer. He's of Seed Social. He's our moderator for our next panel.
Hi, hello and welcome. My name is Bernhard Thalhammer. I'm the founder and CEO of Seed Social, and I have the honor to moderate this next panel, and would love to introduce our panelists. First of all, Krista Gambrell. She's a marketing advisor for Web3 and AI projects. Then we have Erwin Voloda. He's from the European Blockchain Association. Then Tim Van Gertner from the Lucerne University of Applied Sciences and Arts. And from Bank Frick, where he's the head of digital assets, Jonas Gantenbern. Great, so welcome dear panelists to our discussion about the secure autonomy when blockchain governance meets AI agents. And to kick off our discussion here, when we talk about the secure autonomy, what does that mean in your respective fields? Marketing, regulation, finance, and research. How close are we really to letting AI agents act independently in critical systems? Maybe Krista, you want to kick this off?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for being a host today. Thank you for everyone coming today. I think from a marketing perspective, we're already seeing generative co-pilots operate in the industry, whether that's moderation in communities, whether that's support through customer support systems. And what we need to do is consider the next evolution of what agentic the agentic internet is, and essentially that means producing agents that can allow for, I'd say like ad spend in promotions or campaigns and allocating funding, but that has to be done responsibly. And so when we start to consider, what that governance is, we have to consider how the frameworks in which we apply to these agents so that they can operate based on the authentic brand principles, as well as within the ethics of our governments and economy. So that's what we think about from a marketing perspective.
Okay, great. And I think programmatic buying of media has been maybe a little bit of a predecessor of the whole AI system.
Right. I think there's the two considerations. You start to consider the allocation as putting that through the generative AI and understanding how do we apply funds and using that as a way to inform the AI to then give it permission to eventually make that spend.
Okay.
So I think there's that's sort of the guardrail that we think through when we're thinking from a marketing perspective.
Okay.
So it's not just like, hey, let's give you access to our, our bank account and you can spend this much money. It's a progressive relationship, I think, especially from a digital marketing perspective, where you build that relationship, there's a human-computer interface, and then eventually, once you get to the autonomous space, the risk is a little bit more predictable.
Okay, thank you. So Erwin, from the regulatory point of view, is AI in a situation where it writes his or her or it regulation itself? How far are we?
Well, I think to focus also on the how, but from that perspective, a big challenge obviously for regulators in the conversations that we have with them is that this topic is still very much at the margins of where they understand developments. And if you look at, for example, spaces where, let's say, regulation hasn't really caught on or is still not as mature, like in DeFi, you already have agents that are doing a lot of things like managing native staking protocols and things like that. So that autonomous connectivity that you discussed, when you marry that with any sort of financialization or composability at the protocol level, can exacerbate issues that could become systemic. Now, for example, with rehypothecation, we have this, but you can imagine if there were agents that were piggybacking on rehypothecation chains, and that kind of went back, it could really harm the end user if there was some sort of glitch or some sort of issue with the code base. And I think for regulators, whenever they're looking at how we're going to establish regulations, how is this going to affect the end user, whether the end user is an institution, whether the end user is a retail customer, and especially with regards to payments, there's already a lot of work coming from again at the protocol level, and also how this works with the actual settlement. And for regulators that are looking at this stuff, I can tell, at least in my conversations, it's not exactly that clear to them where that is supposed to go, or for example, even how the AI Act might work in tandem, especially because the AI liability directive is effectively dead at this point. So even if, in the event of something happening, there's this lack of a recourse mechanism, and from a consumer protection perspective, obviously that at some point that will probably become an issue.
Okay, well, thank you for your perspective. And Tim, what is your take on that?
Yeah, I think from a research perspective, we want to push boundaries. So we first want to try out what's possible, what can we do? Can we directly connect agents with blockchain? Can we just initiate or execute transactions in smart contracts and the thing? And then at the same time also look into security. How can we make this secure? What possibilities are there?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Then Jonas, what about the finance perspective? Are you already letting AI agents run everything, or what's the situation in the bank?
I wish. No, it's we coming from the bank's perspective where I work. Obviously, there is a vision that we have multi-agentic systems in place because it makes sense, right? It's a banking sector is centuries old, and we have been in a red ocean market for decades now, and that means you have to invent on the cost side of the balance sheet and not on the income side, rather. And multi-agentic systems are the holy grail, so to speak, as of now, on cutting costs, right? Where you have tasks or through the whole bank, essentially, tasks that can be done with multi-agentic systems. But now, as of now, I think we are only laying the groundwork, so to speak. There are a lot of challenges that await us in getting there at the end. And it starts with data, simple. It continues with connectivity and APIs within systems. It's one thing when we talk about having agentic systems work on-chain, where everything is connected and seamlessly interoperable. That's not the case with a financial institution at all. So those types of challenges we are trying to face and lay sort of the groundwork.
Okay. Well, very interesting insight. Thank you. So when we talk about the governance and trusts, we kind of then expect AI agents to act autonomously, right? Because that's what they're here for. But still, on the other hand, they need accountability. So my question is, can blockchain really serve as the trust and audit layer for these agentic systems, or do we risk overestimating what DLT in the end can really do? You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I think we are probably underestimating the power of DLT within these ecosystems and overestimating the human wrapper, which is guiding that. I think that's where that's a relationship that we have to consider, right? So we can, from a marketing lens, we can consider how we allocate responsibility for decisions made along the way, and that immutable, technology with DLT, it gives us that ability to go back and see those records, right? when we can start to consider how we hold people accountable or the decision maker along that process accountable, then we can start to look at DLT. But it's about integrating those mechanisms for check-ins for each of those stakeholders along the way. So I do think that, yeah, we're probably underestimating the power of the DLT, and then considering, you know, how do we develop that from an operational perspective in organizations so that we can integrate accountability using that technology.
Okay, so based on the Gartner hype cycle, we would have kind of a peak of under expectation then towards what DLT can do, if we translate it to that.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, great. Erwin, what do you think about that?
I mean, look, from my perspective, it comes down to the fact that blockchains are append-only systems, okay? So the environment within which a smart contract, and Tim will probably know more about this, but the environment within which a smart contract operates is rigid. No. And agents, that risk, whatever that risk may be, the downstream effects of it could be managed intrinsically within the confines of the smart contract, and for other things like, for example, in zero-knowledge machine learning, which is a growing field. And I think it's important to consider that because blockchain allows you, at least in theory, and we're seeing it more and more in pilots, composability and sort of this Lego-like architecture. And so you could build really innovative products, and you could build really, really innovative value chains with distributed ledgers, and then optimizing, to your point, adding the agents into that framework. You could also then push the margin of that cost reduction even further, but then potentially also create more innovative workflows, which, aside from saving time, may yield other ways of doing business. And I think this is really really fascinating in the mobility space, right, where they're doing a lot of experimentation with how DLTs coupled with agents can settle microtransactions for smart metering and for vehicles and toll roads and stuff like that. Some of this stuff was even piloted in MoveID and GaiaX, from my understanding. And so when you move on to things like payments, we see a lot of stuff in the space now where like those smart contract environments are being used to integrate with stablecoins at the settlement leg, which is providing for obviously efficiency gains in those payment value chains. And so, sure, I definitely believe that there's an argument to be made there. Okay, great, thank you. Tim, what is your take on that?
Yes, as much as I love blockchain, I think blockchain is a distributed database and garbage in, garbage out forever. So I think blockchain itself doesn't bring trust or cannot bring trust. And also smart contracts are in this enclave or sandbox of the blockchain, and they cannot go out. So we heard about the blockchain, the Oracle problem in the panel before. I think there are possibilities to bring transparency, to bring immutability to topics, but that's always like from a post-view perspective. But really auditing or taking control of agents, I have my doubts there.
Okay. Okay, well, I think we'll address that topic a little later on, but thank you for your take. Now, Jonas, please.
I'm with Tim on this one. I think blockchain in this particular use case is overrated in a sense of everything it does is verify integrity. It does not verify intent. So the agent or the agents can misbehave or can be misaligned, and misalignment is a huge problem, by the way. It can be misaligned, and it still can do that on a blockchain, but it's just open there to see. We can have traceability on that. Okay, that's fine, but it does not solve the actual problems. And one thing I would note is also that we are talking about DeFi space. We are talking about on-chain space here. We want to have multi-agentic systems, not only on-chain, but off-chain as well, in the real world as well. And I haven't seen any bank that would be sort of accepting, or that would be able or capable into incorporating blockchain databases as a foundational layer into their systems, into their architectures, in order to tackle the verification problem. So I think it's much more a problem of, can we adapt in the real world? Can we use the blockchain? And I don't think that's quite so trivial.
Okay, okay, great. Then maybe let me continue with you to go the other direction, otherwise we get dizzy. If we talk about risk and resilience, and I think also very relevant, of course, for the banking and finance industry, if we let the AI agents initiate transactions or manage assets, what's the biggest failure scenario that you can think of? And can then DLT or the blockchain realistically contain this? What do you think about this?
Every time in finance there is, if we talk about the risk of losing funds for our customers, that's paramount, the risk to mitigate, right? I don't think, as I mentioned, I don't see blockchain being able to prevent that sort of risk. How we handle it, or so to speak, financial institutions as of now handle it not on the blockchain level. They handle it through architecture that allow them to manage the keys. That's where the magic happens, and the governance layers are, and transactions are being processed and being sort of reviewed. And I don't think blockchain can sort of help in that regard. I haven't seen any solutions. Let's put it like that.
Okay. All right. Then, Tim, what's the biggest risk scenario that you can think of, or the biggest failure scenario in these terms?
Well, yeah, losing funds typically, or assets. I think that's the major issue. And I think when we look in what's now going on on a technical level, like X402 protocol or MCP, so that agents or large language model can initiate transactions on the blockchain. And yeah, we know they can make errors, they can be misaligned, they can hallucinate, and yeah, then they can lose the funds. You can try to build guardrails around, so say, okay, I have only secured addresses or an address book, and they only can interact with them. But if you just give them your money and say, go, play around, then yeah, could be from winning 200x until losing everything. Yeah. But that's could also happen to us when we are on the stock market. So.
Okay, okay. And then from the regulatory point of view, I mean, what's the situation when the AI transfers all the funds to whatever, the Cayman Islands, and then the founder of the project says, well, it wasn't me, it was the AI. What's the regulatory framework going to do about this?
I think it was mentioned a little bit earlier in the panel, but this, where the human is in the loop. I think with a lot of these agents, the issue ultimately comes down to, like, what is the attestation framework that's being used to link the agent to whoever spun up the agent? Or if the agent spun up an agent, what is the first principle of that? Like, who's the ultimate entity that pushed the button that said, go agent, go? And I think that this is something that regulators will ultimately look at, because the law is, you have Alice and you have Bob. And Bob has done something to Alice. And a regulator will draw as straight a line as they can from Bob to Alice. There could be a banana peel or an oil slick in the way, and they will just go around the banana peel and the oil slick, because they need to be able to connect those two parties. That's how the law works. So I think that the issue potentially could be in the future where we're talking about, like, the delegated liabilities. But to be fair, there's concepts out there. Like, for example, if you look at verifiable legal entity identifiers, if you use a VLEI to link the attestation of, for example, a fund manager and then the agents under them in some sort of credentialing scheme, you create a root chain of trust. Right? And I think from a regulatory perspective, this is important, because ultimately it's going to be the fiduciary who's going to be responsible if something goes under, and they can't cry foul and say, oh, well, sorry, this agent went haywire. Well, no, sir, you spun it up. So I think there's going to be a lot more of this need for verifiability and the ability to link these attestation frameworks, on-chain identities, different types of credential standards. For example, VLEI uses carry, but there's JOTS, there's all sorts. And this is the next frontier. And I think that regulators are going to pay a lot more attention to what's happening in that space where that root chain of trust is being kind of designed, and then what the ultimate kind of knock-on effects are in the event of sort of systemic scenarios, or in the event of some forced liquidations or whatever happens. Like what happened recently when we had 19 billion liquidated because people were heavily screwed on cross margin. That could be even worse if it was all agents just doing that, right? But forget the markets for a second. If your agents are managing your internal company databases, or they're writing code or stuff like that, and then they hallucinate, and suddenly like you have no backend anymore.
Okay. So again, the humans are the problem. Is that what you're saying?
So there's a level of reputation risk. There's cyber resilience risk. There's operational risk. You pick your poison.
Okay. All right. So maybe what's your take on this? On the kind of the biggest risk or biggest failure scenario?
I think from a marketing perspective, we think a lot through like the integrity of a brand, and I think the narrative could be something that could be easily damaged if the AI agent was focused solely on metrics. And so when you consider it's like these hallucinations, like early in, when like Google released their AI, or even like the Microsoft released their like X agent, right? Like, or then Twitter, right? It sort of created a really bad narrative. It was, so I think from a marketing perspective, that's one huge risk, because it can do damage beyond repair. And I think, that's what we're always considering from the digital marketing perspective.
Okay, great, thank you. So maybe looking at the time a little bit, we have still time for a quick closing round. So maybe let's talk about the outlook, right? So if everything works, policy, tech, and adoption, what would a trusted agentic economy look like in 5 years? And maybe just one word or 2 words, what steps can we take today to make this happen? Maybe Jonas, you want to kick this off?
An agentic, multi-agentic system that allows us the bank to perform tasks that are not high critical, but even more efficient. And to put it short, what has to be done, go to www.bankfrick.li, there's a career page, there are a couple of AI career paths laid in front of you. So
great, very concrete, thank you. Great. Tim.
Yeah, I think if we reach the time where everybody of us has this AI assistant, and we just, in the night, just let them off and say, well, okay, double my money until tomorrow, I think then our banking sector and society will have other issues, because if everybody wants to do this, then somebody has to lose.
Okay, thank you. Erwin, please keep it short.
I think it comes down to what the lowest common denominator is, where the efficiencies can be had most. So in 5 years, I think there's going to be a lot more developments on those layers, but I also expect to see much more on the trust layer as well. And I think that linking that trust is, at least from regulatory perspective, where policymakers will be most interested.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah,
Christoph.
I'd say reduced risk equals increased authenticity.
Okay. Great. Well, that's very short and very nice closing words. So thank you, dear panelists and the audience for your attention. And enjoy the rest of the conference, and see you around at the coffee. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Another chat on the latest on artificial intelligence and the intersection with blockchain. Also very exciting to see where that is headed. Up next, we're going to talk about treasuries on token rails. So we live in a 24/7 global economy, yet corporate treasuries will still operate on antiquated batch processing systems. Billions in capital remains trapped in slow, opaque, cross-border payments and inefficient settlement cycles. So this panel is focused on unlocking that value. We are entering an era of treasury on token rails. This session explores how tokenized fiat, digital currencies, and tokenized assets are transforming corporate finance. Imagine achieving true, instantaneous intraday liquidity, settling complex foreign exchange transactions automatically, and collateralizing assets in real time. This isn't theoretical, this is being built right now. And our experts will discuss the technical blueprints and regulatory pathways for this transformation. So get ready to learn how blockchain is turning the sluggish world of corporate finance into an instant, programmable, and radical, more efficient operation. This panel is moderated by Louis Schaubert of AllUnity, but he also wants to give a reality check. Is this actually happening? What's the timeline for that process?
All right. Just waiting for one more of us. All right, so welcome to our panel. It's about the treasury on token rails. So the question more or less if we can really move the treasury, so including stablecoins, etc., on chain. And I have here a really interesting round from different perspectives of the market. And maybe everybody can introduce yourself, where you are, what you're doing, and maybe also your first take on if we can move really treasury on token rails, and how you see it.
Should I start?
Yeah, sure.
I'm Nicholas. I'm working for Bank Frick. I'm running their blockchain banking department, which is essentially the sales department. My first take. It's an interesting topic. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's developing around it. But I have to say, from a bank's perspective, most of the players are not ready yet. I think we're making good progress, but I think it will take time, and I think that's what people are missing most of the time.
Hi everyone, I'm Cristiano. Unlike what you see here, I don't work for ESMA, I work for Moody's Ratings, the rating agency. It will take time and it will happen heterogeneously across the globe because we are seeing a lot of regulatory and market practice that are diverging, but at the same time, it's probably the only way we have for digital cash and in general for on-chain finance to really expand.
David Regelnik, I'm the CEO and co-founder of RuleMatch. We are a marketplace for banks and securities firms in digital assets, crypto, and in the future also tokenized securities. In my view, I think the topic is really very timely. I think we should really talk about tokenized money market funds, really being one of the first use cases where we really start to see traction in this regard. So I see treasuries in this context. And I would say when we look at the already quite staggering volumes that have started to be deployed there, I think this gives us a bit of a glimpse of what we will see. And in my view, 26 will be a year of breakthrough in this area.
Yes, I totally agree. So maybe the first question is, if we go maybe one step back. So I mean, yes, we have stablecoins, we have tokenized assets, etc. But I think the main question is all about infrastructure. And I see, like, yes, there are Coinbase and the big crypto players, they are outside, they have already the infrastructure ready that you can move everything on chain. But what is your opinion about, is, I would say, the old world also ready already that we can move everything on chain, especially also money? So what's your take?
I think we're not ready. Speaking for not every bank, but for quite a lot of banks. I think if we go one step back before infrastructure, I think we've done a lot of great work in the past. We have regulation in place, we have tech in place. Now, I think the players which are responsible to move the next, to the next step or start the next phase will be the institutional players. And I think as soon as the big banks or the big asset management companies start to really look into that, what they're already doing, but if they come up with a solution, I think then we're at that point where it really starts. And I think we're very close to that, but I think most of the players are not ready yet to start from tomorrow.
Yeah. How do you see it, David? You built infrastructure to connect both worlds.
Of course, and I mean, of course, also I see that. I think our colleague has been also modest. I think Frank Frick, for example, has been one of these players who is quite active in the field, and I think that's what we see in general, right? You have typically those first movers, those banks and securities firms that really deal in crypto, and I think we have always been of the opinion at RuleMatch that those who really deal in crypto will be the first really dealing also in tokenized securities. To some extent, because you need the ability to have your custody, to be able to work with blockchain in a regulated fashion, that you can really consider using this also for tokenized securities. So I would say when it comes to readiness, what is certainly missing, I think, are clearly also certain regulated infrastructures, particularly when it comes to the secondary market, which of course when we talk securities, then of course it is a different bar, right? You need the respective licenses. I think this needs to be around so that really these products can be sold and bought in an effective and efficient way.
Yeah, totally agree with both. I will just add that in order to understand the readiness, you have to count how many processes are actually off-chain. Let's just give an example. Stablecoins, underlying assets, off-chain. On and off-ramp providers, off-chain. Ledger that provides legal validity, mostly off-chain. So these three elements alone, should be enough to convey the message that, on-chain finance is not there yet, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing in the sense that regulators and market participants take time to understand what is the best and most reliable solution. And as all things, it takes time, especially when it comes to combining multiple regulations. So I will say that's the kind of the litmus test that sometimes we do to understand to what extent a process is really fully on-chain, and to what extent the frictions that we see today prevent, efficiencies and savings to fully unlock.
Yeah, and I mean, where do you see more or less, when we just go now really on the technical side of things, where do you see like really the bottlenecks? Because, for example, what I often see is that everybody's talking about APIs, that you can easily connect wallets to the core banking system, etc. Do you see that this is really that easy, that you can just plug and play everything, or is it more the opposite, I would say?
I mean, we would love to see that, but in reality, it's like, unfortunately not the fact. And I think Cristiano brings it up pretty exact. There's a lot of things which are still happening outside or off-chain, as you called it. It's not as easy as you say, I want to have this product, I tokenize it, I use it. It's like there's so many different things which are needed to make it happen. And just, if you look at it from a banking perspective, I mean, like there's so much regulation coming in, there's so much security processes you have to be aligned. And then if everything works, and if everything works out, then it's about connectivity. And then we can talk about like if it works with API, how easy can it be done? But I think there's still a lot of work to be done. And yeah, I mean, we as a bank, we're always trying to be at the forefront with this, and we tried a lot of things, but we can say from firsthand how difficult it is to implement things like that and make it work. Because sometimes it sounds so easy, and people think, oh, why are they not doing it? Because it's not as easy as it sometimes sounds.
Maybe David, you are one of the connectors.
I think, as I said before, I think the bottlenecks probably are much more in the regulatory space than let's say in a technical, even though, yes, of course, you need to build up these capabilities, so you need to have your own custody and so forth as a regulated player. But I think we should really not underestimate, particularly now that we talk about here tokenized securities, that along the whole value chain, each party touching a security needs to be licensed, right? That's the massive difference to Bitcoin or Ether, right? Which, of course, to this day have a different status. And even though we have, for example, in Europe now with MiCA, to some extent also the need for licenses, this is still not on the same level as we have it with security. So I think this is we have to be aware about that. At the same time, what I see clearly, I would say, when you said bottlenecks, I think once this is overcome, once we have these let's say, stable coins, these regulated stable coins that we have now seen also recently, for example, in the MiCA space, or when we have marketplaces that have obtained the necessary licenses to trade tokenized securities, I think this will unlock these markets, which I think many are waiting for. And I think we will be surprised, most likely, how it will unfold. Because other than crypto, let's be very honest, despite the fact that we might love crypto here, most likely in this audience. But let's be clear, I mean, it's still a polarizing topic to some extent. I think this will be different, I would say, with tokenized securities, because they are basically on a philosophical, political level, there's much less resistance. It's more the make it happen. Get over the finish line with these licenses and regulations.
Okay, yeah, totally agree. And as everybody of you guys mentioned, regulation. So just maybe, I mean, many panels are here around MiCA and so on, but what is your take especially on this one? I mean, we have MiCA, we have now the Genius Act in the US, etc. And what is your opinion? Is it more or less good that we have now MiCA, Genius Act, and all the local stablecoin regimes? Do you think this brings really the buy-in of the TradFi world, that they say now, look, we want to move on blockchain rails, or do you say like more or less it's also an innovation stopper because you have different regulations, so you have different requirements, etc.?
Let's say it this way. I think regulation is key. I think that's the most important of everything. Without, we cannot do anything. And I think it's the first step which leads to bigger players stepping in. And because we need regulatory clarity. We have, as you said, we have Genius Act, we have MiCA here in Europe. And I think it's a great foundation to start building on it. If it's the 100% perfect solution, who knows? I cannot judge that, but I think regulation is key. We need to build on top of that, and I think with that, it enables us to build. So it's, from my point of view, the most important part.
Cristiano?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, competition, quote unquote, competition among regulators is good, not because, I mean, when I say competition among regulators, people sometimes expect regulators to go to a race towards allowing companies to do everything, which is not the case. Competition is a race to provide clarity to market participants, and then every regulator will decide their own level of risk appetite and risk aversion. And in this way, having US, Europe, and Asia actually competing in the sense that providing more clarity for market participants is actually good. We don't have to expect convergence today, neither tomorrow. It will take a long time, and in some cases it might never happen because there are political, economic, and strategic objectives that are potentially different. You see US and the stance on stable coins and the stance on CBDCs, and then you see Europe, which has actually not opposite but a quite different stance. And regulation is also a byproduct of political and strategic decisions on how to implement and how to modernize finance. And then, I mean, regulation is an iteration that is based on what is happening in the market. I will just give you an example because it's connected to infrastructure. When we talk to companies in the market and we try to identify the weakest link in a value chain to say, hey, this could go wrong, you should pay attention to that and you should really clarify what you are going to do in case things go wrong. The usual comment, especially from startups and new challengers, is, oh, come on, it's going to be fine. It has worked for 5 years. It's going to work the same, in the foreseeable future. A couple of weeks ago, you guys have seen that a stablecoin has minted $300 trillion on chain for like 22 minutes. So these things, when they go wrong, they could go really wrong. And in that case, it was pretty much a harmless mistake, but that's not going to be the case in the future. And that's why we always look at the weakest link in the worst possible scenario, because 99.9% of the time it's not going to happen, but we have to assess the risk of the tail of the distribution, not the average. And that's why when it comes to regulation, we understand why some regulators are potentially more restrictive and more conservative than others. And it's not because of the sake of it. It's because, things could go wrong in a variety of ways, especially because this is a new technology, this is a new ecosystem, and we still are not best positioned to understand how all the things piled together could potentially go wrong.
And I don't know, it's also an open question. Do you see more that this is already like the banks and so on, so the TradFi world really understood, especially these regulations, because for especially also MiCA and so on, it's really complicated. Then you have the Genius Act, which is more or less a little bit different than MiCA. So do you think also that there's also some education missing, or is everybody already on track? To say, okay, now the regulation is clear, in this country we have to do it in this way, in Europe we do it this way, and in the end we go in the same direction.
Yeah, for sure. I think, absolutely, I think this is, the more regulation there is here, the more I think it really requires a certain sophistication on the level of players. And of course the incumbents, the existing banks and companies, players really know how to handle this. So I think they are in the best position to also take advantage. At the same time, in the end, of course, also new players can learn the trick, right? As we have seen, usually there is a higher risk appetite, nevertheless, despite the regulation, and also a certain willingness to really to be innovative, as we have seen recently. I would say, overall, I mean, just to summarize what you said before, for sure, I mean, this regulation, regardless European, US, and so forth, it's kickstarting that market, no doubt. As a regulated player, you wouldn't want to touch something that is somewhat unclear, and now with these rules, it is the way is open, and I think it just needs now to unfold, and we will see this. I think we will stand indeed, literally in front of an explosion.
Yeah, I think one important thing is, before I said regulation is key, which is true, but I think it's a very small path between having a proper regulation, having an over-regulation. Because if it's so complex that all the legal compliance and risk departments are growing like crazy, I mean, that's the question if it's then already over-regulated, because you need so many people to understand how things are done or how they work. I think it's a small path, and we have to be very careful. Like, we cannot really change it, but I think it's something which would happen sometimes, that people bring up ideas and rules without understanding how things work actually. So it's a threat, if you ask me.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. It's not only a matter of risk and regulation, it's also a matter of incentive. So right now we are seeing, even in Europe, which is kind of conservative, we are seeing, for instance, stablecoin issuers becoming, creative and trying to find use cases even where, regulation doesn't necessarily explain how to do that. For instance, just an example, a couple of banks have issued stablecoins that are now traded in the DeFi space, and you can potentially earn a yield on such stablecoins, even though, MiCA formally prohibits any kind of yield paid out of the issuer. So the balance is not only driven by what regulators and what, compliance or legal decide, but it's also driven by what is happening in the market in terms of how to find a way to make supply and demand meet somewhere, which is something that most people take for granted because it looks like everything happening on chain is automatically profitable. It's not. It's actually very rare for any business on chain right now to be profitable, especially when it doesn't involve cryptocurrencies. So finding the right incentive, finding the right balance is also what will drive progress and innovation. And of course, regulators will have to catch up.
Yeah, this directly brings me to the next question. So what is your opinion on, is it really like when the money moves now on chain, you have stable coins, you have tokenized deposits, which is completely other topic in this direction. Do you think this brings directly the efficiency, or is it more about, okay, we now have to build first the infrastructure, so bringing assets on chain, then we have to bring the money, the cash leg on chain, and then we now have to see if it's even working? Or do you, for example, with Rule Match already have, is there something approved that it's already like faster, cheaper, more efficient?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think we don't have to really wait or look for the use case. Let's be clear, when we think of our operations, of course, there is daily settlement. In our case, we have trading with a T+1 settlement on a net basis, which is highly efficient, of course, for these banks and securities firms trading on Rule Match. But still, of course, we do have still a cash lag, and this is facilitated by banks, right? And also, since it is done in dollars, it also involves correspondent banks and so forth. Being able to work with stable coins in this regard, of course, really will unlock weekends, will unlock basically 24/7 also bank holidays or currency holidays that are a reality. So stablecoins certainly will make it much more efficient. And I mean, there's the point, fully aware that on the decentralized world, in DeFi, this is already a reality. But again, this is still a very small niche. Don't underestimate how large this world really is. I mean, we do know the trillions that are traded in capital markets. And so moving them towards stablecoins will for sure happen inevitably. And I would also say, well, maybe to the topic of our panel when it comes to really treasuries or on rails, I think the distinction between, let's say, the stablecoin without a yield on the one hand side, and then on the other hand side, yeah, potentially yield-bearing instruments such as tokenized money market funds, or potentially also maybe bank deposit tokens, potentially, I think will complement each other very nicely, right? So that you could, depending on the use case, really decide, okay, I want the stability of a stablecoin which is 100% or even more backed versus a yield-bearing product. I think we will see a lot of change also traded between these products. They will rival each other, but they will effectively also complement and grow together, in our view.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, from the bank side, I mean, you're in both worlds. So what is your take on this, especially as you were probably one of the key players for the on and off ramp from the fiat side of things to the tokenized world?
I mean, I agree with what David says. I think it comes hand in hand. If you reinvent capital markets nowadays, it would probably be 24/7. But it's only possible like if money also moves 24/7. And nowadays, most of us know if you go to a bank, you can do payments. They're executed between 8 and 5 during the weekdays. What's the reason for that? I mean, like, it comes from the past, but in the future, there's not necessarily a need for that. But in order to make things faster, to make it more efficient, I mean, you have to bring it on chain. And yes, I cannot speak what happens within the bank, but it's not as easy as it sounds like to make this accessible. And I mean, at one point, we'll definitely see that's my opinion, that people still use banks and they still execute payments over banks, but probably going peer-to-peer. Then with stablecoins, they execute a payment, settled as a stablecoin, there's no correspondent bank in between, and everybody wins. It's cheaper, it's faster, it's more efficient. But I don't really see the reason that there shouldn't be a bank inside. And I think if the payment side is automated, it's fast, it's efficient, I think then it's about also capital market. But I think they come hand in hand. And I think one is needed for the other. And so it's, don't want to call it as a chicken and egg problem, but I think we're developing two things at the same time, which we have to find or bring together. And I mean, there are many more use cases for this, but yeah. So
yeah, and just to add to this, I totally agree on David's point on convergence and coexistence, because at the end of the day, there's not going to be a single digital instrument to rule them all. It will be a coexistence, and sometimes people get confused about the trade-offs that they have in accepting one against the other. And for instance, a great example is stablecoins versus money market funds. People think that tokenized money market funds are just a version of stablecoins with yield on top, and they say, oh wow, it's amazing, why would I even need stablecoins? But if you read the fine print, tokenized money market funds don't have a promise to give you the dollar back when you invest, whereas stablecoin have. And again, this is a small detail that won't make a difference 99.9% of the time, but that's where trade-offs lie. You need to read the fine print, you need to understand exactly where you are investing or where you're exposing to, because these products are not the same, even though they might look similar. And that's why, as David said, stablecoins, tokenized deposit, CBDCs, or whatever other solution central banks come up with, they all have different use cases that will coexist together, and the way they will coexist will determine the efficiency of each.
Yeah, totally agree. So as we're more or less coming to the end of the panel, I mean, one main question is, I mean, we have the infrastructure, step by step, the old world is building it, the new world is more or less ready. We have already first assets that are tokenized, we have there the regulation, we have now different forms of money already on chain. But what is your opinion, direction, who should move, who should more or less lead this innovation path? Is it the new players on the block, as for example us, stablecoin issuers, should we go out and say like, look, you need to switch on stablecoins, or is it somebody else in the market? So where do you see who should take in which step, I would say, the lead to bring more or less treasuries on chain?
I would say So to start with that question, I would say the issuers have done their job, so to speak. I think, such as, for example, Euro really have been able to really provide such a regulated stablecoin is really the first step. But I have no doubt that the actual adoption is the job of the others, and they will come, right? Because they will basically really leverage the benefits they see. And maybe it's one element I would like to also point towards, which maybe is rarely discussed, and maybe worth to say here. The whole topic of collateral, of course, is often discussed, right? Using these type of products as part of collateral, particularly if they're also yield-bearing. But there's even something else. We shouldn't forget there's a large part of the financial industry in the meantime, also in parabanking sector, basically maintaining accounts for people, holding value for people, maintaining accounts in various facets. And here, potentially, also for banks even, potentially to basically offload that to some extent to an off-balance sheet product. So rather, instead of really maintaining accounts for clients, rather basically having in custody tokenized value is quite attractive, particularly given the capital requirements that we face. I think that's another element which I think we'll see going forward.
What's your take?
I think the TradFi institutions need to move because you said it. You made some noise, and the new guys made some noise. They proved that they are relevant. There is capital behind it, and I think now it's about the old world to start working on it, just to make sure that they are ready, because otherwise the new players will replace the old players. That's my take.
It's more or less a good ending, but what's your take?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, challengers are faster and leaner than incumbents, and they can show that something new can be done in a certain way. Their incumbents say, hey, this is actually good. I want to do that too, but at the same time, I cannot do it because, I don't know, I'm just saying, regulators prevent me from doing X, Y, Z. And then it's on the regulators' court to decide to what extent to level the playing field or to introduce new regulation for challengers, to relax regulation for incumbents. So it's a process that involves all the players in the value chain. It cannot be driven by only one. And that's how it has always been, and digital finance is not an exception. So, I mean, it's Europe specifically, we already know that we are facing a huge competition from US, and even the future of euro is linked to the extent to which digital finance can support the acceptance of euro, not only at the domestic level, but also at the cross-border level, because that's a much tougher game to play.
Cool, yeah. So yeah, maybe to close the round, and thank you for listening. When do you think we see really the big moves with that Treasury is really moving on chain? Is it already next year, or do you think it takes more time?
I hope next year. I think it takes a little bit more, but I hope for next year.
I do see breakthroughs in 26. I mean, also don't forget about the volumes we see already from let's say, Franklin Templeton and BlackRock and the others in this space, and I think it will continue on a massive pace.
Yeah, probably in the US it will be 1 or 2 years, Europe a little more than that. But at the same time, it's not something that is in a distant future. It's something that we could potentially see and maybe touch even now.
All right, cool. So thank you, and yeah, thank you for your time, and yeah, looking forward to the next panel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for that panel. Interesting discussion on stablecoins, who should be responsible. It's a difficult question in the crypto space in terms of decentralization versus centralization. And actually that goes to the next panel that we will be listening to. When we take a look at decentralized autonomous organizations, well, I know a couple in the early days. I mean, they were a mess. You usually have a bunch of young kids on these decentralized autonomous organizations. I can think of a few that are decentralized, but often are centralized behind the digital virtual world. But at least some of them try to stay true to the decentralized ethos. They believe in democratic decision-making, transparency in the voting process. So it's a really interesting new way of governance that is at least experimental and hopeful in creating a more democratic world. But indeed, that space needs maturity that the institutional world brings to the financial ecosystem. And so with that, we're going to take a look at the decentralized autonomous organizations, their radical experiments, in trustless coordination governed only by code, but today many DAOs manage treasuries valued at billions of dollars, making them powerful entities that are increasingly interacting with the traditional world. And that evolution, as I mentioned, demands maturity. So this panel will examine the critical transition of DAOs from experiment to institution. The core challenge is balancing the decentralized ethos with the need for institutional-grade legitimacy. And our speakers will explore the frontier of DAO governance, how DAOs can adopt the best of traditional rigor, such as institutional auditability, while preserving the core values of transparency and community-driven decision-making. This panel will be moderated by Pablo Carriolo. I love Pablo. I'm very excited for this. Just a fun story on the side. Pablo is hoping to get his Swiss citizenship, and nothing more decentralized like the process where your neighbors have to decide whether you deserve to get Swiss citizenship. And Pablo, though, has a plan. He's a master chef. He can cook on these Argentinian grills, just piles of food given to the neighbors. I think he's a shoo-in, and he's our next moderator. So welcome, Pablo.
Hello, how's everybody doing? So today we're going to talk about DAOs, and beforehand, I would like to have some raised hands. How many people know what a DAO is? Oh, okay, we have a good knowledge of DAOs. We have an incredible panel today. We have Heinz Kunset, senior legal expert from the Government Office of Financial Market Innovation. We have Nicholas Biagosh, co-founder of Postera Capital and initiator of the Q-Block protocol. And we have Evika Kuzmik, director and head of financial markets and digitalization for the Liechtenstein Banker Association. So first of all, I'd like you to introduce yourselves a little bit. Heinz?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Coming from the Financial Market Authority to the banking division side, to the Office for Digital Innovation, and working on a DAO project in Liechtenstein.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Nicholas Biergers. Hello, everybody. I'm a co-founder of Q Protocol, and we combine algorithmic decentralized governance with judgment, human judgment, also in a decentralized way.
Hello, everyone. Very good to be here. Thanks for the invite. I'm working for the Liechtenstein Bankers Association, and I'm also on a side doing a research doctorate on decentralized autonomous organizations. So very excited to be speaking today about this.
Excellent. So here we have two people who are doing research. I'm doing my PhD also on DAOs. And the reason I'm doing the PhD is because once I heard of DAOs, I was totally fascinated by the concept. One of the main issues that I had is that we're going into a digitized world with organizational structures from the last century. And if we add AI to the mix, we're getting farther away from a real way to manage these news organizations. And I fully believe that DAOs are the way forward in the new digitized world. So I want you each to share a little bit what brings your passion about DAOs? And maybe we could start from Ivica this way.
All right, so as you've just mentioned, I fully agree that DAOs may be a new path forward into the new century, as they say. And I believe that people are looking a new way to communicate, to do business together. And from my perspective, I was very hooked on the idea that people might be collaborating together for the benefit of investing together, right? And the idea that maybe retail customers or maybe people that do not have a lot of money could be brought together to invest in a certain project or maybe in an idea was very interesting and very good for me. This is why I wanted to see, I'm looking in a way of how that can happen by using a decentralized autonomous organization.
I can tag on to what you said. I also believe that the digital world, which is very different from the more traditional world, not necessarily rooted in region or in the physical world, it needs governance structures and organizational structures that fit that world more than the ones that already exist. For example, the Q protocol is built as a DAO because it transcends jurisdictions and regions. We have people in all continents working on it, and therefore we need an infrastructure where somebody that works out of China can equally relate to it than somebody who works out of the United States or South America or even Africa, if people are from Africa working in it. And I think that it's only natural for the digital world, especially in the advent of AI, that where you don't have any relation to the physical world, to the region, to have new organizational structures. And that's what's driving me towards DAOs.
Yeah, looking at the beginnings of the DAOs about 10 years ago, it's like a grassroots development. Democracy is a main part. Doing it on the blockchain, supported by smart contracts, that every voting member and voting rights member can do a firm entity and to cooperate with others without any borders. So that's impressive. And looking at the numbers from DAOs, which is about, that's a little bit difficult because they don't have to register at all, about more than 50,000 with more than 30 billion capital on the DAOs, and it's increasing a lot the last years, then it's impressive as well.
I totally agree. It's interesting because here you have all sort of aspects. In terms of what we're doing with DAOs, we're going for the social aspects of DAOs. Like we have 2 projects in Latin America helping poor communities that one of the communities, they're claiming their carbon credits, and the carbon credits are distributed to the community through a DAO. And then the interesting concept is that eliminates the corruption that normally occurs in the normal structure that they use, like their association. And I really realized that when I was there in Lençóis, which is in the middle of nowhere, and the people says, so nobody has access to our money. Only when we work as, forest rangers, confirming that the trees have not been cut, we receive automatically the money. And for them, it was a total game changer. They didn't have to understand how it worked, what for them, it was important that nobody had access to their money, not even the president of the association. And I think this is something that we're not looking that much into. We look more into the financial DAOs, but the spectrum of what can be done is absolutely incredible. And one of the main issues that we have in terms of of DAOs is the regulatory framework. And today, you heard it here in Token Summit, we have some news on that, don't we, Heinz?
Yeah, we have some. We're working on the DAO project now quite a while, and we got a government approval to work on a concept to implement and regulate DAOs in Liechtenstein as a part of the person and company law, and to integrate DAOs with the governance topics, AML topics, of course, liability topics, in the legal regulation and laws in Liechtenstein. So we are working on this. I think we are the first in line in Europe. There are quite a few regulations worldwide, like Wyoming, Vermont in USA, Cayman, and Hawaii. But I think we're doing this in Europe now, supported by the European Commission. That's to highlight. And we try to implement liable and good valid regulation in Liechtenstein based on the TBTG, of course, but as a part of the person and company law. That's part of the project we are working on.
So, hopefully very soon, Liechtenstein will add to the TBTG framework a DAO component. And I think that's very relevant because it has been one of the main issues, I think, in terms of DAOs. Yeah,
maybe to add one important thing, only one, that's needed, because without legal clarity, without a legal entity registered in the commercial register, a DAO is a DAO and cannot operate in Europe. A legal entity which is recognized in the member states has to be recognized in other member states. That's part of the European law, and we need a legal clarity, a legal entity registered in a member state in the European Commission or European Economic Area to operate as a legal entity. So that's key.
Yeah, and that goes a little bit in line because you're actually researching this aspect in terms of financial markets and digitalization and how DAOs would be implemented. So how do you see, now we would have a framework in Liechtenstein, but currently, how do you see DAOs interacting with MiCAR and DORA?
Well, the moment we start managing money, right, it becomes very, it's not a complicated, but it's a challenging issue because you would have to comply with all the relevant regulation, not only MiCAR and DORA, but also with the financial market regulation like MiFID, and you would need to have right protections in place for a customer who wishes to invest into a certain project, right? And I guess operating outside of operating without a legal entity would be a challenge because the moment you're operating as a group of people, you are, we've seen this, you've been legally classified as a partnership, and that includes unlimited liability for everyone participating in the system. Having a legal entity would reduce the liability. At least we would have a reduction in liability, and then we will have to work on implementing the rest of the regulation, like the financial market regulation.
Yeah, I really think of all the pain points we have on decentralized autonomous systems, the legal framework is probably our biggest hurdle.
I would say like the majority of the legal acts that we have at the moment are regulating or going from the point where you have a known player you have a certain people that you can address, and you would have an entity that you can sue if anything goes wrong. So it's built, the legal system is built more for like centralized type of entities and systems than it is for DAO. And DAO is a completely, I would not say a completely new, but it's another way of organizing, and this is a challenge because everything else is built for the corporations and the world that we've just mentioned, like from the past century, right? So it's built to regulate centralized systems with a top-down approach, rather than DAOs, which are bottom-up type of entities.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Now, regulatory is one of our main pain points in DAOs, and the other is governance. And we've seen all types of issues in terms of governance. And here, Nicholas has a lot of experience in terms of governance as being one of the initiators of Q blockchain. And the Q blockchain says they go beyond code is law. I'd like you to share a little bit about what you have learned through Q and the limitations that you have found in terms of governance and the inclusion of both human and algorithmic governance that Q is doing. I think that's very interesting because it gives it another level of definition.
Yeah. So maybe a little bit of background why beyond code is law. So there is a notion in the space that one can code the world and that market dynamics can solve everything. Scientific research has shown, and there's also a Nobel Prize for the concept of incomplete contracts, that show eventually way under 10% of all decisions can be solved arithmetically. So it's simply impossible to code the world. One of the reasons is because nobody, at least that I know, can look into the future, and there's so many things that can change on the way. So you always have what we call a scope of discretion, a place within which then eventually somebody has to interpret the rules that had been given to a system, and that the rules cannot be applied and executed in a yes or no kind of fashion. And that was kind of the basis why we set up a little more sophisticated system with Q that can combine the benefits of algorithmic, especially decision-making, but also execution, which is most important, and human discretionary decision-making. And I don't know who's just followed the news lately. There had been a situation on the Arbitrum DAO where a small group of active participants was able, by I think only $5,000, to buy voting rights through a bribing protocol and show, and acknowledged by the Arbitrum Foundation and everybody else, well, that's how easy it is to kind of crack a solely arithmetic governance. We at the moment are experiencing and are dealing with situations where also we're seeing that just compiling a lot of voting rights through buying tokens in a not fully decentralized systems can be an easy way to hack a governance. While if you do have more sophisticated structures with very clear rules on which then a panel of humans, we call these root nodes, which are humans that are independent not only from each other, but also independent from the protocol in all continents in the world. They can make a decision, are bound by the basic functional rules of the system, how that can prevent these relatively simple governance hacks that we've seen everywhere in the space. That is, I think, one big learning from having done governance decentralized or tried to centralize governance in the last many years. The other thing is there is a notion of that a DAO is inclusive in that every member has the same rights or the same say in everything. Anybody who's worked in a bigger organization understands that this wisdom of the crowds is amazing in a couple of very specific questions, but it's very bad as soon as a decision requires domain expertise. As soon as you have to have some very specific knowledge in order to answer a question or take a decision, the wisdom of the crowds is very bad. For example, medical cases. You don't want to ask your community whether a tooth should be pulled or not. You know, it's a very simple idea. And for that, I believe we need to be able to combine the programmatic, executional part, and then a still fully decentralized, that is important, decision-making in the future of DAOs. I think one of the reasons why DAOs have not flourished more until this day is that we're still trying to find like this little better way of doing what we can programmatically, where we should just keep it as it is, use it as a tool, and enhance it with other things that are needed.
Yeah, I agree. You were going to say something.
Yeah, I second that. But I have to mention that a blockchain can solve governance topics. So, what we have to address then for DAOs to get them in line with the regulation is of course governance. That's a main topic. But with AML topics, liability topics, tax issues topics, I think we cannot operate with a fully digital DAO. That's difficult in Europe because we need offices, we need substance for tax issues or for the FMA. And so we think about it as other countries as well, as Wyoming or Vermont, to implement an agent or a representative that controls contractual issues, that controls maybe compliance, that controls governance decisions, that has some substance and some office in Liechtenstein as well. Yeah. So a pure digital DAO is perfect, is fine, but not in line with the European regulation, as you said.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think what we're starting to see now in terms of DAOs is the evolution from that concept of totally anonymous concept to an actual implementable institution that works with the real world. And I think that bridge between those two places is going to be evolving. I don't think that the concept of DAO that Buterin came up with is the one that we're going to be implementing. But I think that's very interesting how we've evolved in these last 10 years to actually, at the institutional level, starting to think is we can actually implement a DAO that has a legal structure and can operate with the real world. So having said that, how do you envision the traditional institutions, you know, banks, regulator, governments, in supporting the growth and the implementation of DAOs, considering that they don't need to only be financial, but also maybe for social impact?
Well, if you ask me, coming from the financial world, we would need compliance. So it will have to be compliant in a sense that provides, as Hans mentioned, it has to have AML, proper AML and KYC policies, because money cannot come from anywhere. You cannot work in an environment where there will be anonymous people investing in an organization. So definitely we would need to have that implemented for a DAO in a financial sector to be legal and viable in the future, at least in the foreseeable future. When it comes to support from the banks, I have that banks and like financial institutions, they have immense experience in compliance areas. So this is where they can contribute best. I guess people coming from the technology or from the DAO world can support this by offering cost efficiency in certain models and maybe reducing the decision-making, the costs of the decision-making process and the cost of doing business, something that could be done on blockchain. And this is what I'm trying to find out. So we've heard today a lot of examples where the people are trying to figure out how to put certain processes on a blockchain. And I guess in a financial world, doing something on blockchain will have to consider proper compliance procedures following the law and financial markets law.
But do you see banks implementing DAOs and working with DAOs? I know it's a hard question today, but looking into the horizon.
I don't think they're going to be first movers. They're just going to have to make sure that the concept is steady and ready to be able to implement it, because besides like the reputational risks that you have by like introducing a model into your business that's not sure, you will also have consequences, because financial market authority will gonna want to see how you implement your process, and it has to be justifiable and auditable at all times.
But we are starting to tick the boxes, because we're starting with a legal framework. So we're starting to tick the boxes, no? Don't you agree that the path has started to the legal application of DAOs in the framework, no?
And yes, step by step. Yes. The DAO is coming from the social and cultural side, so it's a good European attitude, I think, here. For DAOs, step by step, the application for financial market regulation is a step more. But if the DAO has a legal entity and is registered in a commercial register, for instance, then it's no problem for a bank to have a DAO. That's no problem. It's a little bit step more than a bank is a DAO. That's envision. Yeah, that's envision. Why not? Why not? Because it's fully programmable, immutable. It's documented, and yeah, why not? That's envision. We have to.
I like that vision. Yeah. I like that vision. I think a DAO that's actually a bank and it's fully regulated, owned by the people, for the people, and as we say, I think it'd be a very interesting concept. What about you?
Yeah, I would like to maybe have a little different perspective on that. I don't believe that current institution will adopt DAOs quickly or in broad scale, and I believe the reason is simply because the benefits for them are too incremental. The current systems are working good enough. I do believe that DAOs are absolutely necessary and will be a huge thing for everything that really is new and in the digital world, that is spanning jurisdictions, that is independent of regional aspects. For these kind of new systems like DeFi or other things, I think the DAO, in whatever form, will be the new form of organization. And I think there the DAO has its place, and that's where we should focus on. Otherwise, we're just trying to go from like 92% to 94%. That will not move the needle.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think it has been a very interesting discussion on DAOs, the possibilities, and our announcement today that we're starting in the path in Liechtenstein to a fully regulated DAO. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cool. Excellent.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Wow, Pablo, way to save the best for last. That is news. A fully regulated DAO in Liechtenstein. You know, Liechtenstein was one of the first countries to have the Blockchain Act, a fully regulated system for blockchain companies to operate here, so that they are looking for a solution for fully regulated DAOs is exceptional. Okay, let's move on to our next topic. We're going to take a look at programmable markets. So for decades, global capital markets have been constrained by massive structural inefficiencies, delayed settlement, fragmented infrastructure, and opaque manual processes. The future is not just digitized assets, it's programmable markets. Imagine a world where financial instruments from corporate bonds to private equity are tokenized. Transactions are executed instantaneously and cash settlement is atomic, happening simultaneously with the asset transfer, eliminating counterparty risk. The rules of the market, including regulatory compliance and corporate actions, are embedded directly into smart contracts. And so our next panel will delve into the technologies enabling this shift, the tokenization standards, the new infrastructure being adapted by institutions, and it will be moderated by Sebastian Becker of the Bundesblock. So welcome, Sebastian.
So we have another 25 minutes between this and the coffee break. So let me please call all my panelists on stage. Unfortunately, again, only almost gray-haired guys. I hope you can bear with us. And of course, the topic is quite interesting, programmable capital markets. And I would like to start with a nice round of introductions. My name is Sebastian Becker. I'm the managing director of the German Blockchain Association, aka Bundesblock, and I'm a strategy consultant by background, and it's good to be again here in Liechtenstein. Normally I am downstairs, so my first appearance here on the main stage. But Thierry, over to you. Please let us know what you do at the Swiss Subnet, and introduce yourself.
Yes, so my name is Thierry Hess. I'm representing Swiss Subnet. Swiss Subnet is a sovereign, completely encrypted private blockchain based on the Internet Computer Protocol. And actually we can host services and on-chain services for enterprises, startups, and digital asset projects. And I'm in the business development for Swiss Subnet.
Thank you, Thierry. So the local guy.
Thank you.
Zachary came from Paris this morning, so long distance almost. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Zach, founder of Fever Tokens. We provide advanced smart contract solutions for large financial institutions.
That was short and concise. And Alexandre Lelarny?
So Alexandre Rekesh, CEO of the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation, or LAI, L-LAI. This foundation is a Swiss foundation that is maintaining a system of identification of legal entities, and through the verifiable legal entity identifier, also the people acting on behalf of that, those entities, on-chain or off-chain.
Thank you. So let's first start with a quick intro question to all of you. Do you have any specific, we shouldn't maybe say favorite market, but do you have a marketplace in mind when you think about programmable marketplaces? So which marketplace has impressed you most recently? Thierry?
It's an interesting question. I mean, if I look back in history, I would name a DeFi marketplace, which is Uniswap. They started quite early. I think they showed also what's possible if I look to what they did in volume just a few years back, and if you look at what they are doing as of today, it's quite impressive. But it's in an unregulated sector, or let's call it less regulated sector. So if we look more into the regulated sector, I think it's very interesting to see the developments which we have seen in Switzerland with BX Digital, which has received actually the FINMA license, right? And then also in Germany with 21X, I think there are some forefront leaders. And we should not miss out on SDX because they took early step, and it will be interesting to see how they develop their infrastructure and their offering.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a minute. Thierry, any favorite? Zachariah, sorry, on your end?
Yeah, I joined Thierry by saying, so I won't necessarily mention a specific marketplace, but we see two kind of dynamics in the market. So the first one is on the large financial institutions today taking very big steps into tokenization, and what we see actually now is that they're moving from signaling and experiment stage to productization, and actually thinking about the capabilities internally and their positioning and their strategy into the space. So one initiative I can mention that we are involved in and that was made public recently is the Swift Digital Assets Standard Platform, which is also a kind of marketplace, but for designing and deploying financial instruments based on standards. So what this shows from, in my opinion, is that now these players are addressing the right questions that will make things function, and enabling what I call a system-wide integration of players. And the second element I want to mention that we see is that the development of more and more institutional DeFi in the areas where the gap is very wide in terms of financial services, and we see it in emerging and developing economies, so where the tokenization and the blockchain are basically answering some of the very elementary questions on the access to finance. So globally, we see an upgrade of the financial systems in terms of access, in terms of performance, by tokenization, both by large financial institutions and in areas where there's nothing or there's a big trust problem.
Yeah, true. Alex, Thierry mentioned SDX already. You've been part of SDX until a couple of years ago. So what can we learn from, let's say, the past 5 or 6 years of new capital markets, programmable capital markets development? Was it just a question of timing, or which, let's say, evolution and which benefits do you see from today's market trends?
Well, for any new tech to establish itself, you need pioneers, and we can clearly say that the Sixth Digital Exchange was a pioneer and is a pioneer in the sense that they were the first to natively issue on-chain. They were the first to settle atomically against central bank digital currency issued by the Swiss National Bank. They were the first, they now are the first to do token fragmentation of, or asset fragmentation, not fragmentation, the ability to set a part of a token to fine-tune portfolio of investors. So they are the first in many things, and I think a lot of tribute needs to be given to the six group to do that. It's not an easy thing to pioneer because you tested the water, right? And you can see that most of their competitors are now following suit. Deutsche Börse with their digital asset issuance D7 platform. You also have Euroclear doing the same, and so on and so forth. And we will see more and more of those progressive adoption of native issuance on-chain, bringing central bank digital currency on-chain for atomic settlement, fractionalization, that's the word I was looking for, of assets as those infrastructure to try to compete in this space. It will take time because what we currently are seeing is that we're building silos. So there's the SDX silo, the Euroclear silo, the Clearstream silo, and these silos needs to be broken down and start interoperate. And interoperability will probably be the theme of the following years, the coming years, after the silo creation, the interoperability to achieve that truly decentralized global infrastructure that we all are aiming at.
Okay, perfect. When I go back to my first SDX meetings, I guess that must have been 2019, we were talking a lot about identity and how can we really secure all those processes and value chains. So let's dig deeper for a moment. Which are the core building blocks? Zachary, you mentioned smart contracts, which are of course quite important. We will talk about identities. So how
programmable and how agentic will those marketplaces be? And I don't want to talk about agentic in the sense of, you know, the ChatGPT type of agency, but really trading agents, and how do we identify them and how smart do we need to program them? What's state of the art, Zachary?
Yeah, to answer this, maybe just to give more context, so I'm also chair of the Tokenized Economies Institute, which is a research platform that is doing research on these topics that is supported by Caisse des Dépôts, which is the public bank and asset manager of the French state. And we do a lot of work on how programmable finance and tokenization can have impact on the economy and how things can actually work in our digital economies. So, and we definitely see a convergence between AI and the blockchain and tokenization. So we think that AI agents need programmable finance, and tokenization is the execution layer of that programmable finance. And as Professor Chim said in one panel earlier, I mean, if you have garbage in, you will have garbage out. So it needs to be done in the right way. And we see two fundamental aspects. So one of them is interoperability and standards. And the second is security and control. And as Alexander said, so it's very important to think about standards in the context of tokenization with human and institutions like we know them, but also in the AI agent era, because if you think so, agents will be able to do two types of things. They would potentially be able to develop programs and specific systems. So they need to develop these systems in a way that will function with other systems. So standards are very key to this. And we need them to also be able to understand what they are doing. Even we can argue that agents and AI can understand by itself and develop and converge in an organic way. But if we want humans to be able to control and to understand, so here standards are extremely important at every level. So from the identity to identification, to the financial instruments, to the interoperability between networks, all these aspects. And these things need to be implemented well in the smart contract infrastructure. So that's one very important element. And of course, these agents will be also users of these systems, and they can trigger and act on events. So they need to talk the same language. And this is a foundation also for the control and security layer, because to build control frameworks, you need to also talk the same language and be able to understand. So we believe that these two elements will be very fundamental for the next.
I would just like to add that I think a critical point is also you have a robust governance framework in place, right? So to which data those AIs, those agents should have access, to which not, in order that you also can steer a bit. You say that we can understand what they are doing, but because we should not miss what we are trying to achieve, right? We are trying to achieve like instant settlement. We're trying to have markets which are 24/7 up and running. And imagine that they gather wrong data, or they start to hallucinate and creating wrong resolutions out of this process. I mean, this could end in a liquidation cascade, right? And so I think this is, yeah, interoperability, but not just between blockchain-based solutions, also legacy systems. We haven't touched on them yet, but I mean, the big market, the big financial market still runs at the moment on legacy infrastructure. So we need to find a way to combine those. And who knows, but in the future, to the transition of more things than to the on-chain processes.
Yeah, sure. And nowadays, of course, we see actors a bit north from here, SAP, you know, adding stablecoins to their backend systems, at least trialing it with the digital currency hub. So we're clearly moving in the direction. Are you, Thierry, a bit surprised that at the state level and the regulatory level, we don't see more smart contract sandboxes or smart contract clearing institutions? Isn't this where everything will be cooking?
I think I'm not sure if I agree. I think we see quite a lot of things actually happening just right now, right? I think it took some time I mean, Liechtenstein was quite pioneering the state with the legal framework. Yeah. Switzerland was coming close after, but we should not underestimate it was in 2021 where the legal framework came out. So institutional player knew what are the rules to play. And then Europe joined with MiCA, the DLT pilot regime, DORA. So I think we had to have those measures in place to be able to create sandboxes. And out of those sandboxes, we now see also institutional demand, institutional proof of concept. And I agree with Alexander when he said we have to bring those puzzle pieces together. And I think they come closer and closer. So we are very close to having really the infrastructure play in place. But it's a lot about, I think it's critical that we don't create new silos. We have to break up the silos. And just imagine, you know, we have more than 13 CSDs in Europe. I mean, with the infrastructure like Centurion, you don't need a CSD anymore. It's a smart contract, right? And so there will be winners, there will be also players which will lose their shares, so it will be interesting to see. But I think there is a lot of going on, also driven by the US, which has put in place regulation. So let's see, I mean, it's not regulation. In Europe, you have trust, right? You build up on trust. It's perhaps not the most innovation-friendly regulation, but it's a regulation. Whether in the US, they just go for speed. Let's see how this will play out.
Yeah, let's stick to Europe for a moment and leave, you know, fast movers and corrupt regimes out of the equation for a moment. So, Alexander, with the verifiable legal enterprise identifier, so the IDs for corporates, you are part of this emerging, let's say, horizontal, unified, or let's say, prerequisites for a unified capital market. So where are you with this solution, and how do you see it being, you know, forwarded into the business arena?
So we were talking about those silos and those centralized systems that today were built this way in order to control who has access to instruments, who has access to markets. As those centralized system becomes more decentralized, you need a decentralized identity system, pretty much, and a decentralized compliance that enables those silos to be broken and those central securities depositories, for example, to have a new role, potentially, in the future of finance. So the LEI has been historically used for global identification of legal entities involved in financial transactions. So the natural next step for the LEI was to become decentralized, and that's what we've created. That's why we created the VLEI, Verifiable Legal Entity Identifier, which is a standard and a protocol. It's not a commercial product. It's a protocol that can be implemented by anybody as a way to not only verifiably prove who you are as a legal entity on Web 2 and Web 3 platforms, but also people, system, or AI agent acting on behalf of a legal entity. Legal entities don't take decisions, they don't sign contracts. It's people or systems in legal entities that do things on behalf of a legal entity. So that VLEI ecosystem aims at really creating that decentralized identity and verifiable credential overlay service that can be used across blockchain, across platforms, in a way that smart contract can be verifiable. Am I buying the right token, for example? Am I on the right decentralized service? Yes, because it's verifiably linked to that legal entity who is in charge of that token, issuer, or is in charge of that service, a CSD maybe in the future, or an exchange. And the second is, who am I dealing with? And counterparty identification and verifiable counterparty identification can also be done through decentralized identity and verifiable credentials. And that's what the VLEI is all about. It's a standard, it's a protocol that can be used everywhere in terms of where we are in terms of deployment. We now have a network of qualified VLEI issuers who are part of the governance framework all over the world, with a lot in Asia, so that demonstrates the interest of Asia into that type of technology. We have a network now, an ecosystem of software and solution providers to manage those credentials, issue those credentials, revoke those credentials, etc. So we can anticipate that in the coming years, we will see that technical protocol and that standard being used more and more on multiple infrastructure. Just one to finish. We've been working actively with Cardano Foundation, with Chainlink, to bring that on-chain and across-chain. and also between traditional and new infrastructures, and that's progressing well.
And if you're interested in the Relay, let me shorten it up, then go to Alex's LinkedIn profile. You can see it nicely on display there.
Absolutely. I'm very active on LinkedIn.
As well.
Maybe just to comment on the question and make a link with what Alexander said. So in France, for example, on the regulators checking some actions related to smart contracts. So, because when we talk about programmable capital markets, it's happening at the smart contract level. This is where the logic is implemented. So, for example, the French regulators, so IMF and ACPR from Banque de France, have been hosting a working group on the certification of smart contracts, which dived into the technicalities of the things, and they are defining a framework where you have 3 pillars. So the first one is standards, which are the reference and the audit methods and the certification. So this work was made public by end of last year and was open to the European discussions, wide discussions. So I think, and this joins what just Alexander said, one of the challenges will be how to actually identify smart contracts and work on their governance, and this type of VLEI system is a very important solution on that end. So, but just to say, we see now initiatives on this side of the stakeholders from the regulatory perspective.
Let's talk about Europe's focus or Europe's role in this whole play. If we listen now to the Commission and to Christine Lagarde, she's just speaking in Frankfurt this afternoon. Of course, CBDCs are, let's say, the favorite direction of the European Commission, and for good reasons. We have constitutions, we have let's say, a political system in Europe that demands, let's say, that state entities look after the money. In the US, we see the opposite, because it's part of the MAGA ideology to bypass state actions. But regardless of this, if we think of marketplaces, of course, they will have to take care of all financial products. And if we think of stable coins and programmable money coming from the commercial bank sector plus CBDCs, what's the positioning of Europe, both from a technical but also from a sovereignty standpoint? Is this part of your also, let's say, raison d'être, Thierry, for Swiss subnet, or how do you see our landscape here evolving based on those building blocks?
I think it will be very interesting to see this landscape evolving, because the discussion is ongoing, right, about CBDCs, deposit tokens, stable coins. Will one win over the other, which is not clear yet? What are the use cases which are fulfilled? As for Swiss subnet, I mean, it's very interesting because we could be interoperable to, I mean, not CBDC is clearly institutional play, right? I mean, it's mostly, if we talk about wholesale CBDC, it's a bank-to-bank transaction. Let's see if some retail wholesale CBDC solution will find their way also. But from a platform perspective, or from Swiss subnet's perspective, it would be interoperable to all these 3 forms of money, and it will be very interesting to see which form of those money will find his way in the Europe space. I think we can see a lot of evolutions. We had also All Unity on the table today in the panel, so it was interesting to hear what they are building, and it's interesting to
10 seconds on this. We need the 3.
Yes.
Today we have M0, M1, and other types of money: central bank money, commercial bank money, e-money. To me, CBDC, deposit tokens, and stablecoins are the digital version of those 3 forms of money. So I think we will have the 3 of them, and they will interact. They need to be ubiquitous, meaning that they can fungible in a way, like money is today, and that's happening with initiatives like UBIX, for example, and others.
So let's try to finish on time. I think we agree on the money stack. Last question to you, Zachariah, because you live in France, I live in Germany. France and Germany have not been part of some of the European infrastructure initiatives. What can we do to unite Europe? Again, do we need more conferences, or do we need the central banks to interact, or what's the way forward?
Yeah, I think we need institutions to collaborate more closely. I think it's happening right now. So we see initiatives that bring together European, German and French banks, for example. We see also SWIFT initiatives, which is based a European regulated entity, and I think Europe has a big technical advantage, both in Germany and in France. Most of the top DeFi technology is coming from Europe. So very superior, and I think we have also, at least from a French perspective, some kind of advance in regulations and how things are pushed. But there is a philosophy change that needs to be achieved.
So the panel is bullish, and of course there's lots of innovation and technical superiority in Switzerland and Liechtenstein as well. Looking forward to this discussion next year. So let's tell the kids at the supermarket that pay with Apple Pay what they should do in the near future. Have a happy coffee break, and I think it's an encouraging sign that we saw the first European capital market startup 21X coming out of the DLT pilot regime to go to the US next. So there's also something happening in that direction. Good, thanks a lot, and
Thank you.
Back to you or the coffee break. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, we have a 30-minute coffee networking break, much like the trains in Liechtenstein. We're running on time, so this will last 30 minutes, and the conversation will resume at 4:20 p.m. Thank you so much.
And a selfie. Yay.
This young entrepreneur is ready to start her first business. But how, and above all, where? An entrepreneur she knows recommends Liechtenstein as a business location. Thanks to its customs treaty with Switzerland and membership of the EEA, this principality in the heart of Europe enjoys dual market access to both Switzerland and the European Economic Area. At www.liechtenstein-business.li, the young entrepreneur finds extensive information and advice on founding a company and running a business, as well as on Liechtenstein as a location for business and work. Covering 160 square kilometers, the country is a diversified economic area, and many of the more than 5,100 resident companies are connected internationally. It promotes a culture of free market enterprise while fostering innovation through public and, above all, private institutions. The political and legal situation is stable, economic policies are liberal, and the currency of the Swiss franc is sound. The public sector is characterized by prudent financial policies and considerable capital strength. The public spending ratio is one of the lowest in the world. Liechtenstein has robust government reserves of nearly 2 billion Swiss francs. It has zero national debt. Companies benefit from moderate corporate taxation and a simple tax system. But more than anything, Liechtenstein has an impressively lean administration, short decision-making processes, and expert contact individuals. The Central Business Service at the Office of Economic Affairs advises and accompanies the young entrepreneur as she starts her company. The process takes only a few days, is inexpensive, and the incorporation checklist is helpful. The young entrepreneur selects the most suitable legal company form out of 16 options. Then she chooses a company name and submits the required incorporation documents. In a next step, she prepares the documents for entry in the commercial register and obtains the approval. Now she can start operating her business. The Central Business Service at the Office of Economic Affairs networks the young entrepreneur with partners and market operators. A qualified regional workforce supports the company as it grows.
All right, hello, welcome back. Thank you for resuming the conversation with us. I hope you were able to grab some coffee. Again, Thomas Nigele, the president of the CCA, he even brewed a batch especially for this conference. And also, reminder, enter the draw downstairs. We have an NFT draw worth 1,000 francs for the top prize. If you just enter, we'll make the draw on this stage just before 6 p.m. All right, to continue, the battle for global crypto regulatory dominance is underway, and its outcome will shape the next decade of finance. So our next panel, Policy Perimeters, MiCAR versus the Genius Act, Global Interoperability, pits the two most powerful regimes against each other. On one side, we have the European Union's trademark or landmark MiCAR framework, providing comprehensive clarity across 27 nations. On the other, the recent US Genius Act, focusing sharply on regulated stablecoin payments. While both aim for consumer protection and financial stability, their differences create a real challenge for global firms. Our experts will dissect the transatlantic debate. Where do these policies converge, and what are the crucial divergences in areas like reserve requirements and issuer eligibility? This is a deep dive into the political and legal friction points that must be resolved to create a single, seamlessly interoperable global market for digital assets. Now, initially, this was going to be a real conversation pitting Europe against the United States, but unfortunately, we have one of our American representatives did not make it this afternoon, so we are going to focus more on MiCAR. So with that, I want to introduce you to Alexandra Lloyd, the moderator for this panel. She is from Women of Web3 in Switzerland. Alexandra, take the stage. Hi.
If we can have our lovely panelists sit down. Hi, welcome. I'm afraid that we are missing Patrick Hansen, who would have provided interesting insights from a US company, but still, we are here, and I will let the panelists introduce themselves. If you can go first. Christoph.
Oh, hi. Thanks, Alexandra. I'm Christoph Kletz. I'm a professor of law, Vice Dean International of King's College London. I've been in the crypto and blockchain space for years now, and I look forward to this discussion.
Yeah, hello. My name is Clara Guerra, and I'm the director of the Office for Digital Innovation of the Liechtenstein government. So our work at the office focuses on technology, on the connection and intersection of technology, regulation, and innovation in relation to emerging technology, as well as EU digitalization legal acts and programs. So we're trying to create and enable regulation that enables, in turn, innovation.
And welcome from my side, Stefan Tomanek. I lead the team in the Austrian Financial Market Authority that deals with the authorization and supervision of crypto asset service providers, application of AI in financial markets, and we have a sandbox and a fintech contact point, but yeah, quite a broad remit.
And myself, I'm Alexandra Lloyd. As stated, I work with the Board of Women in Web3 Switzerland, but my day job is actually to be the head of anti-money laundering for UHODLR, which is a Swiss and Italian-based crypto asset service provider and financial intermediary. And so I will provide a little bit of the regulated entities perspective from the course of our conversation. On that note, we have had some fun shocks at the beginning of this year when we all received a letter saying that, in fact, PSD2 and MiCA were co-applying, and that we have until March, I believe, to work out what we're doing with this. Can you guys speak on that, maybe Stefan? How did this come about?
I can start. So I hear the frustration. I have to say it was not a letter from the FMA, it was a letter from the EBA. Yeah. It was a non-action letter that intends to clarify that the procedure of transactions concerning e-money tokens are regarded as an activity that falls under the remit of the PSD2 or EMD2, and you need a license for it. So essentially that means a dual licensing regime that was introduced. Initially, that I might spoil, the intended timeline was by the end of 2025. We as FMA pushed for a later date, which is now March 2026, so at least something, but it's complicated, we understand it. Came a little bit out of nowhere, but not much more to say from my perspective at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, he's being polite, and he's the regulator, so I think there isn't much he can say. I mean, it is a bit of a absolute train wreck, I would call it. I mean, so you have the EBA telling us that they didn't made a mistake, and the only solution is that you have a bit more time to deal with the mistake they've made. So for a world leader in regulation, I think that's a bit of a problem, to also put it politely.
Yeah. It's definitely a bit of a dual licensing trap that was sprung on us, and we certainly either need some technical amendments when it comes to MiCA's second round, or we need to navigate this dual application, because it's very rare that someone is subject to that a company is subject to both frameworks quite that intensely, and it's going to generate a lot of inefficiencies. But Liechtenstein also has dual application, but this one was intentional, or at least much more intentional. And so how is Liechtenstein's Office for Digitalization managing any frictions or ambiguities between MiCA and TVTG?
Thank you, Alex. Great question. It's actually not even so much a friction, thankfully, because by design it was created and designed like that. So what it is more two complementary layers, if you will, that are both creating one coherent system. So MiCA provides the market access, some prudential and market rules, customer protection, but mainly and first and foremost for us in that respect, the passporting, so the market access through the EU, EEA state and single market. On the other hand, the TVTGs, or Blockchain Act, which you all know came into force and application already 2020, that provides, amongst other things, the legal foundation, so the civil law foundation for the token economy. And what that means is actually that, so we defined what a token legally is, and so that it's a representation of a right or claim, and that this claim in this tokenized form can be transferred and enforced in legal terms. And so is similar to any other traditional legal position, enforceable and transferable. And so this was one of these real innovations, and it is also explained by the token container model. Is anyone in the audience who has not heard of our token container model yet?
Well,
okay, so we can cut this short. The real expert on this is our Dr. Token, Thomas Negele, who invented that concept and had this idea of actually having on the blockchain, like on tracks of a train, a basket or a container which can be filled with right or anything for that matter. So of course, as we all know, if we tokenize, for example, a real estate, a house or a car, then the physical car doesn't disappear. So we cannot put the car in the container, but the right that it represents. For a house, for example, the right to use it, to rent it, or to own it, so the ownership right. Of course, this container can also represent a share or an EP right, or other claims. So literally, it's the broad spectrum. So everything for the tokenized economy to enable that needs that civil law foundation, that it can actually properly function in the real world and real economy. And so these two things match together, but it was not, or of course, our Blockchain Act is not only providing the civil law foundation. It was initially also the service and registration regime for crypto asset service provider before MiCA came into force. And so when MiCA came into force, we had to repeal some of these provisions, service provider activities and roles that are now covered under MiCA. And in the meantime, we introduced, and we kept, of course, the backbone for the civil law basis, and we introduced targeted provisions in areas where under MiCA we saw that there are gaps, or where MiCA, so far at least, is silent. So in the case, you might have heard that in the morning in Peter Kirsten's keynote, the token lending service provider role, for example, or the NFT custodian. Why is that important? You might ask yourself. Well, if you've seen with FTX and other cases in the banking world, we know what happens when our assets, they're not sitting idling in the bank, but what happens to them. in the crypto assets world, we don't have these provisions. And we don't want to patronize the consumer, but we wanted them to take informed decisions. And for that, they need to know what kind of risks are connected with when these assets from the custodians are being used. So, for example, lent out. And for NFT custody as well, if I have blue chip art represented as an NFT, as a non-fungible token, and I have a professional service provider guarding that token, I want that if that custodian, if that company is going bust, if they are in an insolvency case, that these assets are being segregated so that I get them back. So for that, and we are talking about assets that can represent or that are very valuable. So we want to have, in the interest of consumer protection, a regime and provisions that safeguard these interests and that ensure that these interactions with and at this intersection between the digital and the physical world, that runs smoothly and safely and securely. And so this is how these two regimes or these two frameworks actually complement each other and only together function in that seamless, secure, and efficient way.
Yeah, and we talk about two regimes that are complementing each other, but to go back to PSD2 and MiCA, there are certain gaps being created or loopholes which are being exploited, and not necessarily from actors who are being sort of insincere or illicit. Can you see, Stefan or Christoph, can you see elements where market participants might be switching towards multi-fiat backed asset reference tokens to avoid the co-application, to avoid this extra, and so what's that demarcation between those complex asset reference tokens, wrap token staking? It's quite evolving sphere, particularly because of this push. Do you agree with that, or?
Should I start? In the short and midterm, I would say no. Why no? Because we have one side that is the economic side, I would say. So what is the backbone of liquidity of the crypto markets? USD Tether at the moment. So it's mainly USD driven, the whole market. Now, that is why I feel a multi-currency art is not that likely. Then from the perspective as a regulator, I have the consumer protective aspect also to mention, because then products like margin trading or derivatives, they don't have one currency risk, they have a two currency inherent risk. Now, that is one thing. And then the last thing that is overseen in this context by many people, I think, is there are not arts right now authorized in Europe. And what is the reason for that? I think that is one of the flaws of MiCA, to be honest, because arts were created under the aspect of, back then it was Facebook with Libra, with Diem afterwards, and it was meant for payment instruments. Now we have created in MiCA a definition that resembles economically products that are already regulated. What do I mean? If we take an art, for example, that reference precious metals, I know it's not the case here with the currencies, but just to give you the idea, then you have on the market also products that do the same. We have ETPs that reference to gold that are already authorized or are available to clients in an authorized market. And then we have collective investment schemes who also do the same. So economically, there's not much difference of what they do. Legally, there's a difference. And where does the difference lie? The difference lies collective investment schemes. They give the holder of the unit of fund a claim in rem against also the reserve, because they're the owner. They have a co-ownership of the assets. By ETPs, it's a contractual claim that you have. And where do arts fit in this complex spectrum? That is very difficult, and I think a lot of regulators, and not only regulators, but also practitioners of law, they struggle on how to differentiate between those two. And alone for that reason, I think it's very unlikely that we will see multi-fiat arts as a circumvention.
Any comments?
I mean, Stefan has laid it out perfectly. So I agree. I don't think that's likely gonna come soon. But what you said, it's the problem of these kind of attempts to have comprehensive regulations which are time-bound and have to respond to very specific technological, geopolitical, economic stages, and the world changes much faster, and then you have an issue that, I mean, we're going to talk about different approaches to that in a minute, I think, but that's a big issue, and the more complex, the more second-order effects, arbitrage opportunities, you know, maybe graveyards of regulation where you have, you know, some products sandboxed or thought out which nobody uses. It's kind of railings built for nobody to use. You know, motorways nobody drives on. You know.
Yeah, and talking of rapidly evolving responses from regulators to sort of nuances in the application of the policy. We've recently had a letter from the FMA along with CONSOB and the AMF, and you knew this was coming, asking for direct supervision of certain CASPs. So what criteria should ESMA be using to define a significant CASP, and where did this come from?
Yeah, I knew that it was coming, and I didn't dodge away, so I tried to give a rationale behind this approach that we have taken. So let's begin with the introduction of MiCA. What does MiCA do? MiCA introduces a single rule book for the whole European internal market. MiCA was deliberately and with intent drafted as a regulation, also to have a harmonized approach. You know, there's a different aspect that we have as a regulator, as the FMA observed in the first couple of months of the implementation of MiCA, and that is that there are visible differences in the interpretation of the law, especially when it comes to authorization procedures. There was also a review, and without assigning any judgment, those differences, they create imbalances to the market. Imbalances in terms of investor protection, imbalances also in terms of competitiveness. Not so much of the jurisdiction, but also per se, but of the players that are in those jurisdictions. And we have to get rid of those imbalances. That is our approach. And what we have done is not something that was now in the media, because in the media now there's a lot of talk about direct supervision by ESMA, but this is not what we proposed in this paper with our French and Italian colleagues. We proposed an approach from what we hope can bring more harmonization. And we follow the example of the single supervisory mechanism, where there is a bigger role for the European supervisor, in this case ESMA. So ESMA on top for the convergent topics, but together with the NCAs, of course. So and this should lead to more harmonization and to a fair internal market. That's our perspective.
We heard the perspective earlier that perhaps the European Commission was actually encouraging this competition between the NCAs to spur innovation. So it's sort of contrasting perspectives. But how do you think that the direct supervision would affect the regulatory landscape, and what are the legal benefits of decoupling the AML from the MiCA prudential and conduct supervision?
You asked me?
Yes.
I thought you.
Yeah.
I don't have strong views on that, so I'm happy to hand that over.
Well, we can also move on to...
do you want to...
No, just for us, maybe it's a particular and a bit different situation, given that we are not an EU member state, but a European Economic Area member. And as such, of course, centralized supervision, that is a real challenge, and we see that in other digitalization legal acts currently with the EU as well. And so for us, given this two-pillar structure, that centralized supervision or other mandated rules is when there has to be an equivalent in the EEA system. And so for us, if there would be something like that implemented, that would be quite a challenge for in the EEA, EU implementation constellation. So that is quite problematic.
And yeah, onto some clarity from the EU. What is the single most critical element of regulatory clarity that the EU has achieved with AMLA, MiCA, DORA, any of the above, that the US frameworks are still lacking? And how does this divergence affect cross-border transactions? So just generally, where do you see the advantages or disadvantages of the two frameworks are?
So I think that's the important question, and I've been kind of thinking about that for quite a while. I mean, and the difficulty is, I think, to divide, the details from the big picture. If I sent out one of my research students, assistants, to do research on which of them is better or more clear, I think most of them would come back with a clear message why the European is superior. I mean, they have you have a vertically integrated, regulation. You have a resilience, operational resilience playbook, a single operational resilience playbook. You have AML, a unified playbook. So that sounds super nice. So all the words, everything sounds right. The US have, you have Nigenius, but that only applies to payment stable coins, and kind of a bit of a mess. So it seems obvious that the Europeans should win, but something is amiss. I don't know why, and it's difficult, I think, to put in the details. So the proof is in the pudding always, or on the fruits thou shalt know them, and the fruits don't seem to, tap Europe on the shoulder. I mean, we know that of course, the stablecoin market is massively American. I think $500 million to, I don't know, 200-something billion. So there's something fundamentally amiss about, I think, the European regulatory approach. And the question is, it's not, I think, in the detail. I mean, sometimes it's in the details, as we've heard with the dual licensing problems. So sometimes there's an obvious just mistakes that are made. But I think the mistakes are made, and there's a systematic problem. And there's some deep misunderstanding, I think, of two things. One is how markets work, and the second is how regulations work. And that's deep fundamental misunderstandings. What concerns markets, I think the important thing that Europeans don't understand, even though Draghi has actually said it, and the Nobel Prize is on the topic, is it's not about innovation. That's not the big thing. Innovation is the easy part. My 13-year-old son has great innovative ideas. The difficult thing is commercialization. That's the hard thing. That's where it gets tough. That's where you mediate a great idea with actual needs, with actual people and consumers. And innovation, I think, and that's, I think, where we Europeans are so behind. And our regulatory framework, is the second thing, thinks it responds to the needs of the market and innovation with what's called, a rights-based approach. My good friend Anu Bradford has, I strongly disagree with her about most of what she says. I mean, she's a wonderful person, but I strongly disagree with nearly everything she says about the Brussels effect and digital empires. But what she calls the rights-based approach. The rights-based approach is a language that Europe tells itself. But there's just been recently, I think, a great paper that shows that is not what Europe is doing. We're not following a rights-based approach. It is public ordering. It's managerialism, which is covered. It's mainly trying to mitigate systemic risk, mitigate technological innovation, and it does that, I think, under a rights-based approach. And this is, in my view, deeply troublesome for the process of commercialization. Now, the US, I think, with their approach of decentralization, of waiting, of not having a comprehensive framework, waiting, trying to understand the technology first in the process of litigation, having, hundreds of Ripple cases and Terra, and all these different cases, and trying to understand it before we, regulate the field, because we now understand. you can't regulate before you deeply understand it, and I don't think that we understood it. And we say the right words, we make the right gestures, but it doesn't link up, in my view. It's a bit of a cargo cult, you know. It's just the right words, and that's, in my view, a deep problem. So to answer your question, on paper, the European regulatory approach is far superior, but in reality it's not, I think.
Well, the US certainly has regulation by enforcement, and with the repeal of Chevron, that's only going to come more true, as you have to go to the Supreme Court
thing,
for
you mean? The Loper-Bright thing is a big thing, but I think it's chaos. But it's decentralization. It's sectoral. You know, it's where do you understand it in the sectoral regulation? You know, the sector. You know, that's where you understand it. You have to understand it, and the FMA is such a great regulator because it understands, you know, the product, and this is the most important thing, and hybris is killing us, I think.
Yeah. And so with that regulation by enforcement, Clara, which approach do you think is more effective for securing innovation? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you agree in part?
Well, from how I see it, I mean, digital assets and AI, they're far more than just financial technologies. They really have become part of the strategic geopolitical competition. And as such, this, as we've said it up until just recently in the US, this regulation by enforcement, I think this is really tricky if you demand compliance by delaying legal clarity. So it's like a moving target. You are defining the legal boundaries only ex post. So, and then enforce it with or getting this legal clarity with court cases also penalties. So that is not working, especially not working in a field, in a highly densely regulated field. So there it erodes trust, in my opinion, or what we've seen in the US, and it's not helping the mass and institutional adoption because they are, and consumer trust in these new technologies and possibilities. It erodes trust, and it hinders that innovation can safely flourish. So it needs, we chose the hard way, but the more sustainable way with creating a framework that is so comprehensive. And I mean, the Genius Act is like taking one article out of our MiCA framework relating to stablecoins, but all the rest is showing that we need the whole landscape for the whole industry to be able to actually innovate and mature and flourish. So in my opinion, it is the right way to create frameworks, especially in densely regulated fields, to ensure that innovation can happen safely and securely. However, the frameworks have to be smart, they have to be pragmatic, and they have to be ideally principle-based and not over-regulating or over-prescriptive. But yeah, in the end, but the real difference, I believe, are not even the frameworks, because the real difference is coming from the attitude and the culture of the governments and the regulators. And this is also exemplified what we've seen in the US when the Trump administration, when they took office and they proclaimed that they want to be the blockchain and crypto country and capital and supporting that industry and making everyone in that industry come to the US with their businesses. With no piece of legislation has yet passed, and yet the difference in the attitude, and also not just, of course, from the administration, but also in the leadership, SEC, and in the future traders commodities, in every institution, changing the attitude, changing the culture, that is really what makes eventually the difference. Because even as we see in Europe now with MiCA, despite it's a regulation and applies directly in every EU, EEA member state, it still is so interesting how it's being interpreted or applied in such a different manner. But I don't see that so much as an arbitrage or a race to the bottom. It's more a competition or a peer review and yeah, eventually a process that will help the industry to grow.
Yeah. Well, we could just wait 200 years, like in shipping law, and gradually create new rules through litigation. Maybe you've been in England too long.
Maybe I've been. Maybe I've been in England too long. So I think. Sorry to interject. I think, and it's difficult to put that in clear language. For instance, in the United States, the new Section 12 of the Uniform Commercial Code is a super, and that links up to some extent with the private law regulation that you've done in Liechtenstein, and there's some overlap, but it's so heavily pragmatic. It doesn't care about big conceptions of property right. It just deals with, you control it, you own it. It's a negotiable instrument, you own it, so you have control over it. So the focus is really on the crux of the matter, not everything before or after, but they zoom in on what makes the difference. And that's in case, for instance, of ownership of Bitcoin, it's controllable electronic records, and all the debates you have about property rights ownership, what's the res, what, choices in action, choices in possession. I mean, there's so much theory. You cut it off and just go, and that's something I think which has to do with culture, of course, as you rightly say, but legal culture, not just administrative culture.
And I'm going to go to wish lists. You know, if you're writing to Father Christmas, what is a single specific that you think is actionable standard? Maybe you have more innovation like your son, but that could be implemented between the US and EU to sort of harmonize the market, and that you would be like, immediately pursue this if you got to plan all of you, if you get to plan everyone, like you're now in control of the world. And for some reason, you've gone straight to the digital asset regulations instead of cementing your power. What would do you think there are any standardizations or specific actions you would like to see harmonization on between not just the US and EU, just between regulatory bodies? Or is it too much of a pipe dream and we're focused on what we have right now to work out where we can harmonize?
I mean, I can start. I'm not very familiar with US law, but I remember a little bit of US law because I had the pleasure to work for a US firm for a certain time. And I would say it's the pragmatism that comes with US law sometimes. So for instance, it's very difficult in Europe to define what is a security. It depends also on the national civil laws of the different jurisdictions. In the US, you have the Howey test. So that's much easier. If we would have something like this, yeah, it would be beneficial, but I'm not sure if the track that we have in Europe is that wrong, to be honest. I think what we need is to keep that what is working good, what helps also to start innovation and accelerate innovation. And then at some time when regulation might stifle innovation, might be a hurdle, then we have to switch to pragmatism. And that could be principle-based regulation, for instance. So that would be an approach that I would like to mention.
Yeah, I think from my side, the three things that it comes down to for me is the legal clarity. So clarity, competence in the authorities, so that they know what they're talking about, because understanding, if they understand that, trust follows understanding. So it's not about lowering the bar, but raising the trust and raising the competence, raising the understanding. And thirdly, I would say the attitude, the culture, to wanting this industry to succeed, to wanting this industry to be enabled, yeah, these would be the three things from my side.
Yeah, I would like to have a focus on how to put. I mean, we have pilots, pilot schemes and pilots, but fewer planes. So to think about, but maybe it's too. I mean, maybe it's not for the regulator, maybe not for the authority. When you set up these schemes, how is it actually going to pump through the money? I mean, the money has to flow, the money has to move quickly, and how do we accelerate that? We need, I mean, we think that the capital markets union is going to pump them, but it's not going to create the money. I think that we need to. So I think some I don't know. It's a culture thing. Some sense of how to accelerate the movement of money, the capital that's available to flow through all these different regulatory models that we set up. I think that would be important, and not just to say we've done our regulatory stuff, we've done the regulation now, but to think about how that can actually promote and accelerate money flows.
Yeah, and can you see any risks or any technical pitfalls that aren't really covered yet by, particularly in the EU? The regulatory standards, like are there any that keep you up at night? Any products or any market developments that you're really sitting there going, that wasn't included, and that really needs to be regulated soon?
I mean, I would like to take up the question, but it's difficult to answer because in this time to promote regulation is not that not something with what you will get famous. But yeah, I see three things, to be honest. I see artificial intelligence not from the perspective of the AI Act, but from the perspective of existing EU capital markets law. All the financial markets law that we have drafted in Europe was designed to tackle human behavior. And that is a thing and that changed now with the forthcoming of AI and also with the interconnection of AI and blockchain, which we have heard in other panels before. So that is one thing that is not really addressed in the existing regulation, and we should look in the existing regulation where we need to switch, because there we have always the human in the loop, of course. Then the second part would be decentralized finance. Decentralized finance is excluded from MiCA, some would say. I would say the recital is quite clear. It says fully decentralized applications are excluded. And then the question arises, what is fully decentralized? I had numerous talks this year about that. So I think there are not many fully decentralized applications out there. There are a lot of business cases where the developers have still governance token dominance. They can retain the admin keys. They can control the front end, sometimes also the code. And then it gets difficult. Maybe they're also hiring stuff on LinkedIn or other pages. And then I think if the same risks come with those DeFi applications, then the same rules should be applied, of course, also in the context of consumer protection. And so this is not sophisticatedly well handled in the MiCA, because the MiCA was, again, designed for companies, for entities that can be the supervisory subject. So even though, as a regulator, you come to the conclusion that a DeFi application falls under the remit of MiCA, MiCA is not sufficiently designed to regulate those companies, to allow them to prosper and continue with their business model. So this is the second thing. And then there's a third thing that is hidden behind a lot of other aspects, and that is concentration risk. I think concentration risk is something that is barely talked about. Maybe in some bubbles it is, but I think on the stage not so many people are talking about it. And we see it with cloud service providers. We recently, a couple of days ago, had the Amazon Web Services shortage. But we see it also in the crypto market when it comes to liquidity. We see it with AI. And usually in the digital space, it's not for every business model, but the more data you have, the more successful you will be. So it's a matter of scalability. And with that comes concentration risks. And capital markets law in Europe does not address concentration risks at all. It is competition law that addresses it, with unbundling rules and something like this. I'm not familiar with everything there, but this is something we have to think about, because this is highly connected, in my opinion, to financial stability.
Yeah. You've got...
So I agree. I think these are particularly. All three are super important, and I think that we need to respond to them. Exactly how is the question. I mean, the AI and blockchain topic is super important. I mean, when it came up, everybody thought that must be a joke, you know. But of course, it's a huge issue. I've just been on a panel a couple of weeks ago in London on that, and the response is completely unclear. So we do need. What was the second one? Sorry, I wanted to say about this.
DeFi.
DeFi, yes. The decentralization theater, as it's called, you know, is a problem. I mean, there's no question. I mean, there's so many pseudo-decentralized projects out there, and we have very little legal ways to deal with that.
I mean, in certain elements, we can be trying to invent new laws when old laws might actually apply. When it came to FTX, I was speaking to my mother, who was a criminal barrister back in the 70s and 80s in London, and I explained the case to her, and that basically the only crypto-specific thing about that case was how it got caught and revealed. And she sat there and went, that's been illegal for 200 years. Why are they in a panic to make new laws?
You have partnership laws applying. I mean, in the UK and the US, you have general partnership that applies to fiduciary duties. We know that from the Tulip case, and all these applications, the old law can just apply to these new stuff.
Misrepresentation, fraud. You know, there are. Sometimes we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to understand the technology to understand what is taking place. But are there any technologies that you think are being unfairly penalized by the existing frameworks that you see, or just not necessarily penalized but sidelined because they don't fit neatly into the regulations, or do you think that they're being sort of fairly treated that way?
No, actually not penalized, but maybe not considered in the full depth and breadth of the topics and the concepts, and more to your previous question of risks. I would add to that what you already mentioned, quantum computing as an aspect, whether that should be also integrated into MiCA is a different topic, but as in general, as one of these risks that tend to keep me up at night, that would be certainly one of those. But penalizing, no, I'm not aware, top of my head.
No, it's if you went back into the 70s, a lot of parliaments didn't even have a science and technology committee, so we've escalated pretty quickly here, especially with AI developing and its cross integration with blockchain, and how much one relies on the other is almost terrifying in its rapidity. I was sat on a panel where we were talking about using AI in compliance. Obviously, I'm in anti-money laundering, so that came up. And my co-panelist said, oh, well, have you seen the film Minority Report? We've invented a technology that predicts crime on the blockchain. And I sat there and went, did you see the end of that movie? It's not necessarily the one I would bring up, but there's so many instances of when is it ethical to use AI, how do we manage this, who is liable, and it's just the AI Act in and of itself is hard enough before you start introducing financial activity, liability. It's a lot, and I can see why that would be somewhat time-consuming to even try to start working out how to regulate. So we've already spoken about the unregulated risks. Where do you think that DeFi, do you think that there will be introduced regulations on DeFi in the US, in the EU, or is that topic just a bridge too far for now until we've already worked out the kinks in our existing regulations?
I go first. Yeah, it was already touched base on when it comes to MiCA 2. So there were already talks as far as I'm aware, but I think at the moment the focus shifted a little bit. The focus is more on the single investment union, how to reduce burdens, how to make the European capital markets more efficient, because that is sometimes overlooked. The main goals, main objectives of European capital markets law consumer protection, financial stability, market integrity, and the efficiency of the European capital markets. And I think we have to focus a little bit more on the efficiency right now.
And suddenly our time is, I fear, up.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for your interesting perspectives. I'm sure that there will be people chasing you down outside later. Hopefully, you'll be around and available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for an invigorating panel on MiCAR, learning more about regulation in Europe, as well as the differences in other countries, such as the United States. Also, want to remind folks, you can still enter the draw for an NFT by a well-known NFT artist, Romero Brito. It's worth 1,000 francs. All you have to do is fill out this heart and enter the draw downstairs by stage 2, and we'll make the draw at 6 o'clock. There's also exclusive stamps from a partnership between Switzerland and Liechtenstein that are virtual, bringing tradition and innovation together. So be sure to check that out. And our next panel will be on IP rights. Speaking of NFTs, we'll check off on IP rights right now. Intellectual property is the engine of the modern economy, yet managing licensing and verifying ownership of everything from music to software is a complex, opaque, and often adversarial process. This panel explores how blockchain technology is fundamentally reforming the creator economy. So welcome to the revolution of IP rights on chain. By leveraging NFTs and distributing ledger technology, creators can establish permanent, verifiable, and globally accessible records of ownership for their intellectual property. Our experts will discuss how smart contracts can automate the entire IP lifecycle, from fractionalized ownership of a patent to the instant and automatic distribution of royalties every time an asset is used. We'll cover the legal and technical frameworks required to build trust and transparency, giving creators unprecedented control and ensuring that the value they create flows directly back to them. And this conversation will be led by Michael Finkelstein of Connect as our moderator. So please welcome Michael as we explore IP rights. And he did mention why now and how artificial intelligence will enter the fray. So Michael, take it away.
Thank you.
The second.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon for the very last but interesting and powerful panel. Let's start with without further ado, let's start with a short round of introductions. Michael.
Great to see everyone. Fun to be the last panel, so thanks for sticking around. I'm Michael Finkelstein, CEO and co-founder of a company called Kinetic. Kinetic is simply building IP infrastructure for the future of digital creativity. A lot of buzzwords there, but what does that actually mean? Think about a world where any piece of media, any image, any audio, any video starts somewhere, which it does today. That creates attribution, that creates ownership, that creates provenance. That ends up on-chain, on a blockchain. We'll talk about why, I'm sure, in a minute. And then think about a world where you can track real-time anywhere their content goes, in whole or in part. And the notion of building an IP graph for every piece of content on chain, that's what Kinetic does.
Thank you, Thomas. I know you don't need an introduction, but feel free to say a couple of words about yourself.
Thomas Nägele, I have the honor of being the president of the beloved association organizing this event, and I'm also a lawyer, and I wrote my PhD about tokenization, and obviously I also covered IP rights in my PhD, and also it's covered in the Liechtenstein Blockchain Act, So I'm happy to be here and talk about IP, because if people think of RWAs, and I touched that briefly on my first panel, I think IP really there we could push the needle.
Amazing. And then Heinz, over to you.
Yeah, now it's right. So Office for Digital Innovation, not ESMA. Working and adapting TVTG, Blockchain Act, and of course, IP rights are part of the tokenization. You can tokenize shares, bonds, commodities. Of course, you can tokenize IP rights.
Thank you. And myself, I'm Kinga. I'm board member at Women in Web3 Switzerland. So happy to see some ladies also in the audience. Please talk to me later. And I'm also strategic account manager at Genzio Media. All right, then let's get started. To set the scene, can you explain why AP rights on chain is such a game changer? Why do we need it, and why do we need it now?
Let me try to start with a very simple example. This morning, Peter Kirsten said on stage, Liechtenstein is the birthplace of crypto regulation. Imagine how cool it would be that you could actually just use that piece. The creator is Peter, right? But if Peter then, just after his panel, can simply register that and say, like, I created that phrase, the birthplace of crypto regulation. And if we make that very, very easy, I think we can do a lot of fun stuff with that. And Michael is obviously exploring a lot of these potentials. And from a regulatory perspective, I think we are quite clear, at least in Liechtenstein. But the potential is huge, and I think I defer to Michael to explore a little bit for us how big that really is, because IP is global by nature, right? IP rights are global by nature, and we should solve it globally.
Well, as a little aside, I did read Thomas's dissertation or thesis.
You're the second person.
I know. He didn't believe me when I said I did, and I showed him on our second call the dog ears of actually it. You know, I think IP, let's take our mind away from just thinking about something that gets posted. It powers everything, right? It powers everything we see, everything we buy, everything we consume. And, you know, I was listening to a lot of panels throughout the day, and there was talk around real-world assets. How do you certificate your car, and how do you use that as a collateral in your watch? And then even just in the last panel, how is the interaction between Europe and the US, and how are those frameworks evolving and the differences in laws? You know, copyright and IP is quite unique because none of those things actually affect it. IP by nature is global. Most of the copyright laws in the world are 90% the same. It's governed by the Paris Accord, the Berne Convention. And so the rights extended to anyone who owns intellectual property are very similar in the US and Canada and Liechtenstein and throughout Europe and Asia and what have you. That makes it quite unique. The second thing that makes it unique is it's digitally native. Just bear with me for nerding out for a second, but the minute that anyone in the world creates something original and publishes it to a permanent medium, they own that. They don't need to register it. They own that 70 years plus their natural life or whatever that may be. That creates an incredible environment for blockchain technology. Blockchain, by its definition, is cryptographically recording facts on an immutable ledger that the world can see. And so, to me, I can think of no better use case than intellectual property, provenance, ownership, certification, living on blockchain. We'll talk about a lot of other fun stuff, but to me, that is the core and what drove me to start Kinetic.
Amazing. We will deep dive more into other use cases, but I also like to hear you, Heinz. What's your take here?
Yeah, kind of different approach than Michael. He's the expert here, the business expert. The market is huge, of course. To make it simple, of course, you can IP tokenize on the blockchain and make some codes, make some datas, as for instance, the European Union IPO does with trademarks and designs. 7 European countries are cooperating on this. They put off-chain IP rights to blockchain, on-chain IP rights, but it's only code. It's only data, it's not law. It's not law. So you have to combine it to make it livable, and copyright creation is quite complicated. It's very complicated, in fact. To make it simple, easy, and livable, you have to combine code with law. And TVTG, Blockchain Act, provides exactly this. It's totally agnostic, as Thomas and Clara mentioned already several times. It's totally agnostic to shares, commodities, IP rights, and make it livable with enforceable law. That's crucial here in this field. You have to have a blockchain with providing laws and enforceable laws.
I'm just going to add one thing to the size of the market, because I saw Peter this morning and he threw up some sizes of the market and esoteric assets and what have you. I mean, I've seen a bunch of stats. $6.6 trillion of American GDP is attributed to IP, $1.5 trillion in just copyright industries. Think about everything, every piece of media, every entertainment, every piece of technology, all of that underpinning it is intellectual property driven. So it drives, I would argue, the world's creativity, innovation, and economy.
I have a question maybe as a follow-up, because my example of Peter, I mean, the good thing is he has it on recording, he said it on stage, it was distributed live, so he can easily prove that he was the creator of it, so he doesn't need to register anything, as you said, obviously. But which problem are we trying to solve here? Or is there any problem? Or is it like no one has to do anything? You said you don't have to register it, but you have to be able to prove that you were the creator. So which problem are we trying to, I'm a simple guy, right? Like I love simple examples. Michael, what problem do we try to solve?
I'm going to give you a simple example, which is what we were going to come back to, but we'll just fast forward to that. Attribution is not the problem, right? Creating a blockchain-based IP system allows for the solving of the following problem, which is, and I wrote about this a couple of years ago, if you think about intellectual property, it's going to move. And we're seeing that with AI, right? I mean, without any clairvoyance, AI has accelerated what I'm about to say. Pieces of it are going to move. It's going to act like an amoeba. And the reality is there's no system in place to understand where that's going. And there are rights associated with that. There's revenues associated with that. And so we need infrastructure to allow for people to get opened up to where that content goes. And then if their rights are being infringed, or if they just want to see the data behind it, there's a blockchain-based ledger that creates immutability and certification of rights. And so that, to me, the big problem is the next 15 years, I truly believe, are going to be what privacy and data were to the last 15, IP. And so understanding what the next generation of monetization is and how anyone who creates anything is going to get remuneration, I think is the problem we're solving.
And just if you look at how it is now, for example, if you're creating a piece like music, right? How that is actually how you get to your royalties, how you get to your money. It's actually in every country you have collective companies who are actually then enforcing your rights. They go to conferences and ask you if you pay for the licenses, right? And then they enforce that. So it is actually quite a burdensome thing to do. It's very inefficient, right? And obviously it's not perfect because you have to go really event to event to see where they play in which company. It's very, very inefficient.
Well, and this is where we get into, and I saw, we talked about this briefly, the keynote from Animoca this afternoon.
Yatsu, yeah.
You know, and it was incredible because the future of that is through agentic AI agents. And so think of a world where those agents, we're doing some of this, are picking up fragments of IP usage. And IP could be anything. It could be driving a product sale. It could be what have you. And they're automatically routing payments and routing credit and routing source. He said it immediately in this conversation. So thank you for that, by the way. But because it's our belief as well, that entire system is going to happen. And to me, to us, our vision is that all starts with two key things: who owns what and where that's happening. And that is part of the infrastructure we're building.
But you have different, as a piece of music, which can be streamed, of course, everywhere. We have in Germany GEMA, in Austria AKM, which then are responsible for the royalties and licenses. And I think you can solve it a lot better with your IP tokenization on a blockchain, because you have then the timestamp and the proof of it, and you can combine it with a smart contract for the licensing and royalties. Is right?
I think so, and I think not only that, but the transparency of the blockchain. People will know, and they'll be able to see licenses, use rights, credit rights, and all of this will live on a ledger that the world can see. And I use this visual, it will be an IP graph.
Do I get more as a creator with your system?
No, not necessarily. But look, we are not focused on the future monetization schema, because that is the great unknown, and I'm not smart enough to figure that out. There will be future monetization, right? And you're starting to see it already with people paying for licensing, for data usage, and what have you. We're building the infrastructure to enable that. I don't know where that's going to come from, and I would say, coming back to the same point, we are enabling the system to say, this person made this here, is the owner of this, and they should be remunerated, or they should be given credit, or they have certain rights attributed to them, whatever in 5 or 10 years that monetization looks like.
That's very amazing. And yeah, you mentioned already a few use cases, so most of them quite obvious, like music royalties, etc. Is there any bit, more strange to less obvious use case that you would like to briefly talk about?
Sure. No, I mean, we're broadly focused on the use case of copyrights, right? And copyrights are one of the 3 pillars of intellectual property, along with patents and trademarks, and I guess there's a 4th with trade secrets. We are focused on long-form video, short-form video, photography, images. You can be an NFT artist, and you have no idea where your NFT is going. Now you can. And so I think of the world of media and under copyrights. I think we're paying keen attention to name, image, and likeness. I think name, image, and likeness, NIL, for those of you that don't know, is taking the world by storm a little bit in college athletics and some other things. But anything that deals with kind of that realm, I think, is ripe for the ability to tokenize and use blockchain, in my opinion, the way it's meant to be used.
I think what is worth, to your point, what is not so obvious is when we talk about AI at the moment, right? So for example, if I have my standard, I'm a lawyer, so my standard contract, right? My standard employment contract I use for a lot of clients, right? That's my template, right? And then, I don't know how, but someone is putting that on an AI, it's learning from my template, right? And then another lawyer in Liechtenstein asked, oh, give me a very good employment contract and focus on this and that. And it takes my template, right? And then uses it and gives him the answer. Should I be remunerated for that? And how? It's impossible at the moment to do that. You don't know where it is coming from. You don't know, you're not able to trace it. That there are a lot of challenges I think we have to solve in that space.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could figure out if an LLM used your content? I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cool if that were the case?
Then
who knows, maybe someone's working on that in the future.
Yeah, for the last, I don't know how many years, people are telling me lawyers are going to be out of business. And I think for a huge part of our business model, that's true, right? But I think creators should be paid for the work, right?
Well, I think they should be paid, but I also think equally important, Thomas, is the data associated with what's happening. Right? If you think about you're a creator on TikTok and you're charging a brand $1,000, you're charging that based on the post's first derivative you see on TikTok. This many likes, this many views, what have you. If it spreads, you should be able to own and understand that data for your well-being. And so, yes, I think people should get paid for their use, but I also think they should have the ability to see that data and how it's maneuvering throughout the web today, and then in the future it's going to be lights out.
Yeah, and the approach with
but then it would help to have it on a official authority blockchain, the IP rights, because you have an NFT and you have to deliver the prima facie evidence for this, and it's international. it doesn't make a lot of sense that it can be proved in Liechtenstein only. It has to be proved in the US, in China, in Asia as well. And the courts have to accept this evidence of proof, which would be on the blockchain in Liechtenstein.
Is then Liechtenstein working on such a system?
Is that something they're working on?
Yeah, that would be a solution. Yeah, to deliver with the TVTs, it's possible already. Of course, because you have the property issue solved and the civil rights issue. Of course, you have to work on the copyrights.
Yeah.
Maybe ordinance or blockchain can be delivered.
Well, I'll say something about that. You know, Thomas and I met 3 years ago at something called Satoshi Roundtable, and no one
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and the way it works is you host a little side, you know, panels and what have you, and I hosted something on IP tokenization. No one cared. I mean, no one cared. Thomas showed up, and actually some folks from the Emirates showed up. We had a great conversation. No one cared. Today, IP is on the front page of Wall Street Journal, Le Monde, FT, what have you. It is mainstream, it is timely, and it is crucial. Because at the end of the day, it is, and I think Clara said this even earlier, or someone else from the previous panel, it is geopolitical, right? It is the way citizens of places actually get protected, they make things, they drive creativity, and so IP is on the top minds of almost everyone you talk to today, and it's great, right, for us when no one really cared about it 3 years ago. And so I think it's timely for people to dive into innovation and come up with some really clever things that can advance IP rights.
Great. I would like to briefly touch upon the legal and regulatory aspect. So we are in Liechtenstein. Can we talk about TVTG framework as well as MICA? How is it now? Where do you still see some gaps, and what should be changed?
I think what people have to understand is that was it addressed to me
yes,
or
to both
maybe
of
I
you.
start
No,
and then you
not
can
me.
answer.
You can start. Yeah.
Not you. You're not the lawyer.
Yeah.
No, so I think Mika is focusing on the regulatory part. So regulating service providers, you can get licenses. Is also regulating issuance of token, right? So if you issue a token, we have to have a look at if it falls under Mika or not. But it's not actually solving it's not regulating, and it's not talking about the civil law part of it. So how actually IP rights are treated from a civil law perspective, who owns what, how you are becoming the creator of something. These kind of questions, they're not solved under MiCA. And Liechtenstein with the TVTG, so this blockchain act, actually allows for tokenization of assets. And the way how the Liechtenstein Blockchain Act is allowing for that is it allows you to represent rights in a token. And the idea is if you then transfer that token, also the represented right is transferred. And that is actually allowing for this legal certainty you need to be able to transfer rights on chain. And Liechtenstein has a very comprehensive framework for that, and that's why you have to differentiate between the supervisory part, regulating service providers, what they do, how they're allowed to do it, how they custody these tokens, how they issue the tokens, maybe how they transfer it. But on the other hand, you have to have a framework allowing for tokenization. So if I am the creator and I have a token and I let that token represent the ownership right, how can I actually transfer the rights represented within it? And I think we have the legal basis for it. I don't know, you briefly touched on copyright laws. So the token part is solved, I think, to the broad part of it, but the copyright part is a good question.
Yeah, I agree that MiCA is not an issue here. It's not a topic. It's a financial market regulation. Maybe for clarification, it would be sensible to adapt the TVTG a little bit on copyrights and that tokens can represent copyrights. It's not a must-have, but it would be sensible. But of course, on the copyright side, it makes sense to elaborate what's needed and what's clear to make it internationally enforceable. And to have a legal basis on this one. I think that's needed.
People are always talking about RWAs. As you said, we're talking about tokenizing shares, we're talking about but like IP rights, like the opportunity is huge. I said it before, I'm not really patient, like I have to work on that. But like for years I thought, like, why is that not happening, right? What do we need? Is it really like the small details in the copyright laws? Is it finding a good entrepreneur providing for it, or what's missing?
It's not that anymore, you know. I'm just kidding. No, you know, to me, what's missing is someone to take the leadership mantle here, right? The tech is now there. I see it. We are, I would argue, the pioneer in IP tokenization, and we are approaching 200,000 copyrights on chain, which I think dwarfs anyone else out there. And the digital nature of copyright, the ability to actually timestamp in a nanosecond when something gets published and drive that to a ledger under copyright law creates copyright. Right? And so we have at Kinetic solved that. The next step of that is to create a certification mechanism that you can just certify that this actually occurred at this timestamp, what have you, and that's all you need, right? I can certify something in Liechtenstein and go to Germany, and I'm one leg up from arguing without that certification, right? I mean, I am one leg up. Because I can go to a German court if I'm a German citizen and say, hey, I made this here, what have you, and I need to prove that. I am one further step ahead if I have a certification that I can print out from somewhere that says, this is actually a valid transaction. I think that is a monster first step. And I'm hoping that comes to fruition at some point.
Great. We have only a couple of minutes left, but I would also like to give a chance to our audience to ask questions. We have time probably for one. Is there anyone who would like to ask our panelists specific question, please?
Great. Yeah, great question.
Maybe
Thank
rephrase
you.
it, yeah, so the audience.
Do you want me to answer it?
No, yeah, no, you can answer it, but rephrase it so people understand, because they did not hear
sorry.
it. Yeah.
The question was around, is there, you used the word, I think, counterculture, but the notion that over the past, you know, musicians and artists haven't been paid rightful revenues and have had their work stolen and some other things that has happened and will continue to happen. I think when I think about moving what traditionally has been moving music or art in the NFT world on chain, it's the actual media. What I'm talking about is the ownership certificates, right? The notion as a music artist or as an NFT artist or a photographer to be able to certificate your ownership on chain, I think is the evolution. You know, and I think the world, you know, I'm hoping it's changing, right? So Spotify for the first time 3 months ago paid more to unsigned artists than signed artists. And so the notion of a combination of things, my hope is that that changes. And I think the certification mechanism is a real step forward, right? If I'm a music artist and I'm getting ripped off, there are two things I don't have the ability to do right now very easily. One, to know if I'm getting ripped off or if my music's being used somewhere else. And by the way, I talk to a lot of music artists that don't mind their music getting played somewhere else. They want to know about it, but they don't mind it because it's promotion or what have you. But regardless, they have no ability to see that. It's very reactive. One of the things we're trying to do is make that proactive. And then the second thing is, if there is a mechanism for claiming of revenues or some sort of recourse, there's no mechanism for them to actually provide some sort of certificate to say, actually, here's my certificate of ownership, just like there is on a home or what have you. So that's what my hope is, and a big part of our vision to help bring those infrastructure tools to bear. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
None, actually. Zero.
Maybe to add shortly, Spotify will not pay more, I think, with this system, or Deezer, but you can secure that all streaming providing systems will pay you and will get the license to the artist. That's the main difference to the system now.
I think, so to answer your question, sorry, it was hard to hear. No, we have not seen any. In fact, we've seen a total embrace, not only from the certification standpoint, but truly the data standpoint. The ability for a musician to know that their content got reshared on Twitter, I know we're out of time, or in a Reddit board or what have you, in a geographic place or a demographic is incredibly valuable to them. And that's part of what we're building. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Any final words, one sentence, each of you, what do you want our audience to go from this panel with?
Time to have a cocktail. No.
That's the best final words.
There you go. No, thank you for the time. It's been great, and it's always great being back in Liechtenstein.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for that panel. It's really interesting to talk about IP rights on chain. It could have such potential for creators, inventors, and really empower them to make more of their creations, which is exciting. And I want to apologize to Kinga. I said that Michael was the moderator, but she was the moderator, the lovely Kinga. Thank you for that. All right, we have our final speaker of the evening. We're going to take a dedicated look at one of the industry's most distinctive and rapidly growing distributed ledger technologies. Hedera Hashgraph is known for its unique consensus mechanism, the Hashgraph, which is designed for enterprise-grade speed, security, and stability. And we are privileged to host a keynote focusing on the Hedera Hashgraph Association ecosystem with Alexandra Nguyen. This keynote will provide a critical deep dive into how Hedera is achieving genuine high-volume real-world utility. We will hear directly about the latest developments, the governance framework that drives its institutional adoption, and the compelling enterprise use cases being deployed across global organizations today, from tokenized carbon credits to high-throughput payments. If you want to understand how a high-performance DLT is moving beyond cryptocurrency speculation to deliver serious, sustainable business utility, this is the keynote you can't afford to miss. So without further ado, please welcome Alexandra Nguyen.
Can I have my presentation? Oh, there it is. Sorry. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alexandra, and I lead marketing at the Hashgraph Association. It's a pleasure to be here at Token Summit 25. And today I'm going to walk you through how Hedera is shaping the future of DLT and how we at the Hashgraph Association are empowering innovators around the world to build that future together. So before I talk about the community and our programs, I think it's important to understand the foundation that we're building on, which is Hedera Hashgraph. So we're not just another blockchain. We're a third generation of distributed ledger technology. And we're built for real-world adoption with a focus on scalability and enterprises. So a little bit about Hedera. It delivers over 10,000 transactions per second with finality in just a few seconds. We offer predictable low fees, quantum secure asynchronous Byzantine fault tolerance, which I'm sure nobody knows here what it means, but it basically means the highest level of security, which is why we primarily cater to enterprises. And another thing to mention also is that we're the world's greenest DLT. So each transaction consumes just 0 points and then a few zeros kilowatt hours of energy, which is about 1,000 times less than a Visa transaction. And Hedera has been recognized as carbon negative with verified research from UCL, and it continues to lead sustainability efforts in the Web3 space. And this matters because the next wave of digital transformation will not only be decentralized, but it must also be responsible and sustainable. So maybe a little bit about the council, which I find quite unique to our DLT. So we're governed by more than 30 leading global organizations, and this ensures stability, transparency at scale, and it's very much distributed among world organizations based all over the world. So this combination of speed, security, sustainability, and governance makes Hedera a uniquely trusted foundation for enterprise and institutional use cases. So a little bit about the Hashgraph Association, where we fit in. So we were established in Switzerland in 2021 as an independent nonprofit organization to accelerate the global adoption of Hedera. I would say our mission is pretty simple. We're all about empowering innovators, funding breakthrough projects, accelerating enterprise adoption, and scaling the ecosystem globally. We work closely with Hedera, but we operate independently. We bridge enterprises, developers, and institutions with the tools, funding, and education needed to build on Hedera. Maybe a little bit about some of our flagship initiatives. We launched a Deep Tech Venture Studio, which is a $250 million partnership with the Ministry of Investment of Saudi Arabia. And we're also launching a $100 million venture fund in Abu Dhabi to support strategic co-investments worldwide. So together, these initiatives, they enable startups and enterprises to move from idea to implementation, building real solutions on Hedera across sectors like identity, sustainability, fintech, and supply chain. A little bit about where we operate. We have a global footprint, operations in Switzerland, the UAE, Singapore, Saudi, Morocco, many other locations, as you can see, and we're also expanding to Brazil and South Africa. So each of these regions play a role in connecting local innovation to a global ecosystem powered by Hedera. And as our global community grows, we realize something important, that there's a need to connect all these innovators more meaningfully. So today, I'm excited to share what's next for us. It's our global membership program, and it's designed to bring together builders, educators, enterprises, and innovators who are shaping real-world adoption of Hedera. So we believe this is a community-driven movement that will make our ecosystem globally more connected, more accessible, and more collaborative than ever before. So maybe just to give you a little bit about how it's structured and why the membership program. So we're going to offer access to funding and accelerator opportunities for our members via our funding management platform. We already offer learning and certification programs that are growing through our THA Academy. And of course, event access, networking with our main partners and projects within the Hedera ecosystem. So our goal is to give every member, whether a developer, a startup, an enterprise, the opportunity to learn, grow, and co-create the future with Hedera. And yeah, very important thing also, we partner with a lot of universities, and we certify developers all over the world to ensure that the young generation of builders can be upskilled, can have the expertise to create long-term value. And once they are certified, then they can access our funding and accelerator programs. So ensure the program connects people, purpose, and opportunity all within one trusted framework. Membership categories, just for your knowledge here, but I think this is pretty straightforward. So what's next for us? Beyond the membership program that is launching soon, we have several complementary initiatives that are coming. So we have revamped our academy with new role-based courses, shareable certifications, NFT credentials, and anything you might need to educate yourself and get certified to be able to build on Hedera. We're also launching a funding management platform, which is supposed to enable transparency and community-driven funding, enable our community members to vote on projects and make the whole funding process transparent. and collaborative. And finally, the THA committees, we want to give our members the ability to contribute to ecosystem, to governance, innovation, and growth. So together, these initiatives represent the next chapter of our journey, building the community that learns, collaborates, and grows together. If you'd like to pre-register for our membership, just wanted here to drop some codes. I will be here in the next hours so we can chat about the details if you're interested to get to know more. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Alexandra. This concludes our program for the day. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, if you take with you something back at home with you, I would say this. You know, in Web 1, we saw the infrastructure of the internet being built. We saw cable modems or dial-up modems to cable on the internet. Oh, plus we also had the raffle. But just to finish my thought, and with Web 2, we saw the transformation of social, where people just became more interconnected, and you know, we had this wonderful interconnected society, but we also saw the mistakes in that companies were owning our data, and we were unknowingly being manipulated and polarized and agitated. And Web 3 is the transformation of money. I mean, that will unlock so much value, property rights, a transformation of money itself. And so when we consider the mistakes of Web 2, we have to really make sure we don't repeat the same mistakes and that we have safeguarded our freedom and privacy going forward. And that's what we're trying to figure out right now. And so without further ado, I would like to make the draw for our NFT prize. And this is for the first, or what do we have here? We have an NFT by Romero Brito, our famous NFT creator. It's a value of 1,000 Swiss francs. And so I'll draw the first, or should we go with the last couple?
As you wish.
Okay, no, we have to go with the last couple. Okay, we have to save the grand prize for last.
So then we do the cows.
Okay.
The Swiss cows.
Okay, so we have some Swiss cows.
So you have to count 4.
We have 4 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. So our first giveaway, Thomas Nagele. Thomas Nagele, the president of the CCA, has won a cow. Yes, Thomas won. I can put it aside for him. Okay. We put that aside for Thomas. He's a very lucky man. Okay. Our second one is for Ingmar Zechli. Okay. Okay, Ingmar, congratulations. Congratulations. Okay. Our next winner is Ben Gates.
Christine, I'm sorry, I did not win.
What?
That's a mistake.
What?
No,
No.
you have to choose another one. I think I know who did that, but it was not me.
You
no,
do.
no,
You get it.
no,
you
no,
get
no,
it.
no,
You
no,
get a
no.
cow.
Yeah, no, you have to do it again.
Oh,
seriously.
no.
No.
Okay, well, we have Ben Gates as a winner. Ben Gates. Should we? No, I'll set it aside and see if we can find him. If not, maybe we'll find another winner. Okay. And Thomas.
Not that I do not want to have it, it's great. But I cannot win, right? It's about you, it's not about me. Come on.
Excellent. Okay, we have another winner, Tomas Simon. Tomas Simon. Tomas Simon.
Thomas Simon, yeah?
Okay, we'll find him.
We'll find him.
We'll find him. Congratulations, Tomas. And our final winner of the lovely cows by the Philately in Liechtenstein, Patricia Hornick. Yay! Patricia, congratulations. we'll try to find you. Or I don't know, should I keep drawing? I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Just say thank you.
And the next prizes.
And other cards?
Okay.
NFT cards?
We have NFT cards, and this is from the Philately in a partnership with Switzerland and Liechtenstein in creating these.
No, that was the cow.
Okay, that was the cow.
But you can show the nice one.
Wow, beautiful. So these are NFTs, though, created by the Philately. Okay, lovely. So we have we have how many winners here? Five winners here. We have Tobias Fitz. Tobias Fitz. Tobias Fitz. What? Why?
It's okay.
You're the winner. You're the winner. Take it, take it, take it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Very good. Okay, yay. We have Janine Nagele.
Okay. There's definitely something happened. Either nobody filled out except us.
Congratulations, Janine. Okay. It's okay, no. Someone.
Three more.
Okay. Jan Skratka. Jan Skratka. We have Jan from Prague. We're trying to find. Okay. Marcel Schnaller. Marcel Schnaller. Marcel Schnaller, you are the lucky winner of a lovely NFT. Okay. Or should we keep
How many
going?
do we have?
That have not.
Who is left in the audience and want to have an NFT?
Well, we have, yeah.
Take action. Come here. Take action. Good.
Okay.
How many do we have?
We have
The first three to be here.
we have 5.
Im Großen. Not the, yeah. Not the one.
Okay. Thank you so much. You are your name. You're the
Sophia.
Sophia. Congratulations. You're the lucky winner. Ah, okay. Chantal. Congratulations. You're the winner of an NFT. Come on. Do we have 3 more guests who want to be winners? Okay.
That's how easy it
Yeah,
is in
that's
crypto.
how easy it is. Yes. Okay. Okay, congratulations. Your name? We got Florian Dietrich. Okay. And we have Sophia Martel. Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much. And Marina. Thank Thank you, Marina.
I think it pays off to be...
Yeah, it pays to be in the audience during the raffle draw. Yes, okay. We'll draw the grand prize. Okay, one more. Does anyone, one more person who wants to come and claim our NFT? Yes, excellent. Come. Congratulations, thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Angelica, okay, great, congratulations, okay. Okay, we have the grand draw, but we'll find this person, okay?
Yes, we'll find this person.
Sophia Martel. Congratulations. You won the grand prize. Wait a second. We'll give it this to one more person. If anyone wants to come up to claim the final prize. Yes. Sophia, you've won 1,000 Swiss francs worth of an NFT art edition by a very respected NFT artist, Maria Barrera. So thank you so much. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yes, a picture for our winners.
Maybe. You can go out in the middle. Go out in the middle. The winner. We have.
Do you want final remarks? Do you want final remarks, or shall we conclude? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And that concludes our program, and we have some final remarks from Thomas Nigel.
It's actually not final remarks. What we do is we have the OC. So I want to invite the organizing committee of the CCA Token Summit 2025 on stage. And please, the ones who are here, put your hands together. I want to hear it. Your 5 people make sound like 500. Go up, scream. Come on stage, please. Pablo Carollo, Tobias Finn, Mauro Castellini, Christoph Hinterkoffen, Erwin Boloda, Ingmar Zeckling, and Shani Nagele. Thank you very much for organizing the CCA Token Summit 2025. It was our big pleasure to have you here. Thanks for all the work you did put in. And now let's take a picture and then have the rest. Lucas from stage 2 and Maria. And thank you very much, Thomas and Yvonne. Where are you?
Come on.
Thomas and Yvonne, where are you?
Thomas and Yvonne.
Quick one. And Christine. Come on.
Come here, Christine. Come to this side.
Okay, now final picture.
Final picture.
Thank you. See you next year. Thank you very much for coming.